The Workings of a Human Specimen, by Lucience. Chapter 36, Imminent Doings. An eyeless entity, lids sewn by conformity. In a dimly lit room, where the darkness ever loomed. His soul, such a pity, sold long to his deity. His presumptions presumed, and another would be doomed. A one he would betray, with evidence he'd inveigh. He sought to stop the vile, as perceived through blindness guile. His fingers typed away, from his task he would not stray. Choromatsu's profile, and soon this culprit's trial. The end for him crept close, as evidence soon arose. His livelihood was done, and an escape there was none. Without chance for repose, his freedom would soon necrose. Damned by the lies he'd spun, his slow death had just begun. Alone in his dark space, against time did the chief race. 4 days was his time frame, and already day 3 came. Like poison he would lace, Choromatsu he'd deface. He cared not for the fame, but for justice did he aim. And justice was what he sought, corrupt and twisted as a knot. He could see before him not, so blindly the higher-up fought. For his upbringing had taught, to him the wrong manner of thought. The bullet had long been shot. Choromatsu's naught had now been caught. It was time too for the higher-up to speak to the humans. Intermission. Ah, let me tell you Jushi, it's a pain. The bright and attentive horovegan entity known as Choromatsu sat across from his best friend, eagerly listening to Todomatsu rant on about his work. The two sat at a table in the faculty office, eating their nutritious lunches provided to them by their workplace. It was just before noon, and both workers were relishing in their long lunch break. As always, they opted to spend their breaks together, hanging out and gossiping about how good or how bad the day had been going. On Atra, the weather was tame compared to the day prior. Instead of stormy winds and falling rains, they were greeted that day with a partly cloudy canvas of the sky, with 2 moons at their peak 45 degrees from the sun. It was warm as always, keeping the many horovegan inhabitants cozy without having to utilize their atmospheric processors. Overall, it was a beautiful day outside, and a day just like any other. So this guy I'm training, Todomatsu went on, placing a hand near his mouth as if keeping things secretive. He's such a piece of work, you know? I mean yeah, he's good at what he does and he seems knowledgeable about everything, but God is he annoying. Trying to correct me in my work when, I'm above him. How dare he, right? It's not like you're his higher-up though, Choromatsu couldn't help but to chuckle. Sure, but I mean come on, why does no one respect me whatsoever? I respect you, Toti. Not when you call me that, you don't. What's wrong with Toti, Toti? Choromatsu asked, cocking his head dumbly. That's just a childhood nickname, and you're the only one who calls me that, the other sighed hopelessly. It's not a very formal name. Nicknames aren't supposed to be formal. Choromatsu smacked his lips before bringing his drink to his mouth and slurping down some delicious water. Then he added, do you not want me to call you that anymore? No, it's fine, it's just, Todomatsu shrugged. I guess I couldn't care less when it's coming from you. But there are others who just don't respect me, and this guy I'm training is one of them. So frustrating. I bet. At this time, Todomatsu received a notification from his brain chip. With a small HM. He tapped the side of his temple and opened up the home interface. From there, he went into his alerts and looked over the list. What is it? Choromatsu inquired. Looks like a new patient, the younger replied, opening up what he perceived to be a child's case file. I'm seeing a neurosurgery request for 1 ATFA. ATFA. The other frowned upon hearing this, recognizing the name. I've counseled that kid before. They were in my office last week. Oh. As Todomatsu opened up the file and looked things over, he asked Choromatsu, what were they in for? Well, their professors were expressing some concerns over their behavior in class ever since their encounter with the specimen. What specimen? You know, the human. As Choromatsu uttered these words, Todomatsu froze. He blinked once, then twice before closing his interface and looking seriously at his friend. What? Yeah, Atfa was one of the children who found the human out in the park when it was set loose, Choromatsu informed. They told me the human saved them from falling into a river. And? Growing slightly alarmed, the neurosurgeon leaned in. What did Afja say about it? They said they were struggling with feelings of empathy towards the animals since that day, said the other. They said the test specimens in the classrooms looked sad, and that they were confused about what to do with these feelings. Oh no, Choromatsu jumped from his seat to a standing position, hovering over the table with a hand holding himself up. He opened the holographic interface once more and scanned through the case file. Atfor, being in their middle years with previously perfect grading scores, has developed increasing empathy toward animals that is proving to be distracting, disruptive, and dangerous. Is suspected of setting loose 2 specimens of study from the biology classroom. Oh my god! Choromatsu felt faint. In that instant, he lost all touch with his senses and stumbled, knocking his tray of food to the floor by mistake. Choromatsu jumped into action, catching his friend in a panic. Choromatsu, are you okay? Others in the room perked up as murmurings began to rise amongst the bystanders. Meanwhile, Choromatsu used Choromatsu as leverage as he brought himself back to his feet. I just need to use the bathroom. Without giving his friend the chance to respond, Choromatsu pushed him away and hastily sped toward the break room's exit. He recklessly swung open the doors and hurried on out, calling back, "I'll be right back." Choromatsu stood among others, watching in surprise. He called back with a stuttered, "Don't be too long." And with that, the neurosurgeon was gone. Choromatsu burst into the closest restroom, racing to the sink and slumping over the countertop. He muttered to himself, fuck, repeatedly, scaring away any previous onlookers and prompting them to uncomfortably exit. Within moments he was alone, and he desperately tried to catch his breath. That child. Atfor, the one who was present with the human when he was found, it was the same child who had been accused of setting the human free to begin with, the one who was now being framed for Choromatsu's crimes. And now, Choromatsu himself was faced with the very real comeuppance of being the one to perform a lobotomy on the poor, innocent soul. What the hell was he supposed to do? What was this cruel twist of fate? He couldn't believe this was happening. With increasing anxiety, the alien dunked his primary hands into the sink below and wet them beneath a stream of water. Then, he threw a handful into his face, hoping to wake himself from this terrible nightmare. He spat and sputtered the water back into the sink as it dripped from his brow to his chin, finding that, of course, this was no dream. This was real, and this was the present moment. He had to accept that much. Atfor, you little bastard, Choromatsu breathed roughly. Why did you have to go and set a second specimen free? That's the only reason you got accused in the first place. The process of lobotomy in Horovegan culture, it wasn't pretty. Often seen as an evil necessity, the procedure involved manually cutting open the child's skull and using laser technology to rewire brain paths and neurons, resulting in often uncannily hollow personalities. It was a gruesome process, but one Choromatsu had long been desensitized to. At the end of the day, he was just doing a job that he was quite good at. This time, however, it had been a long time since the neurosurgeon felt such a visceral reaction upon hearing who his next client was, a long time, indeed. The last time it happened was when he was just a child many years ago, with the intended patient being one Choromatsu. How had he pulled it off? To be honest, he truly did try his best, though the results weren't perfect. He hadn't so much as fixed the counselor's empathy so much as he changed the boy's personality entirely. Choromatsu, he hadn't always been the excitable, blissfully dim-witted fool he now was. And no amount of time could heal the immense guilt he felt for it. NNG. He couldn't do this anymore. This job, this line of work, he was unfortunately, intimately aware of how fucked up these practices were. He always did his best to remove himself emotionally from each client, and doing so usually worked to an extent. But having to now perform an undeserved surgery on a child who wasn't even entirely at fault. It felt so morally off. How could he be doing this to anyone regardless? It was an awful practice, and he knew at heart that he disagreed wholly with its nature. No Horovegan should have to undergo a lobotomy, and he knew it. He had seen time and time again what it did to people. It took away their agency, their emotions, the light in their eyes and their true-hearted colors. A savage practice, indeed. Then again, this was Choromatsu's job. It was just work, and he needed to get his head in the game. He needed to go through the mental gymnastics of removing himself from his practices and apply logic where emotions need not be. After all, it was an easy task, wasn't it? He had been doing it for years now, it wouldn't be so bad. And besides, it wasn't like he could opt out of this task. Just how suspicious would it look if he were to argue against it, even in the slightest? No, he just needed to do his job. Today was like any other day, and Atfor was like any other client, period. Was he, though? Choromatsu let out a small, frustrated sigh. He then tapped the side of his temple and opened up his holographic interface, scanning through his applications before finding the encrypted messaging system he often used to communicate with his allies. Then, he scanned through the profiles in his contacts. He looked between the top names and weighed his options for a moment, hesitating. Finally, he tapped on the name of one of the other administrators. He just needed someone to talk to give him an outside perspective and some reassurance. He just needed a few minutes. With a beep, the call request went through. Choromatsu, what's up? Hey Opfen, the pink-hearted alien kept his tone hushed, his voice faint and broken. I just need to talk to someone. Oh. The Horovagan on the other end hummed thoughtfully. Did something happen? Kind of, Choromatsu let slip a little groan, bringing his fingers to his wispy hair in distress. I was just assigned a new patient. And I don't know what to do about it. A new patient, huh? Take a wild guess who it is. Oh. There was a brief silence as the receiver of the call thought for a moment. Oh. The younger admin gave another sigh. Yeah. So then, that child, the one who was taken into custody for setting the specimens loose, they've been scheduled a session with you, eh? Opfen, I don't know if I can do this, Choromatsu told the other in an almost pleading tone. I don't think I have the heart to. This kid did nothing wrong and is taking the fall for my own actions. How am I supposed to go and turn this poor kid's life around with a lobotomy and pretend I had nothing to do with it? Choromatsu. These surgeries, they change people, he went on, hardly stopping to listen to the other. I've seen it over and over and over again. Nobody deserves them, no one. And here I am, expected to perform one on an innocent. Atfa's entire life is going to be turned upside down because of something they didn't even do, while I get off scot-free. Doesn't something about this seem off? Isn't this really messed up? Choromatsu. Again, the younger spouted on without fail. How can you expect me not to feel guilty about this? This is all my fault. This is going to follow the kid for the rest of their life, and I don't know what to do about it. Look. The admin on the other end gave a small sigh. You need to stop overthinking this, Choromatsu. Everything that's happening right now is out of our control. The way I see it, you only have two options: perform the surgery, or turn yourself in. The latter would put our entire organization at risk, and you'd likely be put to death. There's no other way around this, you have to go through with it. Period. But, Choromatsu's shoulders sank as he was given the answer he didn't want to hear. Can't I just, I don't know, botch the surgery? You know, pretend I removed the kid's ability to empathize while really doing as little harm as possible? You're being ridiculous. You know how obvious it would be if you did that. Then. The young Matsu formed a determined glare. Then, what if we recruit the kid? Excuse me? Yeah. He nodded to himself as he built himself up with this new idea. What if I botch the surgery, and we let the kid join us? That could work, right? You're kidding, right? The other huffed. This child is in too deep with the indoctrination. We can't risk the entire organization on one kid. I know we usually search for members from a younger age, but... Choromatsu, it's not going to work. You know how our recruiting process goes, and you know it's not as simple as asking a child to join our super-secret, mysterious organization. It's incredibly risky, and it would be far too easy for the child to report back to a trusted friend, professor, or higher up. Opfen paused before adding, like I said, we can't risk the entire organization for the sake of one kid. But, further did the alien's shoulders sink. I know you feel bad. I get it, I really do, the admin tried to empathize. But you have to think rationally here. This is all a blessing for you. You made a mistake, and there were consequences, yes, but your life isn't going to end. So, do the right thing for the organization, for Horovagan society as a whole, and do your job. Okay. I just don't know. When is the surgery scheduled, anyway? Opfen inquired. Soon, Choromatsu breathed. Very soon. Tomorrow, actually. I see. The admin on the other end hummed, then said, look, just try to take care of yourself, okay? Put yourself back into that working mindset and just remove yourself from the situation mentally. Otherwise, you're going to wear yourself out. But, whatever you do, do not botch this surgery. Please, for your own sake and for all of ours as well, go through with it without question. Don't be suspicious about it either, okay? I think I'm going to talk to an elder about this too, he declared. I just want to cover all my bases, all my options. Go for it. But they're going to tell you the same thing. Thanks for your advice. I'll update you as things go. Anytime. Take care. With that, Choromatsu ended the call. Then, without hesitation, he went back to his contacts list. The alien scrolled through until he found the elder in the organization that he felt most comfortable with, the one he was least afraid of, not to say he was particularly afraid of any of them. After all, the administrators and elders in his organization were far different from the higher-ups and leaders in their culture and society. Unlike them, his elders were not to be feared, but simply respected. He found his favorite superior and began initiating a call request. With a beep, it was sent. It took a few minutes for the elder to answer. Perhaps, Choromatsu thought, they were quite busier than the average Horovegan worker. Eventually though, the elder did answer, and Choromatsu was quick to greet. Hi, he called to them. Rinsel. Hello, Choromatsu, the elder greeted. What information do you have? Not information, Choromatsu shook his head. But just a tiny little question. Shoot. See, I have a, dilemma, the younger mumbled meekly. Just a little one, nothing to be alarmed about. But it is a big concern for me, on a personal and a, moral level. Is it about Atfa? Ah, so, you heard about it, said the pink-hearted alien. You forget, I'm good friends with the head correctional officer on Atra, the elder reminded. So yes, I heard about it. I heard about your situation, and I think I know what you've called to tell me. I just don't know if I can do it, elder, Choromatsu whined, discouraged. I don't know if I can perform a lobotomy on an innocent child when I know it was me who set that human loose. Choromatsu, my advice to you is this, they began. You must do whatever it takes to save our organization and, by extension, save our society from corruption. Even if this means sacrificing your own clear conscience in performing the surgery. But, again, the neurosurgeon was disheartened by the answer he was receiving. I'm not just sacrificing my spiritual needs, I'm sacrificing someone else's right to have a fulfilling life. And this one sacrifice will keep us from crumbling beneath the power, Rinsel insisted. You can't falter in this task, you must be decisive. Do you understand? I guess, Choromatsu frowned. I can't sit and discuss this further with you, as I've got a lot on my plate right now, said the elder. But, please, for everyone's sake, don't try to be selfless at this time. It's only going to ultimately cause harm. Go through with the procedure, and do not mess it up. Okay. Yes, elder. Very good. Good luck. And at that moment, the transmission was cut. Choromatsu sighed and shut off his holographic interface, left to stare at his own reflection in the mirror. So, it seemed like that was his only option. The other admins and elders alike all expected Choromatsu to perform the lobotomy on this child, just as he was supposed to do. At this point, he really didn't have a say in the matter, did he? Choromatsu gave a deep breath, allowing his racing mind to cease its bustling. Then, he closed his eyes and felt as the remaining few droplets of water dripped from his skin. For a few minutes, he took it slow and simply breathed. Hello. Toti. There was a knock at the bathroom door following a familiar voice calling out. Choromatsu perked up and quickly adjusted his body language, diminishing any apparent anxiety in his demeanor. Then, he hurried over and opened the door, only to be greeted by a timidly smiling Choromatsu. Hey, Choromatsu uttered. You doing okay? Choromatsu looked at his friend for a long time, unable to come up with a proper response at first. He hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, he tried to smile. I'm all right. What happened? I'll tell you about it later, Choromatsu told him dismissively. For now, I think our breaks are just about up. You ready to go back? Choromatsu looked his best friend up and down, only slightly suspicious. Then, he shrugged. Yeah, I guess I am. Let's walk together, shall we? Okay. And so with that, the two alien friends exited the faculty building and made their way back to work. Intermission. It was inside the dimly lit grounds of the life support room. The energy was low and red, burning with passion and aggravation as the new behaviorist stood before two vats with doors open. Snuggled uncomfortable inside were Osomatsu and Choromatsu, their hands and feet bound with tubes down their throats. Neither could speak, as the behaviorist had already placed the inky prints over their mouths in order to seal their lips shut over the feeding tubes. It was bright and early in the morning, and the humans were already being treated like nothing more than bags of flesh for study. This time around, Ichimatsu was absent as he had a seminar to attend, according to the behaviorist, anyway. So, it was just the three. Not for long, of course, as Osomatsu and Choromatsu were about to be left alone to feed for a few hours. As the behaviorist stood before the humans, he slowly shook his head in disapproval, tutting the two who sent glares his way. "It's not fun being hooked up to all this machinery and force-fed, is it?" he asked as if he were speaking down to a punished toddler. "Being restrained and now allowed to speak. It's a shame you still refuse to cooperate. All of this can be avoided the moment you start eating on your own accord." The alien glanced between the two, who did nothing but stare in irk. He then formed a pitiful smile. "Come now, don't look at me like that," he told them. "This is your own fault, you know. You humans need to learn that there are going to be consequences for acting defiant and not submitting to our rule." He leaned in, looking upon the animals gently. "We will take care of you," he said. "You will be fed and kept warm and safe, so long as you obey. Take this time to think about the blessings that come with your new life. You should be grateful. No predators, no competition, all the love and attention you could ask for, all you have to do is behave. Think about it." With this, the abhorrent other stood straight and tall with hands placed formally behind his back. "I'll leave you two to feed," he nodded goodbye, closing the doors to the vats and setting the machines to automatically begin filling with liquid. Osomatsu and Choromatsu let out a frustrated sigh in unison, feeling as the liquid began seeping up their ankles. It was soon to reach above their heads, and just like before, they were to breathe through the air provided to them via the atmospheric processor in their neckbands. It was becoming a tiresome ritual, this feeding, and already neither could wait to be freed. Unfortunately, they were going to have to be patient, as there was nothing they could do but rest their eyes. How cruel. As the behaviorist turned his body and began taking steps toward the room's exit, he quickly stumbled and stopped himself in surprise. "Oh," he uttered. Then, growing a surprised expression, he exclaimed, "Ah." Without wasting a second, the behaviorist went about transforming back into his tall Horovagan form, as before him approached three entities of significant and alarming status. He was small beneath their gaze, perceiving their terrifying yet respectable auras now encapsulating the atmosphere of the room. Their presence even caught the attention of the two humans. But, little did they know, these three individuals were of powerful positions. The first, leading the other two, was the head of animal behavioral studies, in other words, the behaviorist and Choromatsu's long-forgotten higher-up. The second was the head correctional officer from the corrections agency, and the third, to the behaviorist's fearful dismay, was one of his leaders. "My superiors," the frail alien greeted respectfully with a bow. "We are here for the human specimens," announced the higher-up, speaking down to his subordinate. "The humans?" The other could only utter, cocking his head in bewilderment. With an ice-cold glint in his eyes, the higher-up commanded of the other, "Leave us be. This is a private matter, and you need not be present." "Why?" "Yes, sir," the lowly behaviorist practically whispered, the tension apparent in his shoulders. Then, without wasting another moment, he scurried past them, failing terribly to maintain a calm and collected demeanor. Scuffling away, he didn't dare look back and instead exited the room with panicked haste. With the behaviorist now absent and the doors sealed shut, the three Horovagan entities stopped before the two vats within which the humans were imprisoned. To their surprise, the rising liquidy goop filling their pods stopped rising, only to drain within seconds. Then, the unrecognized aliens opened the vat doors and used a towel to remove the inky black substance over their mouths. With their mouths now freed, Osomatsu and Choromatsu took a moment swishing and smacking their lips, licking at the ghost presence of the sticky substance. As they did so, Osomatsu looked up at the higher-up, analyzing him and testing his own recognition skills. He wondered to himself if this was someone he knew, as the face did seem a bit familiar. This creature, this alien entity, it stood tall, dare he say, slightly taller than Choromatsu. Over twice his height did these Horovagans tower, and somehow it seemed slightly more intimidating this time. Perhaps, he thought, it was the feel of the moment. Three aliens appeared out of nowhere and, in Osomatsu's eyes, practically made the behaviorist shit his pants scampering away. They were tall, perhaps older in age, and walked quite formally over. There wasn't a hint of tension apparent in their body language, as they appeared wholly calm and confident. From context clues, Osomatsu could easily tell these were superiors of sorts. What's going on? The man mumbled to his companion, not daring to take his eyes off the aliens before him. No idea, Choromatsu responded, he too eyeing the entities with caution. With the doors to their vats open and naked bodies splayed and tugged into a vulnerable position, the humans couldn't help but to feel a hint of intimidation before the creatures. If anything were to happen, they had no defense against it. Who were they? Why were they here? Were they in trouble? Were things about to get painful? The first to make a move was the head correctional officer. It knelt before Choromatsu, looking him in the eyes menacingly. Then, it leaned in and, without any forewarning, stole a kiss. Choromatsu, having experienced this phenomenon quite a few times now, felt less alarmed by the situation knowing the three were about to shift into a familiar form they could communicate with. At the same time, the leader took Osomatsu by the chin and also engaged in the process, soon to transform with the higher-up following behind. At this time, all three Horovegan entities were now in human form. Before Osomatsu and Choromatsu stood three comprehensible people, the first of which was, of course, the strongly hated head of animal behavioral studies. With his long hair and cold stare, his age appearing to be middle if not older, he looked down at the humans formally. Oh! As Osomatsu laid eyes on Choromatsu's higher-up, he formed an irked look about him. It's this guy again. This guy and also. Choromatsu tilted his head to peer beyond the higher-up and eye those two beside him. One of them, the correctional officer, had dark brown hair and appeared to be about the same age as the higher-up, perhaps in his late 40s or 50s. He had an incredibly strict aura to him, his eyes narrow and gaze piercing. An average military sergeant, in Choromatsu's eyes. Meanwhile, the individual to the higher-up's right, one of the Horovegan leaders, appeared slightly younger, perhaps in her 30s. This was the human's first time perceiving a Horovegan who naturally preferred a female cover, as others typically mimicked the gender of those they appeared before. Her hair was long and straight, dark with large, beautiful eyes looking out beneath her short bangs. Overall, she harbored a significantly less intimidating appearance, though her expression and body language made clear she was of high status. This leader, she stared into the eyes of Choromatsu thoughtfully, looking him over with intrigue as she processed the shift in vocabulary. Meanwhile, the correctional officer brought a surprised hand to his lips, bewildered by the newly acquired language's complexities. The higher-up simply allowed each to process, patiently awaiting their reactions. Millimeter, the leader hummed thoughtfully, not taking her eyes off of Choromatsu for a moment. Then, she turned to the higher-up. It's just as you said. This is quite the complex language. Quite the complex language indeed. These humans have the capacity to indulge in treacherous doings with our people, and it is our responsibility to determine if it has already happened, and if it will remain a risk factor in the future, declared the other. I agree. This language, this human language, she pursed her lips. Worrisome. Shall I get started with the questioning? Yes, proceed, she nodded. All right. The higher-up cleared his throat before stepping forward, looking down at those contained in the vats. Human specimens A and B. We have some questions for you. Osomatsu and Choromatsu glanced to one another, perplexed and perhaps a bit suspicious upon being so directly confronted. Then, without wasting another second, Osomatsu looked back up at the alien with irk in his eyes, sending a quip in hopes of a reaction. No, sorry, we can't answer any questions, he spouted loudly. Choromatsu and I are just dumb animals, remember? Hell, what's a question? I dunno. Raising a brow, the higher-up scowled with a, you want to play these games with me now? I mean, you expect us to want to have a decent conversation with you while Choromatsu and I are strapped in a vat with feeding tubes down our throats? Osomatsu gave a single laugh. Yeah, no, we're animals, so we can't cooperate. Choromatsu glared at the aliens, a little less humorous than his human friend. You can't treat us like dirt and then expect us to want to say a damn thing to you, he stated impatiently. Whatever questions you have, you can shove up your ass, Osomatsu remarked. We're not saying a thing until we see Choromatsu. Not until we see Choromatsu, Choromatsu agreed. Choromatsu? The higher-up looked down upon the humans with a sly glimmer in his eyes. That's interesting, because that's exactly who I wanted to ask you about. Now it was Osomatsu's turn to raise a brow. You want to ask us about him? He repeated in confusion. Choromatsu frowned, eyes wide with lips shut tight. Choromatsu's higher-up was here with a few others, and he wanted to inquire about him. What for? What possible interest could the higher-up have in Choromatsu, especially considering they already fired the guy? Allow me to proceed with the formalities, as I know you humans are rather particular about that, the head of behavioral studies announced. Then, he gestured the alien to his left. This is the correctional officer, and he will be here as a witness. And here. Now, the higher-up gestured to the woman on his right, the cold-hearted beauty staring without so much as a blink. This is one of our 10 Horovegan leaders, of whom guide the entirety of our society, he went on. She is the most highly regarded and respected individual you will ever have the honor of laying your eyes upon. With a glare, he added, if you truly want to be seen by us as people, you will first begin by treating those before you with respect. Understood. Choromatsu glanced Osomatsu's way, curious to see if he shared the same surprise as himself. Looking upon this other human, he could see that Osomatsu didn't appear fearful, nor taken aback by any means. Instead, he stared blankly for a moment, looking the leader up and down as if taking in every aspect of her figure. Then, finally, he spoke. Damn girl, you know CPR? Choromatsu shot Osomatsu a sharp glare, hissing the man's name in response to his unwarranted pickup line. Osomatsu. 'Cause you just took my breath away. Shut up. The younger of the two stared him down with the look of 1,000 daggers, scolding him through teeth clenched. Then, he turned to the leader with a meekly apologetic smile. Sorry about that. He just means you look, well, incredibly intelligent and capable. Aha. Attempting to remedy their first impression before the Horovegan leader, Choromatsu cleared his throat and began with his own introduction. My name is Choromatsu, and, as humans, we are incredibly honored to stand before an extraterrestrial of such high status. We humbly acknowledge your presence, he told them. Osomatsu cocked his head and squinted expectantly. And your names are? You do not need to know our names, the higher-up told him. It will not be beneficial to our session here today. Session, hey. Choromatsu wrinkled his brow in concern. So, you do plan on interrogating us? What for? You guys already fired the guy, what more could you need to know about Choromatsu? Osomatsu questioned. We are investigating a few potential breaches of security, involving some of your prior interactions with the ex-behaviorist Choromatsu, explained the alien higher-up. It is in your best interest to cooperate, and be as open and honest as possible in answering our questions. Breaches of security. The blue Matsu frowned at this, wondering to himself. He had the smallest suspicion on what they could be talking about, and it made him grow wary. And? Osomatsu imprudently asked his question. What do we get if we cooperate? What do you get? Yeah, what's the incentive here? He pressed. Why the hell would we want to do anything for the people who enslaved us in this damn facility for testing purposes? I see, the other breathed. You want incentives. Then, what about your very freedom? Osomatsu opened his mouth to argue, but before he could, he instinctively did a double take. Blinking a few times, he was clearly quite taken aback by the claim. Say what now? He asked, astonished. In exchange for sufficient information on Choromatsu and his past behaviors, we will offer to you your escape from this planet, from our care, and from our eyes, the higher-up averred. You will be returned home as if none of this ever happened. You will be reunited with your families and allowed to continue living your blissful lives on planet Earth, as human people. What do you say to that? In this moment, Osomatsu and Choromatsu's expressions dropped. They both turned to one another and sent the other a look of surprise, of melancholy and of hope. Their eyes twinkled from even the possibility that they may see home again, and for a moment, neither could say a word. For a moment, there were no words to even say, as their broken spirits longed too much for their old lives. Was it really a possibility? Could it really be? Osomatsu's gaze was slowly drawn back to the superiors before him, his expression serious. Gradually, it grew a hint of suspicion as well. I call your bluff, he declared. Oh. Yeah, no, there's no way you'd just let us go after everything. I don't buy it. It's like Choromatsu said, you guys own us, legally, biologically, morally, and so on. The higher-up hummed, displeased. Choromatsu has had many interesting conversations with you, hasn't he? Unless you can prove to us, without a doubt, that you're going to send us home, then we're not talking, Osomatsu told the aliens. The higher-up didn't respond to this, instead opting to glance to his leader for guidance. HMPH. The leader formed a grin, finally speaking in her delicately feminine voice. You humans are pretty sneaky, aren't you? Heh. Choromatsu uttered. It takes a weasel to be able to sniff one out, you know, she sneered. So, is that an admission of guilt? He questioned. It's a simple acknowledgement of the way you humans think, said the leader. Then, she looked them in the eyes seriously, still harboring her small grin. If we could prove to you freedom is in your grasp, would you be willing to cooperate? The humans hesitated for a long time, allowing this offer to sink in alongside its very dubious nature. Then, Choromatsu looked up gravely. Just how much trouble is Choromatsu in? He asked. We'll have an idea by the end of our conversation here today, answered the higher-up. And? What are you going to do to him if something we say sticks out? That should be none of your concern. Choromatsu's frown turned more apprehensive. Well, it kind of is a concern, he told him. The leader jumped in and said, you have quite the bond with your ex-behaviorist, don't you? Look, you can't expect us to answer questions that might ultimately harm our friend. We're not going to comply if it hurts him. Even for your freedom, Tilda? She practically sang. Well. Choromatsu stuttered with an uncertain grimace, wishing to fight this absurd claim of reimbursement but finding himself too weak to. After all, his desire to be set free was so powerful it hurt. He could feel the longing aching in his chest. Despite such a reward's irrationality, he couldn't help but to hope there was truth to it. Then again, did he truly want to have to make such a decision? Finally, Choromatsu turned to look Osomatsu's way. Osomatsu looked back, harboring a desperate and hopeful expression tainted with somber melancholy. He was clearly torn as well. He hesitated, then glanced to the leader with a question. See, can we talk about it first? The man suggested. You know, discuss it, privately. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to do that, as it puts the purity of your responses at risk, the higher-up told them. Well, what kinds of questions do you have? The other asked, hoping to test out the waters a bit. As I said, we are investigating a very particular breach of security, and would like to ask you some specific questions regarding a person of interest and a recent event that took place. Oh. Osomatsu hummed, cocking his head curiously. Meanwhile, Choromatsu could only frown as small droplets of sweat began to swell from his pores in anxiety. So, they are here for that, it seems, the man thought to himself nervously. This isn't good. Choromatsu has told us in detail about some seriously taboo topics. Just how much trouble could he get in if his leaders managed to squeeze something out of us? The elder of the two humans folded his arms thoughtfully, looking up as he weighed their options dumbly. As he did so, the higher-up huffed impatiently. How about this, he offered. Let's ease our way into questioning. If we are satisfied with the answers you've provided us by the end of this session, we will grant you your freedom. But for now, why don't we get to know each other a bit better? You humans are social creatures after all, and long for kinship and interaction. Osomatsu sent an untrusting glare and said, I still don't believe that you guys have any intention on letting us go. Then, he leaned in with a coy smile. But sure, we'll play your game. For now, anyway. Let's talk. Osomatsu, Choromatsu called worriedly, though his pleas were ignored. Yes, let's, the higher-up grinned. The second eldest looked to Osomatsu sternly, speaking a little louder this time. I don't think we should be doing this. He turned back to the higher-up and asked him, are you going to be hurting Choromatsu again? We will be doing what is necessary to correct and punish past behaviors that we find harmful and unproductive, the alien replied. Don't worry about Choromatsu for now, cooed the leader. We'll get to him in a bit. For now, tell us about yourselves. Allow us to get to know you too as breathing entities, as living creatures capable of such complex communication. Osomatsu looked skeptically between the two. Well. It was clear he was hesitant, and he didn't like his friend looking at him with so much worry. But, what harm could some simple small talk bring? He was sure it'd be fine. I guess I can start, he finally said. The leader bent down to his level and smiled genuinely at him. What is your name, small human? She inquired in her gentle tone. I'm Osomatsu, the man introduced himself. I'm 22 years old, and my favorite color is red, I guess. It's a pleasure to officially make your acquaintance, Osomatsu, beamed the leader. Have you any hobbies or favorite pastimes? I guess I like reading magazines. And gambling can be pretty fun. Otherwise, I love hanging out with friends and downing a cold one every now and then. Sounds like you have a very engaging lifestyle, she noted. You're an extrovert driven by excitement and spontaneity, and you're someone who's fueled merely by your passion for living. Your primary style of processing conflicts is tied to your feelings and emotions rather than logic and rationality. You're a people person, and you're a social leader. You start trends. You inspire others. You're fashionable. Yet, you're very practical too, aren't you? You don't struggle with fantasies or daydreams, and your head is nowhere near the clouds. You're very strong-willed and stubborn, but also intelligent. Perhaps a little too intelligent. You thrive around people, but alone? You wither. You crumble and shrink without the support of your social circle. The leader's gaze deepened. It's a good thing you have Specimen B to keep you company, isn't it? Osomatsu was slightly stunned at first, swallowing hard as these words were spoken so eloquently. You're spot on, he mumbled in shock. Choromatsu raised a brow. You got all that just from hearing about his crippling codependency and drinking problem? Hey! The leader stood back tall, towering over the humans with a smile. I've been doing this for a long time. Reading people, evaluating personalities, gauging levels of intelligence. She grinned. You humans aren't as complicated as you think. Then, what can you say about me? Choromatsu challenged. The Horovegan leader leaned in close once more, lifting the man's face by the chin and analyzing his eyes. She gave a small hum as she looked him over carefully. You're quite different from your human companion, aren't you? A little less socially extravagant, yes, you hide your feathers a bit more modestly. Your humility and compassion for others makes it quite difficult for you to stand up for yourself, and you often find yourself to be the butt of others' teasing. Despite this, you're quite artistically and emotionally intelligent, much more than Osomatsu. You search for the quiet aesthetics in life rather than the rambunctious travails. Your sincerity and blind trust in others creates vulnerability, and with it you take both the good and the bad with arms open wide. A people person, no, but a people pleaser is what you are. You're unrealistic in your endeavors, an idealist at heart. Am I wrong so far? It's impressive. Choromatsu fumbled over his words as he said this, quite taken aback. The leader let go and stood up straight. You humans have quite the vibrant personalities, don't you? It's interesting to see. She cocked her head and proceeded to ask, do you two consider each other good friends, despite having such diverse temperaments? Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked to each other curiously. Yeah, I'd say so, Osomatsu answered. We've been through a lot together since we've been here. So, I guess you could say we've bonded. Besides, it's not like anyone else would understand how awful it's been. Not even Ichimatsu or Choromatsu? Especially not them. The man exclaimed. They could never understand the hell we've been through. The hell your people have put us through. I mean, look at us. We're naked and restrained in these giant vats with tubes down our throat. And you guys are over here trying to have a normal conversation with us as if it's nothing. The leader looked him up and down. You're distressed to be in this state before us, aren't you? Is it not obvious? I suppose it can't be helped, she sighed. After all, it must be demeaning for you to be held hostage in such a manner. Yeah. Osomatsu glared skeptically at the other. It is. The higher-up jumped back into the conversation at this time, continuing with the questioning. Earlier, Specimen, he cleared his throat and corrected himself. Choromatsu expressed that Choromatsu was your friend. So is this not true, then? It's complicated with that guy, Osomatsu shrugged. Why is that? Well, for one, his. Osomatsu. Choromatsu interrupted, looking to his friend seriously. I really don't think we should be answering any more of their questions. Why such hesitation, Choromatsu? Asked the leader. The man glared deeply at her. I think you've been actively studying us from afar, haven't you? He declared in an accusatory tone. Keeping an eye on us along with Choromatsu, as well. The truth is, you're scared, aren't you? Scared that Choromatsu has been right all along in how intelligent humans stand against your own. You're scared our intellect rivals that of an average Horovegan, and because of this, your entire, cult-like empire could crumble and fall. You were never going to set us free simply because it was immoral to study us in this manner. Instead, you panicked and removed Choromatsu from his position entirely. Now you're looking for reasons to punish him, and potentially us as well. With a big huff, Choromatsu turned to Osomatsu as he finished his spiel. You're right, they're never going to let us go. Not in a million years. After all, I think we're too much of a threat. The leader, staring blinklessly at the human, let slip a discouraged grunt. Her expression faltered into a grave frown as he had said these words, and her energy seemed to darken. Meanwhile, the higher-up stepped closer and leaned in. You seem pretty educated on the way our society works, from the setup of our studies to even the title of which our species is categorized under, he remarked curiously. I assume Choromatsu has been quite informative in that regard. You're not going to set us free, and you're not going to work in Choromatsu's best interest, Choromatsu declared. So, neither Osomatsu nor I have anything more to say to you. Period. You're really making this difficult, aren't you? The leader snarled. The higher-up glanced his superior's way. Permission to shift our method of interrogation? He inquired. Not yet. I want to talk just a little longer. Leaning in, she challenged the second eldest through eye contact, her gaze piercing and fiery. What do you think you know of our society? As a foreign creature, you couldn't comprehend any of it. Nothing will open your eyes to the centuries of hard work, passion, and dedication that has built our culture. You don't know our history, nor do you respect it, clearly. You don't know our drive, or the way we've perfected a society. You could never understand, and it is in gross ignorance that you argue. History? Culture? Society? None of it matters. Choromatsu let slip a frustrated huff. None of it matters if you're unjustly harming or oppressing others. We have a just goal as a people, and you will never understand. Maybe it started out just and moral, but over time it became twisted and corrupt. Choromatsu, Osomatsu, and we're all just trying to survive and make the best of our circumstances. Choromatsu did nothing but express a bit of empathy towards us, and you've already gone and taken away his livelihood. Even now, you come to us hoping to find further evidence to use to discredit and incriminate him. Was giving us a little bit of compassion really such a treacherous thing for him to do? Our pursuit towards the great truth stretches far beyond the trivial rights of a single opposer, the leader went on to argue. Sacrifices sometimes need to be made in order to save many. Potential salvation isn't salvation when it comes to the rights of other living beings, Choromatsu proclaimed. My sources say otherwise. The leader breathed in, looking down pitifully at the creature who dared speak up to her. My human friend, I am a leader amongst billions. I receive knowledge from every ends of the solar system and beyond. Every scientific field reports back to me, and it is their information and findings that I study and become intimately familiar with in hopes of developing an answer for our philosophical pursuits. I know many truths and secrets you could never fathom nor comprehend, and I can tell you now that we as a people are close. We are very close, and existence beyond this mortal life is so much greater than you can imagine. You just need to see it for yourself to understand. I suppose we'll agree to disagree, then, Choromatsu frowned. You think harming others in pursuit of this great truth is worth it, and I don't. Sure, I don't know everything that you do. I don't know what comes after this life. I don't know where we go when we die, and neither does Osomatsu. And honestly, I don't think you're as close to figuring it out as you say you are. I really, really don't. Believe what you will, said the leader. But know that you are in the wrong. As I said, you simply cannot understand the complexities of what's at stake here. I think what's at stake is your perceived power and control over a people who hold your same status. This has nothing to do with power nor control, she claimed. And, these outrageous theologies is why you humans are proving to be so dangerous to the naive and uninformed, the weak-minded and fragile, such as Choromatsu. You preach that we as a people are harming those who oppose us, but this reality you claim as truth is inherently incorrect. I would never endorse the harming of one of my own unless they posed a real danger to what I know is just. Hard disagree, Choromatsu shook his head. Let's take a look at which group here is lobotomizing children. Those are strong words you're throwing out with little care, sighed the leader, shaking her head as well. Perfecting children early on is a good thing. It keeps our society safe and ideals in tune with one another. What about executing those you deem defective? Ridding our society of wasteful and useless lives. Lives that would soon grow to endanger other lives and harm our society and our youth. Implanting brain chips into everyone at birth. Utilizing advanced technology to create ease and communication through everyday use. Functioning on cult-like societal classes where leaders work as a dictatorship. Implementing a select, trusted few to govern, guide, and protect, as to avoid absolute chaos and war. Corporal punishments where you actually inflict bodily harm alongside mental degradation? Correcting harmful and malfunctioning behavior for the sake of reducing criminal count to zero in our society? Sacrificing a whole fleet of workers just to save your own skin? The leader grinned at this. Whenever have we done such a thing? She asked. You know exactly when you've done such a thing, growled the human. It was when you. Slowly, Choromatsu's eyes went wide as his mouth snapped shut. He bit his tongue as he realized the gravity of his words, as he'd perhaps been digging for points much too powerful. When we what, Choromatsu? Pressed the other. I. The man turned to Osomatsu, appearing quite frazzled as the panic in his chest grew. This, he remembered, was the exact point of contention these three aliens wanted to question them about. That's why they were here, not just for Choromatsu but for the Kalilana. He was going to have to tread carefully. When you, Choromatsu began to sweat once more, staring down anxiously in avoidance. I mean, it was obvious to us humans that. The higher-up stepped closer, leaning in until he was mere inches from Choromatsu's face. His glare could pierce diamond, and it sent shivers up the man's spine. Please, tell us more, Choromatsu. I would love to hear everything you have to say about this recent event. Osomatsu, help. Osomatsu frowned as he heard his close friend's cries, and decided to jump in with what he perceived would be the best words to say. Well we knew about you sacrificing your entire fleet. The eldest spouted. And that has nothing to do with Choromatsu or his interactions with us, it's because Choromatsu found your secret little safe room. And, did you tell this to Choromatsu? The higher-up asked, peering over at the red Matsu. Oh, of course we didn't. He was too brainwashed, he thought the predator attack was just a gas leak. Osomatsu claimed. Who said anything about a predator? Sneered the other. The book. Choromatsu jumped back into the conversation, anxiously babbling just as Osomatsu was. I found a book about the Kal, about it, and I saw that it was your predator. And none of this was communicated to Choromatsu? Nope, none of it. Is that so? The leader stood back straight and looked over at his leader with a knowing grin. So? He inquired. Is this sufficient evidence for us to proceed with our next target of interrogation? The leader stood still, staring out into space for a moment as she considered. It's still a serious crime you're accusing of Choromatsu, but I must agree, this entire conversation has proven to be quite worrisome. These humans know too much. They know far too much. Their knowledge exceeds even that of the average Horovegan, and it is alarming. Without hesitation, the leader shifted from her native tongue to that of the humans and proceeded to inquire. Dare I request you humans tell me of your experience during the unfortunate event that took place on that ship? No, Choromatsu huffed. Osomatsu and I are done talking. We won't be answering any more questions, and that's final. I see. Then, it seems we are done here. The alien smiled at the humans genuinely. You two have been very helpful to our case, and we appreciate your cooperation. For now, we shall bid you farewell and leave you to feed. Choromatsu frowned seriously. And, Choromatsu? He will be taken care of, don't you worry. With that, the leader began to transform, followed by the correctional officer. Before the higher-up could follow, Osomatsu piped up for one more question. And, our freedom? The higher-up held his stoic expression and replied, you were right, we were bluffing. And with that, he too shape-shifted back into his natural form. From there, the higher-up placed back over their mouths the black, inky substance to seal their lips shut before closing the vat doors. Then, with the sound of a mechanical hum, liquid began to fill the chambers. The three aliens left, and alone were the humans once more, now left to sit and dwell on the terrible mistake they made of saying anything beyond hello to the Horovegan leader. As the higher-up, the correctional officer, and the leader walked through the facility on planet Claustra, the leader spoke one last remark to the higher-up. From this point onward, I do not want anyone speaking to the humans until further notice, she commanded. The behaviorist currently assigned their case is to be promptly removed and reassigned another client. Meanwhile, the doctor is to attend seminars while we investigate these matters further. Do not let him near the human specimens again. Understood. The higher-up nodded. Understood. Intermission. End chapter 36. Chapter 37, Detainment of the Defective. At this time, Todomatsu was ready to enter the pre-op room. At Choromatsu's side, a nurse stood readying themselves by doing a couple last-minute reviews of their notes on the poor child about to be surgically worked on. Meanwhile, the neurosurgeon himself looked over a device which had descended from above. It was a bulky, cylindrical mechanism that rotated on a horizontal axis, providing dozens of tools for Choromatsu needed for surgery to take place. There were scalpels, probes, scanners, lasers and scissors, everything he needed to make for a productive procedure. The room itself seemed standard for medical practices and included a surgery table, a sink, many bright, adjustable lights, and a viewing room on the other side of a one-way window. Of course, Choromatsu was efficient enough in his line of work to not need supervision anymore. The only company he required was the nurse, and that was just to keep an eye on the vitals of the patient. Any other assistance needed was provided through the AI and technology embedded within the operating room. It was to be a quick, clean, and effective surgery with no hurdles nor concern. As the nurse finished looking over their notes, they spoke up. "You ready?" they asked of Choromatsu, hardly looking up at him. "Yeah," he nodded in response. "Let's go greet the patient." The notes were put away and both individuals started towards the door leading into the pre-op room. As they approached, Choromatsu couldn't help but to feel a twinge of anxiety and guilt in his chest for what he was about to do. He couldn't afford looking nervous or even the slightest bit hesitant, as doing so would bring about an ocean of suspicion from his superiors. No, he had to go into this with a poker face and keep his calm and professional demeanor about him. Despite this faux exterior, however, Choromatsu was still very much a guilt-ridden ruin. The last time he'd felt so much anxiety performing an operation on an individual was when he botched Choromatsu's surgery as a child, and it still haunted him to this day. Now, he was performing a lobotomy on someone who was completely innocent, at least, for the most part. And, worst of all, it was all his fault, and he wasn't getting even a smidgen of repercussions. How awful, he thought. The nurse placed their hand on the door and opened it up, and in entered the two professionals. There, sitting on a bed was a single, young entity, knees curled to their chest with a solemn look about them. Their body language screamed anxiety kept under wrap for fear of worsening their charges, and it was devastating to say the least. Upon hearing their door open, the child looked up sadly at the neurosurgeon and the nurse. Although the nurse kept their amicable yet unfazed expression, Choromatsu couldn't help but to wince. It truly broke him seeing this child mentally preparing for such a life-altering experience. "Good morning," the nurse greeted with the alien equivalent of a friendly smile. "How are you feeling, Atfa?" For a moment, the child said nothing. Then, they opened their mouth and, dismissing the greeting entirely, went on to ask, "Is it going to hurt?" "Not at all." Sitting in a chair beside the bed upon which Atfa sat, the nurse looked them in the eyes earnestly. "You aren't going to feel a thing. Our medicine is pretty advanced, you know. All you're going to experience is a tiny little nap. When you wake up, you're going to be all better." "All better from?" Their eyes sank to the ground. "From my defects?" "Precisely." The other tilted their head and said, "You know, none of your actions were your fault. It's just because you're a little broken on the inside, and that's okay. We're going to make sure you're fixed right up. After this procedure, you're going to be able to live a long and happy life. You'll never struggle with compulsions nor vice ever again. You'll be able to function normally like everyone else. Doesn't that sound nice?" "Yeah," the younger breathed, still a bit wary. "Yeah, it does. This is a great thing that's happening here today," the nurse reassured, placing a hand on the child's shoulder. "Be excited, and please don't worry anymore." "Okay. All right. With that out of the way, this here is your surgeon. You can call him Choromatsu." The nurse gestured to Choromatsu, who nodded in greeting. "Hello Atfa," Choromatsu cooed, doing his best to follow the nurse's lead. "Yes, I'm going to be the one performing the procedure. Just as your nurse said, you aren't going to feel a thing. We'll induce a small sleep, and when you wake up, everything will be better. You promise?" The words got caught in Choromatsu's throat, and he found himself stuttering slightly. Yes, I promise." "Okay." Atfa let out a small sigh in saying this. Now, the nurse began. "Do you have any questions about the procedure before we get started with your vitals?" "I don't think so." In that case, they looked to the surgeon expectantly. "Choromatsu?" "On it," Choromatsu replied, turning and starting towards the cupboard. He opened it up and retrieved a plastic, hollow ball that floated upon activation. Withdrawing a long, thin tube, he attached it to the ball before filling the device using a container of saline from a nearby fridge. Then, with the 4-drip set up, he brought the hovering mechanism over to the bed where the child sat. As he handed it over to the nurse took out a scanning device used to analyze the general health of a patient. With a moving, red light, Atfa was scanned and his vitals were taken. Finally, the nurse began to insert the 4-needle into the child's primary cheladen. Atfa flinched as the needle broke skin. The nurse was quick to praise their bravery. "Wow, you did so well." They beamed. No tears, no protest, and hardly even a wince. "Yeah," the other breathed somberly. "You must be training to be a nurse with how well you handled the 4, the nurse continued to ogle. "Is that your occupation? Are you going to be a nurse like me when you grow up?" "No," they shook their head. "Not a nurse." "What are you studying to be, then?" "I'm studying to become a lead in animal behavioral studies," they told them. Choromatsu blinked upon hearing this. "A behaviorist, Just like Choromatsu." "Oh wow," embellished the nurse in excitement. "That means you get to work hands-on with all kinds of alien animals, Yeah, the smallest twinkle could be seen in the child's eye as they began to talk about their future. "One day, I'll have my first animal client, and I'll be able to shapeshift into its form and communicate directly with it. It probably won't be much more than an elementary babble, its language, that is, but speaking to an animal and learning about its behavior will be really cool." "That must be so exciting." "Yeah. I'm really excited. I'll get to learn so much, and I bet the animals will look up to me like I'm their alpha or mother." A tiny smile formed on Atfa's face. "It'll be lots of fun. It's a really exciting career path." "Oh, I bet," the nurse agreed. "Sometimes I wish I could utilize my shapeshifting abilities in my typical workday. Unfortunately, that's not my path." The child hesitated before their expression sank back down into a frown. They glanced up at the 2 adults in the room with big, worried eyes. "Will me getting this procedure affect my future?" The nurse blinked, then glanced Choromatsu's way for guidance in answering this question. Choromatsu took their cue and did a small breath in, then out. As painful as it was, the reality was that if anything, this procedure was going to make Atfa the best in their field in the worst way possible. Strict, stoic, cold, apathetic to the animal's emotional needs, this procedure was going to take away everything that made this child heartfelt, unique, and well, horovegan. Or rather, it would make them even more horovegan in the eyes of their leaders. The best kind of horovegan. A slaved robot in a way, unable to deviate from its prime directive whilst being unable to feel any intense emotional reaction to any given situation. It was cruel what Choromatsu did in his practices, and more times than not, he'd simply detached himself from his work. Of course, this time was different, and he just couldn't help but to feel for the child. As Atfa looked up at Choromatsu with those big, hopeful eyes, Choromatsu found he couldn't form an immediate answer. He paused, thinking over his response carefully before proceeding to act on insincerity. "If anything," Choromatsu began, "getting this procedure will secure it." "Really?" "It's as the nurse said," he went on, his voice monotonous as he recited a typical pre-op spiel. "You're going to be fixed, and all of your desires of vice will erode away like sand in the sea. You'll be able to perform without the troublesome distraction of empathy, and all your confusions will diminish as melting ice. You will awaken as a new horovegan, relishing in a new birth. You'll be the best in your field. Your peers, you will inspire. No more will you struggle with any form of self-loathing, and no more will your perplexities regarding morality get the better of you. Starting today, your future and career will be a tiny speck in the palm of your very own hand. You will have control, and you will utilize it. All will be good, and you will be great as your flaws are corrected efficiently and without hurdle. I promise you, Atfa, that after you awaken a few hours from now, you will be complete." These words spoken by Choromatsu seemed to strike a particular chord in the child, and a flux of inspiration washed over Atfa as they were manipulated easily by the elder. The words filled them with a sense of motivation and excitement, believing every sentiment and taking it to heart. With this, they calmed. Seeing the hope in Atfa's eyes upon being fed such lies, it really did hurt Choromatsu. But there was no use in causing his patient to panic. Regardless of what happened, he needed not feed doubt nor suspicion upon his own personage, for his own life could otherwise be in danger. He just had to remember what his elders told him. He needed to sacrifice his own clear conscience, along with the mind of an innocent, for the sake of the entire organization. There was little room for error, and he simply could not risk it. His organization was just too important to the generation of the future. The nurse glanced at Choromatsu with an approving look, seemingly encompassed by his words, as well. They then turned to Atfa to add on to Choromatsu's motivational statement. As you can see, this procedure is going to prove good in improving your everyday life, the nurse told them, fully believing in their own words unlike the neurosurgeon. I know you're probably very scared, but trust us when we tell you that you're going to emerge as a perfected horovegan. You may even surpass your peers. Think of this procedure as a way to give you the superpower of normality, Choromatsu chimed in once more. Your obsessive-compulsive thinking will be gone completely, and you'll never have to struggle with inner conflict again. Doesn't that sound exciting? When you put it that way, the child twiddled their thumbs in thought. Then, they looked back up and smiled timidly at their superiors. It sounds kind of cool. It really is, the nurse grinned. Imagine it, you'll be at the top of your class because there won't be anything to distract you anymore. Won't that be great? Yeah, they nodded in passive agreement. I'll be normal, and I won't have these confusing thoughts or feelings anymore. Right. Precisely, the other told them. Upon getting this procedure, you will receive a remission of your vices, if we could even call them that. After all, you were simply acting on confusion. But of course, you must remember that this will mark only the beginning of your long journey in this life. After this procedure, you must remain vigilant and faithful to what you've been taught is right and wrong. And, don't you worry, your great leaders and superiors, Choromatsu and myself included, will be there to help you every step of the way. The nurse leaned in close, looking the child gently in the eyes. So, do you feel better about the procedure now? They asked. Do you have any more qualms or worries? I guess not, shook the other. Wonderful. The nurse stood up tall and straight, glancing Choromatsu's way. In that case, do you think you're ready to be brave and head into the operating room? The child's face scrunched into one of uncertainty as their fears quietly arose once more. For a moment, they didn't say anything. This prompted the nurse to give a couple last encouraging remarks. I bet your leaders are so proud of you, they told them softly. You've been cooperating so well since your confession to the correctional officers, and going through with this operation only shows how strong-willed you are. You're someone who's always trying to better themselves and do the right thing, I can tell. It's quite inspiring coming from someone so young. Really? The other perked up at this. Why, of course, said the nurse. Only someone with a pure heart such as yourself would take the advice of their superiors and do something as scary as this. And it's all with the intent of becoming a better horovegan. You're very special, I'm sure everyone will be very excited to see the new you. Thank you. With this, the horovegan fawn grew a smile. I think I'm ready. Glad to hear it. Choromatsu's companion glanced his way with a knowing look. Choromatsu returned it with a nod. In that case, Atfa, we're going to take you into the next room over, Choromatsu prompted. Please stand, and do be careful with the four in your arm. The small child obeyed the orders of their superior, following him and the nurse into the next room over. And, that was that, as Choromatsu recalled to himself. He had secured Atfa as his blindly willing patient in a barbaric procedure that was going to alter their entire personality and, by extension, the remainder of their long life. Upon entering the room, Atfa had been lied down on the operating bed and was placed in a state of unconsciousness through medicine via the four. The procedure was to begin, and Choromatsu had played the child and nurse like a fiddle through a slick tongue and calm demeanor. He had pulled off what he'd done every other day since his graduation from Atra, only this time felt so much worse. It felt so much more devious, so much more twisted and so much darker than before. So much more real. But, of course, it couldn't have been helped. Nothing else could have been done. This was just how it needed to be, and he was going to have to accept it. And the surgery did take place, and in the pre-op room did the patient go to rest in its cruel aftermath. Intermission. It had been a grueling morning of nursing practices, helping patients, writing reports, aiding the doctor in their work, and Tholeaf's first break had come and gone. With the early morning sun rising upon the horizon beyond mountains of Atra settled in the distance, the nurse relished in their time spent resting in the break room. During this time, Tholeaf kept perky and alert, keeping an eye out for their new acquaintance of whom they were eager to spend time getting to know. They brewed themselves up a nice cup of alien coffee and awaited Choromatsu's arrival. A few minutes turned to 10 of wait. However, it seemed, to Tholeaf, that they had just missed the ex-behaviorist, as he was nowhere to be seen. Odd, but not initially alarming, they thought. Perhaps they would run into him on their lunch break. Another few hours of work went by, and Tholief found themselves once more in search of their person of interest. They scoured through the campus grounds, eyeing the outside trash cans to see if they had been taken out or not. They stopped briefly by a bathroom or two in neighboring buildings to the faculty one, analyzing how recently they had been cleaned. They even stopped by the custodial warehouse to pry on any tools or materials that were potentially in use at that time. But alas, there was no sign of Choromatsu anywhere. Tholief spent the remainder of their break staring out the window in the break room, scanning through the campus grounds below for any indication that Choromatsu was present at work that day. Even up until it was time for them to return to work, their search came up empty. And so, they returned to the hospital without any form of interaction with the ex-behaviorist. It was a bit odd, they thought. Choromatsu was nowhere to be seen. They could only wonder where he was, and if he was okay. Intermission. He was roughly handled, thrown to and shoved fro with a light struggle that communicated to the perpetrators his unease. Bruises were forming in his skin as he was treated with boundary-breaking, physical disrespect, and he found that he was in pain from the forceful treatment. Choromatsu, he had been ambushed at his workplace. He thought he had been by himself when he was cleaning the bathroom, but someone had apparently snuck inside behind him. With a sharp pinch on the upper half of one of his secondary arms, he was incapacitated. In a daze, still able to walk but only through coercion. His vision became drowned in a blurred filter with sparks and uncanny outlines of objects around him, and he found it difficult to resist the forceful tugs and pulls of the one handling him. For several minutes, he was spirited and separated from his body, still conscious but not physically. He was a brainless puppet, and he could only follow the other's lead. The ex-behaviorist, he knew he had been taken upon a ship. And this ship, he was aware, was quick to leave Atra's surface. The ship was parked and loaded into a cluster of buildings just outside Atra's outer atmosphere, a cluster of buildings that he, even in his dazed state, recognized to be the corrections facility. In other words, Choromatsu had been arrested. Now in a room utilized for the interrogating and questioning of guilt-ridden Horovegan kind, Choromatsu found himself pinned to a chair by the head correctional officer. This individual was toned and strong, easily able to overpower someone as scrawny as Choromatsu. The poor alien was pressed harshly against the chair and made to sit, his eyes rolling and head spinning in a daze. The correctional officer really had no mercy in handling him, treating him like an animal or a violent criminal that had to be contained. It was all a confusing blur in Choromatsu's mind, and he could barely utter for help. It was when the green-hearted alien was properly positioned in his seat that he witnessed as the Potentaman's device was withdrawn and practically slammed against his temple. Then, the words which followed echoed throughout the room in a booming voice. "Shift into your human form, now." Upon hearing that dreadful click, Choromatsu's sluggish body writhed beneath the technology's power. Without conscious thought nor consent, he felt as his body acted against his will and began to transform. His inky black skin fluttered away like butterflies leaving him and, as his body shrank, he became human. Once he was half the officer's size, he was easily strapped down with his arms tied to the armrest on each side. With his eyes a bit droopy and voice feeble and meek, he called out, Please, someone, tell me what's going on." Choromatsu was now restrained, unable to escape his soon fate. As he looked about feverishly, he watched as a couple officers shuffled out of the room. Then, in entered two individuals. Upon laying eyes upon these two, Choromatsu's fear grew ever more. Of course, the identities of these respectable Horovagans were that of the head of behavioral studies, his higher-up, and one of the 10 Horovagan leaders. Choromatsu caught himself in a gasp as he shrank slightly. What's going? The correctional officer pulled out from the side a briefcase and slapped it onto the table. He opened it up and took out a familiar sensor, proceeding to stick it in the air near Choromatsu's left temple. It activated and began to hover, connecting magnetically to the ex-behaviorist's brain chip. Then, accessing the computer built into the case, Choromatsu's memories began to download for their viewing. Choromatsu had experienced this before, right after the run-in with his people's predator. His memories had been downloaded and studied in secrecy, and having it happen was something that was quite dehumanizing for a Horovagan. Or rather, less dehumanizing and more invasive. Incredibly invasive, forcing him to become vulnerable before his superiors when he least wanted to be. With this, he was mortified. As Choromatsu's memories flooded into the correctional officer's computer, the three fearsome individuals before him began to act. One by one, they initiated transformation and, before his very eyes, became human, themselves. More specifically, they became the same three humans who had interrogated Osomatsu and Choromatsu the previous day. When Choromatsu saw his superiors become human, his anxiety only rocketed. You're human. The smaller uttered in horror. Does that mean that you've already? Choromatsu. Before the insignificant alien, the higher-up stepped forward and towered above ominously. He had that icy-cold stare with skin ghoulishly pale, wrinkles present on his forehead. His very essence was alarming to any underling present, and Choromatsu's blood nearly stopped cold when he heard his voice. Your leaders and I have reason to suspect you may be guilty of treacherous doings and conspiracy against our own kind. For this reason, you've been brought before us so we may analyze your memories for any potential breaches of security in your work with the humans. Choromatsu's pupils went small as he listened to these words, trembling as the gravity of the situation became clear. Now, the higher-up's voice boomed. Do you have any questions or concerns before we begin? For a moment, Choromatsu didn't know what to say. He stuttered, barely able to form words as he stared wide-eyed at his higher-up. Then, after a few tense moments, he let slip a fearful laugh. I don't understand, he chuckled breathlessly. Aha! I guess I'm a little confused. You've already taken away my position as an animal behaviorist and relocated me to Atra. What more could you want? The leader proceeded to step forward as well, looking down upon Choromatsu as if he were nothing more than a filthy insect. See Choromatsu, the thing is, regardless of where you stand now, your past decisions can still affect you, she told him coldly. If it is true that you've been dishonest with your superiors and have engaged in forbidden talk with the humans, then further measures must take place in order to keep it from happening again. She leaned in and glared hard. Do you understand? Choromatsu swallowed hard, beads of sweat beginning to form upon his clammy skin. I do, yes. But, this is all unnecessary, you don't need to look through my memories. Not when I'll willingly cooperate. See, the higher-up began, peering into his eyes. I don't think you will. I really don't. And, I don't care to waste any time. We've come to analyze your recent wrongdoings, and there will be no hesitation on our end. So, let's get started then, shall we? At this time, the correctional officer spoke aloud to the room. Most recent memories have been downloaded, he announced. I have here everything since the beginning of Specimen A's capture. As the officer said this, a holographic screen projected from the briefcase, creating a display visible for all to see. With the download complete, he began skimming through memories of the past like a movie being rewound. In this, they began analyzing every little detail of Choromatsu's recent life alongside the humans. Let's see what we got here. The higher-up stepped back and loomed over the correctional officer's shoulder, eyeing the display with interest peaked. Go back, he ordered. Back around when the humans were both abducted. The first time Choromatsu began to slip from conformity. Why you really don't have to do, Choromatsu began to say this, but was curtly interrupted. Sure, Choromatsu, let us work, the higher-up shushed. With that, the first memory began to play. No, wait. With the recent recording beginning, a voice rang out from the computer. It was Choromatsu's voice in human tongue, crying out in a seemingly pleading tone. In this visual, the superiors could see a first-person view of Choromatsu on Earth. Choromatsu had rushed forward in the dark of night, grasping onto his human friend and squeezing him whilst looking up into the man's eyes. The man himself, Osomatsu, appeared apathetic to the other's pleas. Look, I'll try my best, okay? He begged. If my partners find us and take you back, I'll try my best to argue special circumstances so they let you go. I promise. I'll fight for you, okay? Just please, don't leave me here to die. Yes, the higher-up nodded. This is where he began to first deviate from his prime directive. This is where it all began. When he began having too much empathy towards these lower creatures. It was after the incident with the wormhole. The leader glanced Choromatsu's way with a brow raised. I see you had to beg the human for help at this time, she noted. I was desperate, the poor alien tried to laugh it off. As Choromatsu squeezed the human even tighter, Osomatsu eyed the other. You promise? He asked. Yes, I promise. After a few long moments, he gave a defeated sigh. Fine, he said. If you do everything in your power to get those creeps to leave me alone, I'll protect you until you're rescued. Choromatsu looked up with wide, hopeful eyes. You will? Sure. Osomatsu. I owe you my life. Thank you. An insurmountable sense of relief washed over the alien as he generously thanked the other. Yeah, whatever, the other side. Just let go of me already. The higher-up's brow formed a new wrinkle as this scene concluded, and he opened his mouth to make his remarks. At this time, he began. Choromatsu sold his soul to the human, creating a sense of moral debt to it while simultaneously turning against his own. No, you misunderstand, the younger tried to smile. This is all taken out of context. I was just bluffing. Obviously I was bluffing. You promised the human their freedom, the leader scorned. I know, but it was just a little white lie, he argued. You know I'd never actually do something so dumb. Right. Millimeter. I doubt it. The higher-up leaned over the correctional officer's shoulder and pointed to another memory, not long after the first. Here, he ordered him. Go here. Let's see what other things he was telling the humans around this time. On it, the officer obeyed. With this, a new memory began to play. Once again, Choromatsu's voice could be heard as all that he saw at that time was displayed on the holographic screen for everyone in the room to observe. This time, he was speaking out to both Osomatsu and Choromatsu in a strange, alienistic environment, at least, to the Horovagan people, it was. I'm not really used to working with more intellectually complex animals, Choromatsu said. Despite looking no different from many other species, yours is remarkably advanced. He regained eye contact, smile wilting even further. Based on what I've gathered studying Osomatsu, I'd even go as far to say that humans are the most intelligent species we've discovered thus far. That is, excluding ourselves, of course. Really? Choromatsu cocked his head. I thought there'd be plenty of intelligent aliens out there. You'd be quite surprised, Choromatsu said. My people are the most superior of living beings because, when the planes of existence were birthed and matter came into formation, our planet was the first to develop life. We're far more advanced than others could even dream of. That being said, however, Choromatsu gave a thoughtful frown. The longer I study you humans, the more time I spend with you, the more taken aback I am. I'm not accustomed to having such sophisticated conversations with another species. I'm not used to seeing so much competence and self-awareness outside of my own race. You humans, you've developed morals and ethics just like us. After being here on Earth, I can even perceive your own culture of technology. He pursed his lips, toying with his fingers as he thought deeper about his lifestyle. It makes me wonder about our practices. Just as we did, Choromatsu at this time was first beginning to realize just how intelligent these humans are, the higher-up declared. But, as a consequence, he's questioning our practices, our society, and our ethics. How dangerous, the leader hummed. How dangerous, the other conceded. Just ask Osomatsu, Choromatsu said, attracting the man's attention. He knows what sorts of things we put our specimens through. When they become as advanced as you humans are though, it makes me wonder where we need to draw the line. Is it really okay to keep an animal in captivity when it shares so much in common with ourselves? When does it become immoral? Osomatsu huffed and folded his arms. What do you think I've been trying to explain to you all week? He scowled. Look, when someone in my position hears it from an inferior animal, the idea just doesn't click the same, he tried to explain. The very concept of another animal being as competent as ourselves is completely foreign to me and my people. If it's possible that another creature could be as competent, could that creature perhaps be just as superior, as well? As much as Osomatsu was compelled to ridicule the alien, he bit his tongue and sat back. Yeah, well, sounds like you have a bit of thinking to do. By now, sweat was beginning to drip from Choromatsu's face to his lap below. He gave a hard swallow and said, I really didn't mean any of it. Choromatsu, desist your speaking already, the higher-up commanded sternly. This is not an interrogation, we are not here to get answers from your mouth. It's too late for that. This is a viewing, and you will be silent as we bear witness to your wrongdoings. But Enough. The higher-up looked back to the screen apathetically. Next memory. Forward it just a little bit, I'd like to see where this conversation progresses. The officer did as he was told, and the memory started again from a minute or so after. Anyway, Choromatsu continued as he and Osomatsu began to eat. Your culture sounds really strict. Strict? Choromatsu blinked. I don't understand. How so? No, I agree, Osomatsu said with a bite of his sandwich. Your job gets decided for you, then you're kicked off your planet the moment you're old enough? No, it's not like that at all, the alien smiled. The occupation I currently hold is one I would have chosen regardless. They calculated it. And besides, I had a very fulfilling childhood. Our learning environments for infants and adolescents are very rich and nurturing, and it allows us to thrive in ways we never could in ancient times. My memories are mostly positive ones. But I remember we had this conversation, Osomatsu argued. You told me you didn't want to be a behaviorist. I did. Choromatsu scrunched his nose in confusion. When did I say that? Remember? I was being a little more than annoying and you got all sad, the eldest chuckled, relishing in the memory. You said your work was hard and that you just wanted to go home. Ah. The other averted his gaze and took another sip of water. That's different, though. As an occupation, I enjoy being a behaviorist. But. He pursed his lips, not liking that this truth was being pulled out of him once again. I suppose, if I had a choice, I would have stayed on my home planet forever. There it is, Osomatsu pointed. You didn't have a choice. It's important that my people grow up eventually, Choromatsu countered. All of us are needed as we continue working towards a better future. You should just do what makes you happy, he shrugged. Right, Choromatsu? Of course. Choromatsu gave a cool chuckle as he took a drink from his cappuccino. Do what makes you happy. Choromatsu sighed. I don't have the luxuries of a simple life. Not like you humans have, or like any of the specimens I work with have. I'm detecting a bit of manipulation from the side of the humans, as well, the leader pointed out. Definitely manipulation from their end, the higher-up agreed. They are a dangerous breed, which is why they must be kept in isolation until further notice. Isolation? Although he wasn't being spoken to, Choromatsu spoke out upon hearing this. You're isolating them now. You can't do that, humans thrive on social interaction. They need that outlet, otherwise it's borderline torture. You think simply isolating them is torture? The head of behavioral studies raised a brow. Along with everything else that's being done to them, yes. Choromatsu's eye twitched as he said this. You're force-feeding them, experimenting on them, keeping them in isolation, everything sounds like torture for the poor things. They need to be kept in the loop and spoken to, reassured and interacted with. You can't treat them like this. Even now we see Choromatsu fighting a useless battle, sighed the higher-up. By these words alone, you can see how attached he's become, the leader frowned. It's as bad as we suspected. Play the next memory. Ah. Whoa. The humans made surprised utterances and chirrups as the screen showed before the superiors a Horovagan hand outstretched, clasping its long fingers around the tiny ones of a human. Between Choromatsu and Osomatsu's palm, there was a subtle green glow that the aliens recognized as something more intimate than what should ever be shared with a mere animal. Don't worry, you're not in any danger. It's nothing more than a bit of light. Our ability of bioluminescence is utilized socially among my people, Choromatsu explained with a friendly smile. Exercising it in this manner is a symbol of deep trust between two individuals. More and more curious, Osomatsu slowly let go of the other's hand, pulling back his own so he could further observe the gentle glow emanating from the center of Choromatsu's palm. Then, the glow faded into non-existence, and Choromatsu returned his hand to its human-like appearance. Just as blushing is for humans, this behavior is often involuntary and occurs when you touch the hands or eyes of someone you're close to, he continued. Obviously it can be done on command as well, but it's definitely a more social-emotional response. That's. A soft smile formed across Choromatsu's face. That's amazing. Yeah, it is, but why is that an aesthetic thing? Osomatsu asked. How does it vary between people? Everyone has a unique color they can emulate, Choromatsu explained. As you can see, my light is green, whereas another person's may be red or blue or even yellow. The doctor, a childhood friend of mine, his is purple. Awesome. The second eldest uttered breathlessly. What do the different colors mean? Further questioned Osomatsu. Nothing significant, the alien replied. The color is dependent on the type of A113 molecule that's present in our blood. Some of my people are born with different types and amounts of this chemical compound, which directly affects the color of their bioluminescence. 3 types, multiple of which may be present, and two ends on the spectrum of quantity. Ah, so it's like your blood type. He beamed. In a way, yes, the other nodded. Performing this ritual isn't a formality or a matter of business of any sort, it's more intimate than that. I suppose those you do this with could be considered brothers, whereas others are just friends, if that metaphor is appropriate. You shared all this information with those humans. The leader was a bit flabbergasted at this, finding things more and more worrisome as the memories progressed. That alone is a huge breach of security. I was never told not to, Choromatsu meekly argued. I didn't know. Did it never occur to you that such a ritual might not be appropriate to engage in with a test specimen? Exclaimed the other, bewildered. I didn't know, the poor alien mumbled in an argument, wilting. Next memory, the higher-up ordered of the officer. Choromatsu sighed and brought a hand to his head. At this time, he was walking alongside a lone Choromatsu in a long hall within the original biological research facility. In other words, this was not long after they had returned to space. He was talking, quiet and timid, clearly disturbed by his thoughts. Lately, I've been very confused, Choromatsu huffed. I'm questioning everything I've been taught and trained to believe. I'm trying so hard to do the right thing, and I'm risking so much for creatures that might not even be. I know you want to go home, and I appreciate you being patient with me, the alien said. I'm just in a bind right now. It's something I'm losing sleep over. But, I hope you know that I really do care about your well-being. This is blasphemy, Choromatsu couldn't help but to laugh heartily, sweat still dripping from his chin. I really don't think that. I'm really not confused at all. I mean, maybe I was for a short period of time, but not anymore. I've learned my lesson. I'm all better. I'm better. The higher-up sent Choromatsu a sharp glare before huffing and turning to the officer. Will you shut him up? He asked. His incessant chittering is distracting. Shut me up. Choromatsu's shoulders dropped as he observed the correctional officer nod and stand. The alien withdrew from nearby a jar, one that was all too familiar. It was filled with black goop, and it was one he himself had utilized many times in his work. The officer opened it up and coated one of his secondary hands in the ink contained within. Then, he turned to Choromatsu. What are you doing? Choromatsu practically shouted in a panic. That's for use on test specimens only. You're not actually going to. Hold still, Choromatsu. Wait. The officer stepped forward and roughly grabbed the alien by his face, slapping the inky goop across his skin in the shape of a perfect handprint which sealed his lips shut. Upon removing his hand, his palm was clean and all the goop stuck to the poor alien's face. Page. Choromatsu's eyes began to well with tears as he looked down at himself. Restrained, muzzled with ink, sitting with a magnetic sensor attached to his brain chip, it was all too cruel. He observed as his body, especially his extremities, trembled violently. His clothes were becoming dampened from the profuse amount of sweat dripping down his body, and he felt not just gross, but animalistic. Feral in physique. Panicked like a small rabbit about to be devoured whole, he was a mess. Keep playing the memories, the higher-up ordered. The correctional officer nodded and began to skim through lines Choromatsu had uttered over time. Osomatsu pulled his lips back in an uncertain frown. Choromatsu, how much of your life is your choice? Choromatsu paused, staring back with a blank expression. Sorry, what? I asked, how much of your life is your choice? He repeated. Like, I already know you didn't choose this job. It was assigned to you, right? It was assigned at birth or something? I bet having me as your assigned specimen wasn't your choice, either. You've hinted in past conversations that leaving your home planet wasn't by choice, and I bet you didn't even get to choose where you're living right now. I know how much you work because I'm the one you work with, and I can only imagine your day-to-day schedule is filled to the brim with all kinds of predetermined crap. Do you choose a single activity in a typical day, or is your day already laid out for you? What's a single thing in your life that you've had control over? Choromatsu furrowed his brow, staring hard at Osomatsu with a thoughtful look on his face. For a moment, he wasn't sure what to say. I mean, the life I'm living, the society I'm living in, it's all perfectly normal. That's not what I asked. I'm happy with the life that's been assigned to me and the opportunities that come with, he continued. I may not be in the highest or most powerful position, but I'm very competent at what I do and am still quite young. So far, I've proven to be quite successful. Still not what I asked. The system that guides all of us through each stage of life has been meticulously designed, and only a fool would go against it. It's what's best for my people. And Osomatsu glanced up at the other. What if one of these days, you yourself end up being classified as defective? Would you still think so highly of your so-called perfect system? Choromatsu gave a small hair with a content smile. That question is irrelevant, he said confidently. My answer to it does not matter, because it does not apply to me. Come on, Choromatsu, have some imagination, Osomatsu pressed. Would you still believe in your system if you were defective? Well, the alien looked at the other, his eyes blinded by servitude and loyalty. Yes. The eldest's expression became subtly concerned as the other continued to explain. If I were ever examined by professionals and deemed unfit for our society, then my own extermination would certainly be for the best, he stated. It would be disorderly to leave someone with defects alive. So, as with all others, I would accept my part in creating a better system. But, again, this take does not matter because it would never happen. The higher-up couldn't help but to smirk. Interesting line. The montage continued through memory after memory, lines becoming more and more cherry-picked as the superiors observed. All the while, Choromatsu had no choice but to sit and marinate in his mistakes, listening to line after line that would soon damn him to hell. Yep. Good ol' Atramundo, the alien laughed. A warm planet just teeming with organic life, much of which descend from one of 3 native ancestors. The planet is 74.5387 million miles from our Sun, sitting comfortably as one of 17 other planets in our solar system. We are from the Creatrix galaxy, and we have 3 moons that orbit us, Seeker, Procor, and Hio. Our level of gravitational force is approximately 9.8 meters per square second, and our planet size is 5,927 miles in radius. Choromatsu, I'm really, truly sorry I dragged you into this. It's completely my fault you were abducted when you were, and I have nothing but shame. I was selfish, and my only justification was that you humans were just animals, so it didn't matter. I was wrong, and it was really messed up for me to think that way. I really hope you can eventually forgive me. I don't want you to think of me as your enemy by any means. I just hope that, well, maybe using the term friends is too strong for right now, but, perhaps, we can still be amicable acquaintances. I really do regret it. Even as I allowed you to become close to us, something about my actions, or lack thereof, felt off. It felt wrong, but that lingering guilt contradicted my morals at the time. I should have just listened to my gut. I promise, Choromatsu, just like I promised Osomatsu, that if there's a way to get you two home, I will make sure it happens, the behaviorist told him. I don't care what it takes, I'll do whatever I can to help. I'm happy for this opportunity. As I told Osomatsu, it's been hard feeling safe lately. I don't think my leaders would ever suspect I'd be having these kinds of conversations with you and Osomatsu, though. As long as I don't give them a reason to suspect I'd be plotting with you, I think we'll be safe. Although, they're becoming increasingly aware of how intelligent you humans really are, so it's always going to be a risk. But I think they're convinced they have me under their thumb, for the most part, anyway. I just really need to be careful from here on out. Same goes for Ichimatsu. Again, I think we'll be fine as long as I don't give them a reason to find our interactions suspicious. See, there's more to our supervision than just my higher-up babysitting us. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's something you should know. Every Horovegan is implanted with a brain chip at birth. This brain chip has quite a lot of useful functions, from being an atmospheric processor to sending and receiving incoming messages. It also can track us at any given moment, telling anyone with high enough clearance our exact location. It's a very strict system. We are never to leave our designated location, whether it be here in the facility, or in our apartments after work. We always have an assigned location we must be present in at all times of the day. Eating, sleeping, working, we're being tracked every second of the day. I am only in this room right now because this is the exact room I've been assigned to be in. Later, I'll be in the break room, because that will be my assigned location at that time. I have tasks, you see. Lists of things I need to get done, along with corresponding locations where I'm expected to arrive at certain times. The schedule is relatively flexible and subject to change, but to deviate from the path requires approval from a higher-up. Along with this, my brain chip has a memory database built into it. It's a mechanic that works far more efficiently than my organic ability to remember. Through this, my words and actions are always being visually recorded. The memories continued to flood through the display like blood rushing through a vein, leaving deeper stains with every passing second. Choromatsu listened, horrified as he recalled all the sensitive things he had told the humans over time. Tears streamed down his face and mixed with the trickling sweat dousing his uniform, and he couldn't stop shaking. This was going to be the end of him. There's no need for security cameras in our society, because the security cameras they use are quite literally our own eyes. In this way, we are always being watched. But, this is why I can't be too friendly towards you and Osomatsu. At least, I can't make it look like we have a bond beyond a simple behaviorist-to-specimen relationship. Worst case scenario, they get so suspicious that they go and download my memories and observe the conversations I've been having with you and Osomatsu. They would have to come to you and obtain a DNA sample so they could shapeshift into human form, just like how Ichimatsu and I do it. Then, as transformed humans, they would be able to look back on these recorded memories and understand what we're saying. As long as they convince themselves you and Osomatsu are nothing but dirty animals, and as long as they think I'm too enslaved by their control to do anything, then they won't even think to monitor our conversations. So, the very last thing I want to do is give them a reason to be suspicious. It's called the Kalilana. That's what you two saw, correct? Finally, the stream of memories had reached mention of Horovagenkind's natural predator. Choromatsu's anxiety only shot higher as he stared wide-eyed at the ground below, pupils the size of a grain of sand. He couldn't believe this was happening. That's the name of our natural predator, Choromatsu confirmed. And, I assume that's what caused our illness. This was an attack, wasn't it? I think Ichimatsu and I just need some refreshers, is all. As to what exactly happened while we were incapacitated. Some clarification. But, all of this is just speculation, right? Ichimatsu hoped. It's not like either of you actually saw the thing, correct? I didn't just see it, I chewed my way out through its stomach, Osomatsu retorted. Ichimatsu's jaw dropped. Why you what? Hold on, did they not tell you two anything? It broke through the facility walls and nearly killed you too. Choromatsu chimed in. Choromatsu simply closed his eyes as he heard these things. Yeah, he whispered to himself. That's what I suspected. God, I feel like such an idiot. Choromatsu looked to him in soft concern. Choromatsu? You guys, you don't understand, he told them. Ichimatsu and I, our leaders, I think they're trying to hide this entire incident from us. The thing is, I almost believed them. I've never doubted our leaders and wanted to believe their lie so bad that I was willing to accept that I was crazy. His gaze was brought back up as he continued. But in the end, they once again underestimated you too. I'm sure they didn't think either of you would be capable of telling us the truth. It's hard. It's really hard, just to process all of this. I almost feel like I've been brainwashed. Ichimatsu. Osomatsu leaned in seriously. Your leaders knew the predator was coming beforehand. They tried to put you and all the working-class aliens in the most vulnerable position possible, without any means of stopping you from pursuing the predator. You survived, and now they're trying to cover it up. Don't you think any of this sounds just a little suspicious? Ichimatsu went silent, stunned by the direct claim. Choromatsu gave a dry swallow. No, the third eldest clutched the front of his shirt nervously. I really don't want to believe that. We're just telling you what we saw, Choromatsu told them. Osomatsu and I are worried. I need to go lie down, Ichimatsu mumbled, bringing a weary hand to his head. And, you're sure about all this? Choromatsu pushed. The broken video feeds, the secret safe rooms, the higher-ups. I'm sorry, Choromatsu apologized sincerely. It's not just bizarre, Osomatsu argued. It's harmful. Because you're not allowed to talk about it, none of you knew what to do when it eventually attacked. Your people obviously don't have the situation under control yet, but you're not allowed to know any of that. All you can do is blindly listen to your higher-ups. As a result, you two almost lost your lives. It's a problem. I agree, the other human nodded. I think the Kalilana needs to be talked about more in your society. Well, Choromatsu averted his eyes. Good luck making that happen. But why is change so hard? You aren't actually asking, are you? Ichimatsu huffed. Why would anyone want to talk about something like our predator? It would make the person be seen as immoral. Besides, even if they wanted to, there's no reason to risk your life when no amount of effort from a single person, or even a group of people, would change anything. Nothing would come of fighting back. It's not worth it. Man. Osomatsu gave a little sigh. Your people suck. So we're coming to learn, Choromatsu sighed back. Finally, the stream of memories came to a halt. The correctional officer paused and leaned back, allowing everyone to process the memories they had just witnessed. At first, nothing was said. The higher-up sent a glance the leader's way, and she, to him. Meanwhile, Choromatsu sat tense in his chair, unable to gather the courage for anything remotely close to eye contact. He shook and swallowed hard, knowing his fate had now been sealed. So, the higher-up began, speaking to his leader. What are your thoughts? My thoughts, you and I will discuss away from Choromatsu, she replied. This session is over. I don't need to hear anything more. Choromatsu sniffled, looking up desperately at his superiors with tears still trickling down his face. Choromatsu will be taken to a criminal holding room, detained for the time being, the leader continued. He will not be released until his trial is concluded and judgment is passed. Until further notice, he is no longer a free individual. Deactivate his brain chip's functions and keep him restrained. He will not escape, and he will not have the opportunity to attempt to harm himself under our care. And, what about the doctor? The higher-up inquired. Ichimatsu was quite active in those final few memories. Choromatsu tried to shout in a panic, practically crying out, please don't hurt him. Of course, he was blatantly ignored as the leader answered the higher-up's question. He is now a person of interest in our investigation, she declared. But, don't do anything rash with him just yet. Let us first deal with Choromatsu. Then, when the time comes, I'd like to speak to Ichimatsu myself so I can evaluate his moral state. Is that understood? Understood, both the correctional officer and higher-up nodded respectfully. In the meantime, the leader turned to Choromatsu, sending shivers down his spine. You will now have the opportunity to reflect on what you have done and prepare your defense for your coming trial. Of course, with evidence this incriminating, I won't expect to hear much. With this, she turned around and began towards the door, not sparing another glance the defective's way. Thank you for your time, Choromatsu. We will be seeing you again very soon. As the door was opened, the higher-up glanced upon the younger alien one last time before following behind. As the two superiors left, in poured a couple more officers. And there, Choromatsu was left to be removed from the chair and detained in the criminal holding room until further notice. Intermission. End chapter 37. Chapter 38, Judgment Day. NNG. Letting out a couple groggy whimpers, Atfa slowly opened their eyes. For a moment, their vision was blurry as their eyes adjusted to the shift from darkness to light. They could perceive they were present in a familiar room, lying on a soft surface with the afterscent of a drug still looming like a perfume polluting their senses. It took a few moments, but they soon found themselves a little more aware as the seconds ticked by. They had awoken to a world colorful and vibrant, and there was no hint of anything sullen nor grey. Atfa sat up and glanced around the room, the blanket previously covering him slipping to his lap. They themselves were sitting on a familiar bed in the pre-op room, and it was in this room they perceived another. A quiet neurosurgeon sat in a chair across the room, looking over a diagram of notes on a holographic computer interface as he awaited their arousal. Of course, this neurosurgeon was Todomatsu. Before uttering any words to signal the other, Atfa simply breathed and got a feel for their body. They brought a hand up to their head and felt a sealed scar threaded along his skull from where the incision had taken place. Because of the advancements in technology, he was practically healed already. Healed, at least, from the physical ramifications of surgery. Mentally, however. Is it over? Todomatsu glanced from his notes to face the child, not a smile nor smirk present upon his face. Yeah, the older Horovagan nodded. It's over. Atfa looked down at their lap and mumbled, I don't feel any different. The other, who seemed to be expecting this, simply replied, yeah? No, I feel the same. The small child looked up and squinted, perplexed. Did you fix me? Todomatsu took a long, deep breath. Then, he lifted himself up and swung the chair beside the bed before sitting again. He leaned in, looking at the other on their level. Listen to me, he began. There's something very serious we need to talk about. Atfa cocked their head. Heh! They uttered. Something serious? Speaking slow and deliberate, Choromatsu told them, "You are not to tell a soul about this conversation we're about to have." The child was becoming more confused with every passing statement, but simply nodded regardless. "Okay. I could get in a lot of trouble for what I'm about to do, so, you have to do what I say," the neurosurgeon went on gravely. "And, at this point, there's no turning back for me. There, really isn't." "Okay." Choromatsu gave a small humph with a hopeless smile. "Hell, I really shouldn't be doing this at all. I might have just sealed my own fate. Even now I can foresee my own demise. But, I really didn't feel like I had a choice." Atfa, growing more wary at the other's bizarre behavior, hesitated. "You're confusing me a little," they whimpered. "I know I am. You might not understand everything just yet, but it's a risk I've decided to take." With their body language evasive, gravitating slightly away from the other, Atfa said, Choromatsu. Atfa. Choromatsu looked the other in the eyes. "I botched your surgery." The child frowned, confused. "What does that mean?" they asked. "It means that, well, look." The soft expression of the pink-hearted alien deepened into a glare. "Our leaders, they wanted me to hurt you. To change you. To fix you. And, I don't think I can bring myself to do it." "You can't." This only further confused the child. "But, you're my surgeon. Does this mean I'm still defective?" "The truth is, I don't think you were ever defective to begin with," Choromatsu admitted calmly. "But, I am," said the other, wrinkling their nose. "I'm broken, that's what you guys told me. I'm having all these thoughts and feelings that are making me less." Atfa looked down somberly. "You were supposed to fix that. You promised. You said it would be like a superpower of normality. I don't understand." "I'm sorry, but, I lied," Choromatsu replied genuinely. "But, why?" "It's hard to explain. Everything you've been told, about yourself and this procedure, it was all a lie. You're not a defective person. You're not broken. You're just a little empathetic, and that's okay." Atfa didn't immediately respond, instead opting to stare down at the ground as Choromatsu continued. "I lied to you. The nurse lied to you. And, your superiors, they lied to you too. This procedure wasn't about fixing you, Atfa. It was about controlling you. Nothing we've done for you has been for your benefit. It's all been about control." "I'm sorry I have to be the one to tell you all of this," the elder frowned empathetically. Atfa hesitated for a long time, taking their time to think things over. Then, they looked back up at Choromatsu seriously. "I don't believe you." Choromatsu slowly breathed in, accepting this potential fate as the other continued. "Why are you telling me these things? I don't get it." "I barely even know you," the child scoffed. Then, they wrinkled their brow as a small suspicion began to sprout. "It's almost as if you're..." Atfa made direct eye contact, looking gravely at the other. "Are you defective, too?" Choromatsu simply breathed in, then out. "Are you defective too, Choromatsu? Is that why you couldn't fix me?" As Choromatsu continued to think his response over carefully, Atfa fiddled with their fingers thoughtfully. "Are there surgeons for surgeons? Do you have no one to fix you?" The young neurosurgeon turned his head to away dismissively. "Maybe I am a little defective," he conceded. "But, I don't want to be fixed. Atfa's eyes widened as their theory was confirmed. "So, you are broken," they breathed. "And that's why you couldn't fix me. But, why don't you want to be fixed?" "Atfa, something you need to understand about Horovagankind is that, we were never meant to be perfect creatures," explained Choromatsu. "In attempt to create perfection, we've actually created a society of people without free will. That's the tax one pays for being perfect, you can no longer choose your own fate." "But, why is that?" "Because nobody knows what true perfection is," he answered. "You would end up living a life based on an imperfect person's perception of perfection." "Atfa, today, I didn't fix you, but it wasn't because I couldn't. It was because I had the capacity to choose not to, a capacity I would have taken away from you. I would have taken away your free will as a living being. And I didn't want to do that. So, I didn't. Does that make sense to you?" The tiny child shook their head. Not really." Choromatsu sighed. "Can I ask you something?" What is it? Why did you set the specimen loose? Atfa suddenly became meek upon being inquired about their wrongdoing, and their body language shifted to that of a nervous child. Because, I felt sorry for it, they mumbled. I think it was unhappy, and I think we were hurting it. Choromatsu bent down to their level, looking them in the eyes softly. You and I are the same, then, he cooed. People like us aren't broken, Atfa. Having empathy for creatures that are inferior to us isn't a sign of weakness. Having emotions such as this is a sign of a healthy and fulfilled Horovegan. You're strong. If we're not broken then, why do they want to fix us? The other asked. Because they're afraid of us, and they're afraid of how powerful we are, replied the elder. That's why people like you and I have to stay hidden. We have to blend in and pretend to be just like everyone else. People like us, we have to band together in secrecy and… Choromatsu paused, stopping himself from revealing too much prematurely. Then, he asked, are you going to tell? Atfa's eyes fell to the ground. I have no choice. You're more broken than I am. I have an obligation to tell someone. Choromatsu's eyelids lowered slightly, remaining calm as these words were spoken. How much trouble do you think I'll be in? The child hesitated, then squinted. Do grown-ups get procedures done? Not very often, no, he shook his head. Then, he stood from the chair and gave a big stretch as he went on to say, I'd probably be removed from my position, at the very least. And then, well, you'd get your procedure done properly. If that's what you want then, perhaps you should stick to your obligation to inform a superior of my wrongdoing here today. Mid-stretch, Choromatsu glanced down with a raised brow. That is what you want, right? To get your procedure. To follow orders and continue to enable the harming of our test specimens. To be just like everyone else. To lack free will. The child became agitated upon being told this, their voice anxious as they responded. I have to tell someone, they pushed. It's the right thing to do. Is that what you really think? Choromatsu pressed. Is it really what you believe deep down inside? Are these your own morals, or are they morals that have been pushed onto you over time? I don't know. Choromatsu paused before lowering his arms from the stretch and pulling his chair back to its original spot across the room. In that case. He tapped the side of his temple and opened up a few notes, skimming through them quickly before putting them away. Atfa, you're free to go. Atfa blinked, surprised. I am. Yes. Choromatsu sat in his chair at the counter and began organizing papers. If you go tell our superiors right now of the treacherous thing I've done, then I'll wait right here for them to come arrest me. I'll tell them I'm defective, and allow them to deal with me properly, whether that be punishment by surgery or by death. I will accept it, and I won't fight. Placing a few papers in their proper place, he continued and said, in the meantime, you'll get your own procedure done and lose your free will. You'll become an empty husk of who you once were, and in our leader's eyes, you'll be perfect. If that's how you believe things are meant to be, then, by all means. Atfa hesitated for a long time. Then, they mumbled, I don't want them to hurt you. I don't want them to hurt me either, Choromatsu admitted. But, at the end of the day, this was all my doing. I made the decision not to perform this operation on you, and as a result, I may have to face the consequences. I'm giving you a choice. This is your life that's being altered, and I believe it should be your decision. You did all this, just to give me a chance to decide, Atfa repeated, dumbfounded. Just so I could choose if I want the procedure or not. Choromatsu simply nodded. To be honest, I really didn't want it at all. I was scared. It was a punishment for my sins. But, then you and the nurse made it out to be a good thing and, well, now I'm really confused. I'm sorry you're confused, Atfa, Choromatsu sympathized. But you know, you and I really aren't too different. I was confused myself for a really long time. I thought that by being a neurosurgeon, I was helping people like you. But the cold truth is, even though I'm good at what I do, what I'm really doing is enslaving others to a lifetime of sociopathy. And, I've decided that I don't want to do that anymore. So I've already accepted either outcome from this decision that I've made. Now, it's up to you. The neurosurgeon hesitated, then looked down and added, if I admit to being defective, maybe they'll go easy on me and not investigate anything too deeply. That's all I can hope for at this point. The child also looked down. I see. Choromatsu let out a sigh and finally asked the question. So, what are you going to do? I don't know. In that case, perhaps you need some time to think about it. I'll give you the time, Choromatsu offered. I can leave you alone to rest. Take as long as you need, you're not expected to be up and about for another few hours, anyway. Just think carefully about your decision before you make it. Okay. Okay. Choromatsu stood from his seat and started toward the exit. I'll be in my office next door, he told Atfa. And, don't feel pressured either way. This is your decision, and yours alone. Not mine. Not your superiors. Yours. So, if I don't see you again then, well, best of luck. Okay. Thank you, Choromatsu. You're welcome, Atfa. And with that, Choromatsu exited the room, leaving the child alone to rest. Intermission. Choromatsu, born of generation Cirrostratus from the Corvus birthing unit on planet Atra. You have come into this existence during the year of the Emerald with intent on becoming a lead in animal behavioral studies. Your biosignature has been recorded. These words boomed as a clap of thunder, its echo ringing throughout the judgment hall into the ears of all those present. Those who were present, they were far and few, consisting only of a select, very particular group. This group was made up of lead correctional officers as witnesses, 10 Horovagan leaders, and he who incited the investigation to begin with, Choromatsu's superior, the head of animal behavioral studies. The Hall of Judgment was a dark place where faces were obscured and the spotlight was on the one lone incriminated. Standing at a lower level than his leaders, Choromatsu appeared small in form and in prose, weak and ill in confidence. He shook before the many eyes locked onto his person, frosting under the icy touch of each gaze. Behind him, 2 officers stood at ready for any form of defiance from the criminal. Their arms were folded and on their hips were belts housing many tools of control at their disposal. Overall, it was a tense scene of which Choromatsu was alone versus the rest. The first leader, not being one Choromatsu himself had ever had direct contact with before, continued speaking clearly for all to hear. You have been summoned before your leaders today for charges related to conspiracy against your own. Their voice shot through Choromatsu's quivering nerves, sending a chill up his spine as he stood wilted below. Your charges include treacherous speakings of that which shall not be uttered, forbidden interactions involving a lower-class life form, plottings of which directly violate your prime directive as assigned by a superior, general havoc and defiance against your immediate higher-up, inappropriate conduct with a test specimen, and coercion of misdemeanor between you and your peers. These charges have been brought to our attention upon thorough investigation conducted by the head of animal behavioral studies from Sector 9A. The leader leaned in, peering down at the insect before them. Choromatsu, how do you plead? The frail alien opened his mouth to speak out a response, but something got caught in his throat. He sputtered a faint cough, clearing his throat and giving a hard swallow like the nervous wreck he was. This was it. This moment, this time spent here in the judgment hall, it was going to determine his fate. It was going to determine how and where he was going to spend the remainder of his life, and what was going to happen to him. Was he going to be fired from his custodian work? How much more could they demote him? Was he going to be worked on and fixed manually, perhaps? An adult lobotomy? God, he was terrified, he had never had surgery before. Did surgery hurt? How much of his personality would change? Would he even be himself anymore? What if they took away all of his memories? Wiped his brain clean? No. Despite his concerns, he already knew what he was going to plead. He had thought it over again and again, and had decided that, well, he had already been caught in his wrongdoings. The only chance he had at remedying himself as by accepting defeat and hoping for mercy. He couldn't deny his sins any longer and could only pray. I plead guilty, he finally said. Perhaps, he thought, if he admitted guilt, then maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Maybe they would see he was willing to change, and maybe, just maybe, he could have hope for a fresh start and a new life. In fact, perhaps having his brain wiped wouldn't be so bad. He could finally forget all of his mistakes. He could forget about the humans entirely, and he could forget about the broken promises and dreams. He would find bliss in ignorance and be freed from the curse of maldoings. He would finally be normal again without the weight of awareness looming over his head. That's all he could tell himself to keep sane. And with that, he went on to say, I acknowledge that my behavior as of late has been irresponsible, inappropriate, and unorthodox. I have been nothing but defiant against the advice of my peers and orders of my superiors, and I take full accountability for it. I harbor deep regret for my actions, and wish only to please my leaders. Choromatsu lowered his head humbly. All I ask is for mercy. Choromatsu. The second leader in line of the 10 spoke up this time, their words loud and clear. We, as your leaders, have been keeping a very close eye on your case. We have been consulting with one another, reviewing your records and analyzing your work. We have also been studying the 2, very unique, human specimens. We've read all of your notes and reports, and we've thoroughly investigated their test results. Their existence grows more and more worrisome in our eyes, and it is of significant concern. Yes, and I can see why, the younger tried to say, playing it off as if he still had a chance. These humans, their culture and their intelligence, and, most importantly, their manipulative ways, it's all a bit troublesome, the third declared. And, the fact of the matter is, you just happened, as an everyday lead in animal behavioral studies, to get caught in the whirlwind of it all. You're no different from anyone else who would have been in your shoes. You've acted no different, as you've simply been coerced, yourself. Why yes, Choromatsu uttered, gaining hope. I've been heavily manipulated. Unfortunately for you, Choromatsu, began the fourth. It is the opinion of us as your leaders that you, perhaps, know just a little too much about everything. The green-hearted alien, meek and timid, blinked. Heh. The subject of humankind has become a terribly sensitive topic, and it must be handled accordingly and with care. As we move forward, only authorized peoples shall be permitted to interact with the humans. The fifth in line of leaders continued on the prior's remarks, saying, with that said, you, Choromatsu, are a political liability. A risk. A risk we cannot allow to leave untouched. Do you understand? A risk. No, Choromatsu bit his tongue. No, he couldn't argue with them. This was the time, if ever, to conform and submit. He needed to humble himself and be strong. I mean, he began. Perhaps, I do know too much. You are right. Perhaps having me continue with this path of life is an unwanted risk. I understand. The green Matsu lowered his head further. And for that, my fate is in your ever-loving hands, my leaders, he told them. I only plead for forgiveness for the wrongdoings I have committed and a chance to start anew, where I can excel in my new career path and reinvent myself as a productive member of society. It's good to see you're so committed to pleasing us, the sixth grinned. I suppose you're hoping for a lighter sentence for your sins? Choromatsu tried to smile. I'd be lying if I said I weren't, he said sincerely. Not only do I only wish to serve you, but a small, selfish part of me does hope I can continue doing so in this lifetime. What kind of a sentence did you have in mind for yourself? The seventh couldn't help but to ask, interest piqued. Choromatsu took a deep breath. This was his chance, and likely his last one. He had to convince his leaders to have mercy on him, or else. I propose, he hesitated, allowing his eyes to shut as he thought it over again and again. He was so scared. He fought to keep his cool for his very life. The truth was, no matter his sentence, it was going to change him forever. He figured he would only upset his leaders in asking for a punishment as light as being assigned a few extra seminars. At this point, there was no way he was returning to any sort of work, at least, not without some sort of alteration to his being. So, all he could really do was hide his panic and fight for a sentence that wouldn't kill him. His only realistic options at this time were some sort of adult lobotomy, or a complete memory wipe. He had no other choice. I propose that. He swallowed hard, trying to force the words from his lips. How could he possibly ask for such barbaric treatment and take it with grace and thanks? He really had no choice. The only other option, his only other outcome, was that I be worked on, manually, he offered to his leaders. That I be fixed, and rid free from these empathetic quirks I have developed. Perhaps you may choose to even have my memories removed from my brain, ultimately relieving me from these forbidden thoughts and feelings and turning me back into a proper horovegan, one untouched by a human's interactions. An adult procedure and memory wipe, huh? The eighth leader in line chimed in. Is that what you really want? Inquired the ninth. Yes, Choromatsu breathed. Please, fix me. The leaders glanced between one another as if briefly rethinking their sentence. For a moment, there was silence in the judgment hall, and all witnesses observed eager to hear the official response of the leaders. Finally, the 10th and final leader spoke. Choromatsu, they breathed. We have already decided your fate. The truth is, nothing you could have said here today would have deterred us from your deserved punishment for the crimes you have committed. You know far too much, and it is time that your story comes to an end. The leader calmly looked upon the shivering Horovegan with apathy in their eyes. Choromatsu, you have been sentenced to death, voted unanimously by all 10 of us leaders here today. You will be swiftly removed from your current position as a custodian, and your very existence shall be wiped completely from the public eye. Your brain chip will be shut off permanently, and your body shall be laid to rest upon Antimerides. You will not be granted the opportunity to bid farewell to your colleagues, so if you have any final thoughts, please share now. Choromatsu blood froze as ice as these words left his leader's lips. Death. His heart nearly stopped as he forgot to breathe. No. I want to make it work, he tried to say, fumbling over his words as shock overtook his body. He felt he couldn't properly react and took his time trying to form sentences. Allow me, please, to re-enter Horovegan society. Allow me to do my part in our work towards the great truth. Now becoming more frantic, he shouted, please. I beg of you. Without more of a simple glance of pity upon his person, the 2 correctional officers standing behind him reached forward and snatched his limbs to restrain him. As he was grabbed, Choromatsu began to instinctively struggle, feral at the thought that his life was coming to a premature end. Let me go. Please. His wails turned to screams. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. A powerful hand was slapped across his mouth, painting his lips in that familiar black substance that was meant to seal his words for the remainder of his life. His eyes went wide and, in a panic, he began to transform. Shifting from Horovegan to human, perhaps he could escape, perhaps he could get away. His actions were becoming more and more primal and automatic with every passing second as more means of control were implemented on his body. Before Choromatsu could fully shift into that of a human, one of the officers handling him withdrew a gun and shot into his arm a gel bullet. This bullet, upon making contact with his skin, spread like light across his body. Then, it formed into a very specialized tool used to restrain Choromatsu, bands. A neck band, 2 ankle bands, and 6 wristbands, to be exact. This method of Horovegan control was slightly different from what was used on test specimens, and instead of glowing a baby blue, emanated a gentle purple hue. Once Choromatsu was fitted with these bands, his body writhed and twisted beneath its controlling powers. In an instant, he found he couldn't finish his transformation, and his body melted back into its natural form. These bands, they took away the one thing that made Horovegan kind so unique. And that was to shapeshift. With his wrists snapping together behind his back, his lips sealed behind a big handprint, and his transformative powers no longer working, Choromatsu found himself completely restrained. His eyes were wide and he began to hyperventilate as he was dragged away, taken from the judgment hall and out of sight of all those present. Goodbye, Choromatsu, the first leader called without emotion. Goodbye, the head of animal behavioral studies also waved, showing no remorse nor pity. And with that, the doors were shut. Choromatsu was roughly handled, walking through the halls as he struggled mindlessly like a wild hyena fighting for its life. He felt just as Osomatsu and Choromatsu did, feeling the need to snarl and snap at the officers as he was walked. Eventually, new doors were opened and he was shoved and tossed inside the confines of a housing pod. He collapsed to the ground and scurried to turn around, looking up at the officers in horror as he was backed into a corner like a filthy animal. One of the 2 officers stood at the doorway, staring down at him with arms folded. The other held the door open to give one last remark to the doomed criminal. Hey, you want to do your part in our work towards the great truth, huh? The individual gave a sneer. You want to know the great truth? What really happens after we die? The officer leaned in, looming over the panicking individual bound on the floor. They spoke slowly with intent, glaring before the powerless. The answer is nothing, they spat. Choromatsu whimpered, unable to control his rapid breathing as he listened to the other's haunting words. Nothing. That's what happens after you die. They peered ever deeper into his wincing eyes. It's an age-old secret known amongst the older ones in our society. All of our research, our studies of physics and energy and life and death and consciousness and awareness, it has yet to lead us to any significant theory. And for that reason, we suspect life is nothing more than a quirk of nature, and consciousness, alongside the body, too rots away upon death. So, I hope you thoroughly enjoy these last moments of consciousness you will experience. With that, the heavy door was shut and Choromatsu was immersed in darkness alone. Intermission. End chapter 38. Chapter 39, moving forward with cunning and secrecy. It was break time for the lone Ichimatsu, humbly bringing the cup to his lips as he allowed the coffee-like substance to pour down his throat and wash away his worries. He was ignorant in mind, perceiving simply the world as it was around him. His mind was thoughtless, wordless, and without noise. A time of serenity, brief in nature it was. He contemplated not his situation nor the circumstances plaguing his life and work, and he refrained from pondering on the safety of himself and his kin. After all, worrying did nothing but excite unnecessary feelings of discomfort, and frankly, he didn't want to deal with it. Resting peacefully in the break room, the alien doctor couldn't help but to harbor a small sense of loneliness from the day spent isolated. Despite being an introvert, he'd be dishonest if he were to claim his lack of contact with Choromatsu and the humans didn't bother him. He had been ordered to attend seminars all day and had yet to see the humans, or even the behaviorist at that. As for Choromatsu, well, he did intend on calling him. In this time zone, it was likely Choromatsu had already completed his day of work and was just getting off. With Ichimatsu being on break, it was the perfect chance to call and catch up. Without wasting any more time wallowing in the dampened loneliness, Ichimatsu tapped the side of his temple and brought open his personalized, holographic interface. He skimmed through his contacts, searching for his friend in the list. Odd, he thought. Choromatsu wasn't on his list. Did something glitch? How peculiar. It appeared he was going to have to call his friend manually. Ichimatsu went to his call log and swiftly typed in Choromatsu's identification number, requesting a call go through to his friend. A moment passed as it loaded, and Ichimatsu waited. Then, he blinked, astonished. The call was dropped, he'd received an error. This error, it didn't cause immediate alarm. Instead, Ichimatsu was left to simply process it, thinking it over with intrigue. An error. Before he had the chance to come to any realization, however, a new call came in. He wrinkled a brow and tilted his head to the side, seeing that it was an incoming video transmission from his superior. The alien hesitated. Then, he accepted the call. Intermission. The human individual paced hastily about the enclosure, his mind a static mess of high-functioning emotions as he grew ever anxious in the insanity of the unknown. His bare feet sank into the cool grass with every step, repeating again and again as he turned back and forth, never ending in his maddening trot around the field. Above him, the sun had risen to its noon position, indicating it was soon time for lunch. This meant that they were going to be taken in for feeding soon, as they continued to refuse the meals offered to them in the safety and comfort of their habitat. And, this thought only further aggravated the pacing human. Sitting calmly in the grass below, Osomatsu watched his fellow prisoner walk to and fro. The elder's eyes were wide and curious, silently observing as Choromatsu crushed his thumb under the powerful clenching of his teeth. It was clear to him that his friend was anxious, and for a moment, he hesitated in speaking up. Allowing the silence to continue for a mere minute more, Osomatsu finally opened his mouth and called out to him. "Hey," he started, maintaining an awkward energy. What's up, Choromatsu? You okay?" Without offering even the slightest of glances, Choromatsu continued to nibble on his thumb as he replied. "No," he stated curtly. "Why are you pacing?" The other inquired. "Did something happen?" Wincing, the younger answered, "God, I hope not." Osomatsu frowned. "Do you want to talk about it?" With a big huff, Choromatsu stopped suddenly in his tracks. He turned to look the man in the eyes gravely, a hint of fear tainting his brown irises. "Osomatsu," Choromatsu began impatiently. "Don't you think the last day or so has been kind of off?" "What do you mean?" asked the dumber of the two. "Come on," he sighed. "You can't really be this dense." Osomatsu leaned back, his lips curling into a smug grin as he thought over the obvious answer. "If you're referring to the absence of that behaviorist guy, I'm actually enjoying it," the man relayed, rubbing his upper lip with an index finger. "It's been nice not having to deal with him, you know?" "It's not just that though." Choromatsu stood over his friend with arms folded, glare riddled with worry as he went on. "Ever since Choromatsu's superiors paid us a visit yesterday, we haven't seen a single human face. We've only seen Horovagans," he pointed out. "We've only been handled by Horovagans, escorted to the feeding room by Horovagans, hooked up, left for hours, and then taken back here to this prison cell, by Horovagans. No behaviorist, no Ichimatsu, definitely no Choromatsu. Where is everyone? Why isn't anyone talking to us? Why aren't they running tests on us at this time?" Why no experiments? What changed? Did something happen? I can't help but to feel like something is seriously wrong here. In an animated style, the eldest swiftly brought a finger and a thumb to his chin. Millimeter, yeah, it is a little weird, he had to admit. Maybe they took away our social privileges. I don't think this is just about us, grimaced the other. They're clearly investigating Choromatsu for, what was it, a breach of security. And, Ichimatsu is likely in danger, as well. With a suspicious yet knowing look in his eyes, Osomatsu asked, the breach of security, being. Choromatsu shook his head. Not just the Kalilana, but everything, he declared. Every time Choromatsu has talked to us about his people, or showed us just a little too much empathy, or even promised us his take us back home, we already know he's in hot water, and things are only looking worse and worse for him. And us, don't forget about us. Osomatsu frowned and folded his arms with a pout. Clearly this isn't just about Choromatsu and Ichimatsu either, considering that scumbag behaviorist isn't even visiting us anymore. He raised his index finger and added, you know what I think is happening? I think their leaders are starting to get an idea of just how smart we really are. I think that they're scared of us, and so now they're trying to figure out what to do with us. Yeah, you're right, Choromatsu hummed, looking down with a discouraged expression. Maybe all four of us are about to be punished. Us, for being too much of a threat, and our friends, for having too much empathy. This is so messed up. Osomatsu glanced up to the other in concern. So, what do we do? He questioned. What can we do? Choromatsu gave a frustrated huff. We're trapped in this damn zoo exhibit with no way out. We can always fall back on our escape plan, Osomatsu reminded. Which is? Well, he looked away dismissively. You know, we find a way to escape this enclosure and make it back home. Osomatsu, I'm scared. Standing vulnerable before his friend, he looked him in the eyes and emphasized, I'm scared that you and I are going to be stuck here forever. I'm scared that we're never going to see home again. I'm scared we might be isolated for the rest of our lives. And, as far as Choromatsu and Ichimatsu go, what if we never know what happens to them? If their higher-ups have really barred them from visiting, then we're never going to know if they're still okay. Look, Choromatsu. Osomatsu tried to smile. I'm sure Choromatsu and Ichimatsu are fine. There's nothing we can do about them. You and I just need to worry about ourselves for right now. How? How am I supposed to not worry about them? Choromatsu's expression dropped further into one of anxiety. That's all I can do, especially when we're stuck by ourselves for days on end in this damn enclosure. How the hell am I supposed to distract myself? It's not about distracting yourself, it's about thinking positive. Osomatsu kept his attempted smile up as he tried to be the optimist. You don't need to keep telling yourself that it's hopeless when we really don't know anything yet. Already sickened by the other's attitude, Choromatsu brought a hand to his face. That just isn't realistic, he muttered in growing frustration. Come on, let's get to brainstorming, alright? The man stood from his spot in the grass and placed his hands on his hips, looking about attentively. What do we have in here that we can use to escape? There's nothing, Osomatsu, Choromatsu sighed. We've been brainstorming for weeks. There just isn't a way for us to escape without outside help. We're trapped. Then, maybe we should think outside the box. What if we? Osomatsu glanced up and around. Dig. We dig a hole as far down as we can go. Choromatsu let slip a devastated groan. This is hopeless. He scowled. Or maybe. Still attempting to emit excitable energy, the man exclaimed, maybe we try taking the next Horovegan we see hostage. If we work together, I'm sure we can overpower one of them. With our hands cuffed behind our backs. Yeah. Osomatsu feigned a couple fighting moves, throwing an air punch forward. Let's just go full-on attack mode and go feral on them. Come on, don't give up just yet. The next alien that comes in, bam. Then, poof. We're gone. We can do it if we just believe in ourselves. I just don't know. Choromatsu slipped his hands to their opposing forearms in a tight, self-soothing embrace as he attempted to pacify his anxiety. I just feel so powerless. I feel like it's no use. I'm just about ready to give up here. Osomatsu's smile finally wilted into a genuine frown. He hated seeing his friend say such things, as he was always inclined to give hope to those he cared about. Choromatsu, he tutted gently. Please don't say that. It'll be all right. I just want to go home, the man whimpered. I want to go home. Yeah, me too, his friend agreed. But we're not going to stop fighting, remember? We're not going to accept this new life they're forcing on us. We'll find a way out, I promise. Choromatsu only shook his head, his face scrunched up in an attempt not to shed a tear. Osomatsu stepped forward and gently grabbed him by the shoulders. We'll get out of here, he assured. And, as for Choromatsu and Ichimatsu, well, it's too early to assume the worst. I'm sure they're okay. In fact. The man stepped back and opened his arms, embellishing his words. I bet you Ichimatsu is about to walk right through that door and deliver for us some good news. Muttering with voice frail from his anxiety, Choromatsu said, wouldn't that just be lovely? I promise, it'll be okay. Osomatsu smiled genuinely at Choromatsu, putting on the comforting performance for the dear sake of his friend. Choromatsu returned his gaze with a timid one, but was quickly swayed by the other's gentle kindness and nodded in agreement. Yeah, he whispered back. It'll be okay. We'll be okay. Exactly. Now, let's get to brainstorming, shall we? At this point in their conversation, the two humans stopped speaking abruptly as the sound of their enclosure door opening caught their attention. The two looked up, astonished by the sudden presence of another, and both quickly shook themselves alert. Choromatsu snapped himself out of his melancholic front and tried to appear neutral as they witnessed who it was that had entered. Stumbling into the habitat mid-transformation, Ichimatsu could be seen gasping, heaving as if he'd run a mile to get there. Ah, speak of the devil. Osomatsu practically sang, gesturing for Choromatsu the newcomer. See, I told you Ichimatsu would come by. And look, he's good and healthy, aren't you, Ichi? The alien doctor, torso doubled over with jaw agape as he aggressively sucked air in and out of his windpipe, turned to look at the humans with a horrified expression. He looked absolutely shaken up, his messy hair positioned askew and top barely zipped all the way. Tears welled in his eyes wide, and when he spoke, his voice was fragile and akin to that of a whimpering puppy. I need help, he told the humans gravely, voice barely audible. Choromatsu's face dropped upon looking over his friend's visible mental state. Ichimatsu. Heh. Osomatsu tilted his head curiously with a raised brow. What's the matter? The poor alien, looking hardly able to hold himself up, staggered toward those he trusted before catching himself onto Osomatsu's front. In return, Osomatsu grabbed the frail thing to keep him from collapsing. Ichimatsu's fingernails dug into the other's chest as a feral kitten, clinging tight to his only saving grace. Please, help me. He gasped breathlessly, lungs unable to retain the air they inhaled. Choromatsu frowned and placed a hand on the alien's back as a means of conveying support as he asked the obvious question. Ichimatsu, what happened? By now, Ichimatsu's tears were freely falling from his face. They're after me. He heaved, boisterously forcing air into his body between every word. I need to hide. Ichimatsu. The alien's speech accelerated rapidly, not allowing the humans time to interject. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He shouted in terror. Choromatsu. Please, God, no. Ichimatsu, breathe, breathe. Choromatsu shot the alien a concerned glare as he rubbed his back firmly. You have to calm down here, otherwise you're going to pass out. I need. His sobs became more prevalent as the doctor succumbed to pure panic. Help. Between gasps and hastily broken breathing, Ichimatsu began hacking and coughing. His coughs were deep and hoarse, audibly making it known how distraught he was. His body writhed and jerked as his lungs gave out, quivering and making for his audience a sickly noise with every cough. He let go of Osomatsu and collapsed to his knees, throwing his mouth open as he spit up in the grass below. His diaphragm convulsed violently under the immense panic as he continued to vomit for a few long seconds. Choromatsu was quick to kneel by Ichimatsu's side, switching from his palm to his knuckles for a deeper rub against the alien's back. Sure. He tried to pacify the other's fears, but was a bit shaken himself upon witnessing the sheer fright apparent in his friend. Breathe. It's okay. Try to calm down. You're okay. Osomatsu stood over the two and took a moment to crack his knuckles loudly, baring his teeth as he snarled, Whose do we need to kick for you? Hide me. Ichimatsu whimpered, wiping the excessive drool from his lips. Hide me, before they come here. Who's coming for you, Ichimatsu? Choromatsu questioned. The officers, there. Before he could finish his sentence, Ichimatsu broke into another fit of intense coughing. Choromatsu physically turned Ichimatsu towards him and took him by the shoulders. Ichimatsu. Breathe. The man began his own rhythm of inhalation as he demonstrated for the other the calming technique. In, 2, 3, 4. And, out, 2, 3, 4. The alien doctor did his best to follow along, his body trembling as he attempted to breathe in and out alongside his friend. It was clear that he was struggling, however, and the poor thing couldn't stop hyperventilating. Good, you're doing great, Choromatsu tried to praise. In, 2, 3, 4. And out, 2, 3, 4. As Choromatsu repeated the technique once more, Ichimatsu's breathing began to slow. With more oxygen in his blood, the alien gasped less and now had the chance to cry. He sobbed, hunched over with a strained palm sprawled across his face. In doing so, he wailed his best friend's name. Choromatsu. Choromatsu. The two humans glanced at one another before turning back to the sobbing alien. What happened to Choromatsu? Osomatsu asked, kneeling down to their level. His brain chip, Ichimatsu cried. It's been deactivated. The eldest looked cluelessly to Choromatsu, then back at Ichimatsu. So? The only time a Horovagan's brain chip is ever deactivated is in preparation for death. With his teeth clenched tight, Ichimatsu went on to say, I think they're going to kill him. The eyes of the bystanders widened upon hearing this. Then, Osomatsu tried to give a confident laugh. With big, nervous eyes, he went, No, Ichimatsu, you're just overthinking things again. You don't know that he's going to. I'm not overthinking this. Ichimatsu snapped, his sensitive emotions shifting to hostile with a piercing gaze. Every Horovagan is given a brain chip from the moment they're born, meant to remain in their skull until the moment they die. When I tried to call Choromatsu today, you know what it said? User does not exist. The only explanation is that he's being put to death. And, my supervisor called me, they're coming to question me now. I'm fucking next, Ichimatsu broke down once more, letting out an utterly panicked shriek. His screams echoed throughout the enclosure. The poor alien looked back up at the humans, expression weak and helpless. Trembling like a cold fawn with tears still falling, he whispered, I don't want to go. Choromatsu leaned in, looking him in the eyes with a serious glare. We won't let them take you, he assured. Not if it means they're going to put you or Choromatsu to death. But Choromatsu, he's already. Ichimatsu began to say this, but his words turned inaudible as he buried his face in his arms. Right. If Ichimatsu were to be believed in this state, then Choromatsu had already been sentenced to death. At least, that was all they could infer considering Choromatsu's brain chip had been deactivated. What exactly did that mean, though? What information did they know? And, most importantly, how could they stop it from happening? Choromatsu kept a serious expression as he non-verbally took charge, standing tall and looking down upon his friend. Ichimatsu, he began. What do we know about Choromatsu's whereabouts right now? I don't know, Ichimatsu sobbed, squeezing himself tight. The last time I spoke to him, he was on our home planet, Atra. When was that? That was last night, the younger replied complacently. After my shift. Shit. Choromatsu wrinkled his brow as he realized the implications of this answer. This meant that it had been a while since Choromatsu was last heard from. And, what happens in your culture when someone is sentenced to death? He continued to interrogate. No idea, Ichimatsu shook his head, wiping his cheeks. People just disappear. You have no idea at all where he might be? Voice hyponasal from the intense bout of crying, Ichimatsu responded, well, if he were arrested then, he would have had to go through the corrections facility, most likely the one stationed outside of Atra's outer atmosphere. But you don't know what would have happened after that. Choromatsu pressed. No, the other hiccuped. I don't know. Choromatsu frowned, discouraged as Osomatsu clapped his hands together. Well, that's it, then, the eldest of the three declared. We need to escape, together. We need to get out of this enclosure, go find Choromatsu, and get the hell away from your leaders. We need to get away from your society, away from your people, away from everything. What do you say, Ichimatsu? Shaking his head and whimpering, the alien said, It's impossible. They would track us down. How would they do that? Choromatsu asked. You humans, you have trackers embedded in your DNA. And as for me, Ichimatsu looked up at the man, eyes damp. My brain chip. I can never hide. Even now, they're coming for me. They're going to find me here, in your enclosure. They're going to. His diaphragm gave another jerk, triggering a hiccup-like noise. They're going to find me. We're not going to let that happen, Ichimatsu, the blue Matsu assured. We're not going to let them get to you, and we're not going to let them put either you or Choromatsu to death. As Osomatsu rubbed Ichimatsu's back, he looked up at Choromatsu with a frown. If Choromatsu's already been sentenced to die by their leaders, what the hell are we supposed to do? I mean, maybe you were right, Osomatsu, Choromatsu admitted. We have to do something drastic. We need to get out, and we need to save these two and ourselves. And take someone hostage, maybe? Choromatsu raised a brow. What if we took Ichimatsu hostage? He suggested. Ichimatsu shook his head, breathing still quite erratic. No, they'd catch on. They already know we've been plotting with you too, they know. The alien cried harder. I just need to hide. But, hiding isn't going to do anything. Choromatsu told him. Even if we hid you somewhere in here, your superiors would just come in and get you. We have to do something big if we want out. There isn't time. They're going to be here any minute. How certain are you that they're on their way here? Osomatsu inquired. I'm positive. Ichimatsu gave a shaky exhale. They're close. Choromatsu let out a small grumble and marched off through the grass, away from his two friends. He approached the glass wall of their enclosure and peered out into the grand hall, trying to get a peek at the entrance far in the distance. As Osomatsu comforted their friend, Choromatsu kept watch for a few long moments. Then, without taking his eyes off the entrance, he spoke. Yeah. They're coming. Ichimatsu shot up, eyes filled with terror. Shit. No. He jumped to his feet and snatched Osomatsu's arm anxiously. If they take me, I might never see you again. I might die. Please, help me. Osomatsu looked into Ichimatsu's eyes and swallowed hard, a fierce sense of adrenaline firing through his body. They're going to have to kill us before we let them take you away, he promised. Ichimatsu, follow me. Osomatsu grabbed Ichimatsu's hand dominantly and began marching off, pulling his friend toward the habitat's unused cave. As they entered within the confines of the rocky structure, Choromatsu was left to stand guard. He glared the way of two independent Horovegan individuals, the pair slowly drawing nearer on the moving platform which transported workers through the grand hall of exhibits. At first glance, Choromatsu couldn't say he recognized either of them. They seemed to be new faces, individuals he had yet to come face to face with. This didn't deter him from his current mission, however, which was to protect Ichimatsu at all costs. He was filled to the brim with energy, ready to fight to save his friends. Even as they grew close, he kept his stance tall and ready. Finally, the platform stopped before the enclosure. The moment the prison door opened, Choromatsu's wrists snapped together behind his back and a muzzle appeared over his face. Still, he did not back away and looked confidently before the two Horovegan strangers. At first, the Horovagans simply looked down at the human with expressions unreadable. Then, the first, it being the animal control officer, withdrew a sort of alienistic gun, one that Choromatsu had definitely seen before during his time off Earth. His eyes went wide and he was unable to stop himself from backing up, wary at the other's threat. This device, it had been used on him once before, during the incident with the Kalalana. It rendered him incapacitated, his body writhing beneath an intense electrical shock that left his muscles useless. Briefly during that moment, he had even considered if he was actually going to die. Seeing this device again filled him with instant fear that made him cautious. However this confrontation proceeded, he was going to have to be careful. Ichimatsu. The second alien, being the corrections officer, opened its mouth, speaking out with words unfamiliar to the humans. As Choromatsu stayed frozen and uncertain before the aim of the first shock device, the staticky voice echoed throughout the enclosure. We know you are in here, hiding amongst the humans, the officer's voice boomed. This is highly unprofessional of you. We ask that you come out so we don't have to harm the animals in retrieving you. From within the cave, Ichimatsu listened to every word, fear causing him to tremble harder with every passing second. Osomatsu looked to him curiously. What are they saying? He asked. They want me to come out, the younger whispered. Oh God. Ichimatsu, this time, it was the first who called. Compose yourself and call off the humans. The doctor shook his head feverishly. I don't, want to die. The alien cried back. I don't want to die. You're not going to die, doctor, resumed the second in its persuasion. We are not here to up and take you away to get executed. We just have some questions. Ichimatsu's eye twitched as he gave a sharp inhale. I know Choromatsu is about to be executed, you asswipes. He snapped fiercely, rage seething from his body like smoke from a fire. You took him away, and now you're here to take me. God, I'm going to fucking die. The distraught alien let out another unhinged scream as the two officers glanced each other's way. As the corrections officer shook slowly its head in pity, the animal control officer looked to Choromatsu and reinstated its aim. This subtle motion triggered Choromatsu to wince and take another few steps back. Upon stepping back, the aliens started forward. Thus ensued a brief game of feigns, with the alien aiming the taser more and more dramatically in attempt to signal the human to flee from their path. Choromatsu obeyed the first couple gestures, but stubbornly stopped after some steps. If they kept on like this, they were going to walk right up to Ichimatsu and snatch him away without any trouble whatsoever. And Choromatsu couldn't just let that happen. Hey! He barked forcefully, puffing out his chest. Don't get any closer. From the cave, Ichimatsu and Osomatsu perked up upon hearing Choromatsu shouting. They stayed put as the man went on. You need to stay back, or else. Heh, look at this little guy, the corrections officer smirked, amused. Don't worry, said the other, still aiming the taser. The thing is all bark. These humans aren't the most agile of primates, it can't do a thing to us while in its restraints. HMPH. Eyeing the small human, it knelt and offered a hand, whistling to the creature in attempt to bring it over. Why don't you come over here? Come on, we're not going to hurt you. These humans have still been identified as an aggressive force, though, the animal control officer noted, peering at its companion. Not this one though, right? Still grinning smugly, the corrections officer began to crawl toward the human. This one isn't an aggressor, it's more scared of us than we are of it. It's trying to act tough, but in reality, it's a wuss. Careful now, warned the first. We're not here to harass the animals. I just want to pet it. Besides. With sudden and swift movements, the Horovagan entity lunged its body forward and tackled the human to the ground. Choromatsu let out a yelp as he was assaulted without any forewarning, his body snatched up and positioned by the back of his neck. The alien's grip was powerful, much more than that of an average man's, and its strength truly showed. This animal, standing at twice his height, was efficiently able to seize Choromatsu's limbs, rendering them useless beneath the grasp of its many hands. Using its last one to take the man by the hair, it lifted his face and deeply glared into his eyes. With that, the corrections officer said, I'm not afraid of the animals that Ichimatsu hides behind. Without any hint of mercy nor a lick of regret, the alien roughly shoved the human with all its might across the field. Choromatsu gave a piercing gasp as he was thrown, his legs attempting to keep up with the speed in which he had been sent soaring. He staggered, stumbled, tumbled, and tripped, rolling several meters away until he was finally inert on his side. He let out a couple coughs, spitting small clumps of dirt that he'd almost swallowed in the motional mess. Lapping his tongue like a dog with peanut butter stuck to its cheek, he watched as the two aliens stared him down. The officer marched toward the vulnerable animal and knelt, once again clasping its lanky fingers around the back of his neck before harshly pinning him down. With his hands still stuck behind his back, he was practically immobile and could only wriggle and kick. Then, as he was pinned, the alien looming above his body began gently petting his hair, much to the man's discomfort. Let me go, he exclaimed. Don't touch me. There, the corrections officer tutted, drawing its fingers along his scalp. Heh, what a pathetic little thing. Totally harmless. This human can't do a damn thing to us. Choromatsu did his best to turn his head, sending daggers the way of the alien pinning him down. Meanwhile, with Osomatsu and Ichimatsu listening to the ruckus from within the cave, the animal control officer lowered the shotgun and huffed in slight irk. Pestering the humans isn't what we're here for, it told the other. We aren't supposed to do anything more than sedate them if necessary. And then what? Keep asking the doctor to come with us? How about we let the humans beg for him to come out, themselves? The corrections officer gave one last pet before sliding its hands down and taking the man by one of his ankles, lifting him right into the air and allowing him to dangle by the foot. Whoa! Choromatsu was a bit woozy from the sudden shift in gravity, and he couldn't help but to muster up a curse under his breath. Fucking hell. Stop toying with me. You know, these animals are kind of cute, in an ugly sort of way, said the corrections officer, poking and prodding at Choromatsu's bare stomach. This caused Choromatsu to yelp, feeling vulnerable and ticklish to the touch. They're certainly interesting to look at, anyway. Whilst holding the man upside down, the Horovegan turned and walked toward the small pond in the human's enclosure, a devious idea sprouting in its mind. Standing at a significant height, it held the man over the water and watched as his eyes grew big. These things can swim, right? Choromatsu looked up at the water below him, the blood rushing to his head as he was held in this position. Don't you dare, he hissed, wincing from the very real possibility that he was about to get soaked in the freezing pond. Let the poor thing go already, sighed the other officer, clearly unamused by its partner's game. You're forgetting why we're here. Just let me tease it a little longer, the corrections officer requested. Just until it calls out to its doctor for help. Millimeter, the animal control officer hummed thoughtfully. Then, it nodded. Fine. Do with it as you wish. Thank you, sneered the other. With that, the officer let go. The human was quickly bludgeoned with the rushing sounds and thick environment that came with being underwater. Bubbles raced to leave every orifice from his ears to his nose as the wind was instantly knocked out of him. For a moment, his muscles became paralyzed from the shock of being submerged in ice-cold pond water. With lungs empty, mind racing, and body frozen, he had almost forgotten to attempt to swim. Thankfully, the instant he came to his senses, he found that his wristbands had been deactivated. And so, he struggled, writhing and spinning as he tried to get a sense of where gravity was and which direction he needed to swim to get out. Finally, Choromatsu's head popped out of the water and he let out a raspy gasp. He sputtered a bit and threw his arms over the grassy ledge, already shivering from the cold. Bah! Bastard! He shouted, furious. Do you hear its pleas yet, Ichimatsu? The corrections officer practically sang in its sadistic teasing. Are you ready to come out now, or are you going to give us more time to play with your pet? As Choromatsu pulled himself out from the pool quivering, the corrections officer wasted no time tightly clasping the man's arm and flipping him over on his back. Choromatsu snarled and tried to throw a punch, missing by a mile. This only caused alienistic laughter to rumble from the entity's broad chest. It crawled over the human and took into its grasp both wrists and ankles, along with taking him once more by the throat as well. Then, clasping a chunk of his hair in its sixth fist, it stood and lifted the helpless man into the air as if it were holding up a small kitten. Choromatsu struggled, but his movements were heavily limited. Hey! Put me down. Cringing as his hair was pulled, he added, You're hurting me. He tilde ey, Ichimatsu, the officer jeered haughtily, not taking its eyes off the human that it held. You should come out here and see how spooked I can make one of your pets. Osomatsu stuck his head outside the cave with a furrowed brow, keeping an eye on the situation escalating outside while still guarding Ichimatsu. Ichimatsu, on the other hand, stayed put within the safety of the structure. Still, he perked up upon hearing this and couldn't help but to glance to the entrance with a look of concern. Oh, OW. Choromatsu tried to reach up to his head to pry the hand from his hair, but his position left him immobile. It was quite possible this Horovegan didn't know its own strength, however, that wasn't an excuse. Stop it. Stop. Such a darling little thing, cooed the Horovegan monster. Poor creature, suffering all because Ichimatsu won't come out. I wonder if it's scared of our people at all. After all, it really hasn't seen our predatory form. Perhaps if it can see what we're capable of, it will better obey. You're really going to do this? The animal control officer couldn't help but to shake its head. Just watch, the other sneered. Choromatsu observed the entity's face as a long, thin line began to slowly form from ear to ear. This was something he had never seen before. Typically their mouths remained hidden in the darkness of their skin, but now its mouth was beginning to open. As a foreign creature, it had a horrific enough appearance before, but its eyes were beginning to bulge out of its skull as its smile continued to grow. Then, its lips began to part. Wider and wider did its mouth open, longer and longer did its jaw stretch, and larger did its gaping esophagus become clear to the wide-eyed and terrified human. Its entire face was beginning to morph and distort, stretch and twist to create a truly horrifying monster. Not just one, nor were there two, but 3 rows of teeth thrice as long as the average human canine were present all along the inner rim of the creature's gums. The teeth themselves were jagged and came in all sizes, some being as thin as a porcupine's quill while others were wide yet sharp like razors. In the center of this whirlpool of fangs was an endless black void that presumably leads straight to the Horovagan's stomach. It was a hole a grown man could easily fit inside. Choromatsu, he was instinctively stricken with terror. He had never seen these aliens as anything below proper and respectable in demeanor, and never before could have imagined what they might look like while hunting for prey. As saliva pittered and pattered upon his cheeks, the man stared up into the gaping mouth in speechless shock. For the first time since his abduction, he felt genuine fear and respect toward Horovagan kind as apex predators. And here sprouted a deep, newfound fear. The corrections officer, or what appeared to be what was left of it in this animalistic form, pulled Choromatsu ever closer towards its mouth. In the pit of its esophagus, a strange gurgling noise could be heard as if it was preparing its stomach for a feast, boiling stomach acid like he were a lobster about to be cooked and eaten. Choromatsu was sure that, logically speaking, he wasn't going to be eaten. But something about the creature's body language, something about the noises it was making and how vast its throat opened up for oncoming food, all along with the fact that, frankly, he had no idea what his and Osomatsu's fate was going to be, caused intense panic in his chest. He couldn't deny it or pretend the closeness of this creature's needle-like teeth wasn't causing him some level of anxiety. The intensity at which it hovered over him and the intensity at which he was being clung to didn't help to ease any of his fears, either. This entity truly seemed intent on feasting, that, or it was a good bluff. This state in which a Horovagan could reach was likely a type of aggression he was only going to see once. It was rare, at least. It was both a hunting mechanism in the wild, but also a kind of explosive state of mind that would likely clear a room in Horovagan culture. Perhaps it could cause one to be detained for unruly behavior, or otherwise be inconsolable. Either way, Choromatsu never could have imagined this was a form Ichimatsu or Choromatsu had been hiding from them all this time. It was disturbing to say the least. Ichi. Choromatsu, trembling before the great giant whose mouth stayed agape, found that he could only call for help in this position. Ichimatsu. Ichimatsu, help please. Buried in the confines of the rocky structure, Ichimatsu stopped sobbing as he heard his friend call out to him. He was shaking, still fearing for his own life while neglecting the calls of another. He knew that, if he were to leave now, he would likely never see the humans again. He knew that the end of his relationship with both Choromatsu and the humans were coming to a speedy end, and that he would never have the chance to make anything right. It was a horrifying thing to know. Finally, Ichimatsu stood from his spot and turned to Osomatsu. Without any warning, he pulled the man into a tight hug. Osomatsu was taken quite off guard by this, listening carefully as the alien whispered. "Whatever happens to me, I'm sorry." His voice came out muffled under the other's body as he embraced his friend. "And, for what it's worth, I know Choromatsu is sorry, too. We're sorry." Ichimatsu. Osomatsu winced. "Don't go out there. Choromatsu will be fine, just stay here. There's no point in prolonging this anymore. I'm sorry." Ichimatsu. Then, he let go of the human and staggered out of the cave. He looked upon the two officers, small in stature with tears still falling freely from his face. Then, he spoke. "You promise I'm not going to die?" His tone was incredibly shaky, feeble and frail. But he knew this confrontation was not going to end in his favor. They were likely going to continue tormenting Choromatsu until they got bored with him and just sedated the humans. He didn't want to keep their suffering going, all for his own selfish sake. The corrections officer's form quickly shrank back into that of an average Horovagan's as it looked over to Ichimatsu. It stood up straight and dropped the human to the ground, allowing Choromatsu to scuttle and flee a few long meters away from his instigator while gasping for air. The officer no longer paid the human any mind, as its sole focus was now their primary target. "I promise you," the officer began. "If you submit to our leader's will with humility and meekness, you will not die. Now, if you're done playing your games, I'll be done with mine. Come, Ichimatsu." Ichimatsu swallowed hard, trembling as he nodded in submission. Then, as he took a step forward, he hesitantly began to shift. The alien took his time, taking several slow steps to complete his transformation back into his natural form. Finally, he looked upon the officers with pleading eyes. "Just, please have mercy. Ichimatsu." Before the alien could take one step further, Osomatsu darted from his cave and sprung between the aliens in a defensive standoff. He glared forward with teeth bared, wrists still restrained behind his back as he spouted words fueled by fury. "You creeps better stay back," he shouted. I don't care what happens to us, you're not going to take Ichimatsu. I'll fucking fight. In response to Osomatsu's outburst, the animal control officer shook its head, not with remorse, but more so pity. It began to take a step forward, but this only triggered the human to lunge ahead a few feet, feigning a hostile charge. Seeing as the human was rebelling, the officer took aim with its electrocution device and didn't hesitate to shoot. Osomatsu let out a shocked scream as 2 pairs of tiny, metal hooks were shot right into his flesh, clinging to his skin before emitting a fiery electrical shock. His muscles spasmed wildly and completely gave out, causing him to collapse to the grass before them. After a few moments, the shock completed its directive of incapacitating the human, and the prongs burned away into nothing. This left the eldest unconscious at their feet. Meanwhile, Choromatsu watched from afar, curling his knees to his chest while still dripping from the icy submersion he'd endured. Quivering, he could only watch, body sinking in hopelessness as Ichimatsu stepped over the fallen man and complied with the orders of the officers. He felt quite shaken up, himself, having just witnessed what a Horovegan's meal saw before being consumed whole. He was cold, anxious, and worried sick for his friend, but, like Ichimatsu, he knew there wasn't anything more that could be done. And there, Choromatsu was left only to wallow and pray for Ichimatsu and Choromatsu's safety as he waited for Osomatsu to regain consciousness. Intermission. Yeah, it's not looking good at all. I'm sorry I have to be the one to tell you. The sound of hurrying feet stomped upon the hard floor of the vast hallways, grandly fit for creatures Horovegan size. The individual making haste strode through corridors and upon steps, climbing and hurrying along on his path. He was determined in his march, unmoving in his current task as it was of utmost significance in his mind. Are you certain of what you're telling me, Tholeaf? Yes. I've done my research, and all record of Choromatsu has been stripped from public access. They're making him disappear, there's no doubt in my mind. How fast do we need to act? That's up to you to figure out. You're an administrator, after all, I'm just an informant. Just, whatever you do, please be careful. Todomatsu winced as he thought over his acquaintance's words, his pace steadily quickening through the faculty building. He wasted not a second exiting the structure and making his way through campus onto seminary grounds. The neurosurgeon, having been freed from his previous task for only a couple hours now, had now been given a new daunting chore he needed to tend to immediately. He swung open the main entrance of the building and accessed its lobby, only from there to maneuver past students before quite rudely entering his best friend's office. There, he let himself in without warning. Inside Jushimatsu's workplace, the counselor was seemingly busy organizing paperwork whilst trying to type up a report. The office itself was otherwise void of other Horovagans, signaling to Todomatsu that this was the perfect chance to spew his questions in need of quick answers. Without the presence of any clients or students in Jushimatsu's midst, he would have to talk. Ah, Todomatsu. Jushimatsu glanced up at his best friend, quite bewildered by the disturbance the surgeon had created in recklessly throwing open his door. Todomatsu didn't hesitate to speak up, slamming the door shut behind and slapping his primary palms on the surface of his friend's desk. Jushimatsu, I need to know, he breathed. How do executions take place today? The counselor blinked, astonished to hear such a question. Executions? He repeated cluelessly. Todomatsu nodded. What happens to someone who's sentenced to die? The neurosurgeon reiterated, pressing feverishly for answers. Jushimatsu folded his primary set of arms and cocked his head, scrunching his brow in thought as he was asked this. Someone who's sentenced to die, through a corrections officer? Through an officer, our higher-ups, the leaders, anyone. Exclaimed the younger. What is the process? What happens? I'm not sure, the elder of the two hummed in uncertainty. Where is all this coming from? Is someone going to be executed? Breathlessly Todomatsu replied, yeah, and we need to find out how and where it's going to take place. I need to know as soon as possible. Oh, Jushimatsu leaned in with a brow raised. Well, don't you know people who would know that? You know, someone from your, circle of acquaintances? In a snarky, secretive manner, Todomatsu put up a hand and whispered to the other. Listen, I don't have any friends who are corrections officers, why here? He told his friend. I'm not exactly acquainted with anyone who would know that kind of thing. None of us are. Those who hail from the correctional agency aren't really the type of people we tend to mingle with, if you know what I mean. The surgeon stood up straight, palm still spread upon Jushimatsu's desk in a meaningful pose as he continued. I have been assigned the task of investigating our person of interest, and in this task, one of my responsibilities is knowing where he is at all times. Tracking him down when he disappears, and what not. The problem is that the process of someone's execution isn't exactly common knowledge. When someone disappears, all we know is that their body eventually ends up on Antimerides. But, what happens to them before then? How do they die? Is there a way to stop it, or is it going to be too late? Again, Choromatsu simply blinked, clueless to the other's words. I really don't know. You haven't maybe counseled a kid training to become an officer or anything? I mean, sure, yeah, I've counseled students of that field, Choromatsu tried to chuckle. But, we don't talk about executions if that's what you're suggesting. Then. Todomatsu let out a frustrated sigh and plopped down in the seat across from Choromatsu, one meant for his clients. How in the good name of Atra I suppose to find out where Choromatsu is being kept? Millimeter, Choromatsu brought a finger to his chin, looking up brainlessly. Maybe you can just ask. Yeah, like anyone would spout off confidential information like that, huffed the other. Come on, think. How can we figure this out, preferably while inciting the least amount of suspicion as possible? Well, the elder pursed his lips. Who all was involved in your, person of interest's investigation? The investigation? Todomatsu cocked his head upon hearing this. You mean, outside the organization? Yeah, nodded the counselor. Who was a part of sentencing them to death? I suppose, it would have had to involve Choromatsu's higher-up. Then maybe a few trusted officers, and then our leaders themselves. At least, I'd assume our leaders are involved, considering the significance of their findings. The leaders, Choromatsu tried to smile innocently. They're practically untouchable. And you already said you aren't friends with any corrections officers. So that just leaves. I mean, sure, the head of behavioral studies would be the most plausible for me to reach out to, considered the pink-hearted alien. In terms of requesting a meeting with him, anyway. But there's no way in hell he would tell me what they did with the ex-behaviorist. Is there anyone close to the, ex-behaviorist who would know? I suppose there's a chance the animal doctor could know something, Todomatsu thought aloud. There's also a chance the humans could know something as well. But as of right now, we don't have access to any of those individuals. Heck, we don't even know what our leaders are planning on doing to those three yet. It'll be easier once I hear something, but even then it might be too late. It might be too late for Choromatsu. Choromatsu leaned in curiously. So, that's their name. Yeah, he let out a long sigh. Man, how did I get wrapped up in all of this? Being an admin is stressful work. Choromatsu frowned, seeing the clear distress in the other. He hummed and leaned back, toying with a pen before speaking out and changing the topic of conversation. Hey, he began. By the way, how did the surgery go with Atfa? Right, that. Todomatsu gave a slow inhale, sucking air into his lungs and holding before releasing. I waited in my office. I waited an hour or two. Nobody ever came for me. Choromatsu, ignorant to the other's rebellious actions, tilted his head dumbly. What do you mean? He asked. Nobody ever came for you. Nobody ever came, repeated Todomatsu. Nobody ever came. I see, Choromatsu mumbled hesitantly. At this time, Todomatsu perked up as he detected a notification from his brain chip. He tapped the side of his temple and opened up the interface, quick to see he was receiving an encrypted call from one of his acquaintances. He abruptly stood from his chair and began hurrying out of the room. I've got to take this. I'm sorry, Jushi, let's meet up on break? Sure, go ahead. Todomatsu sent a grateful nod his friend's way before opening the door and leaving behind the counselor, still rather perplexed by the last part of their conversation. No matter, Choromatsu thought. He shrugged it off and, with the door now shut and he once more alone, turned back to his paperwork. Before the alien continued typing, he thought one last time to himself. How does an execution take place today, he wondered. And, how would one figure that out? Outside of the counseling center, Todomatsu hurried along into the nearest bathroom. Inside, he found an individual or two present, and quickly shook his head. He needed somewhere more private. The alien exited the bathroom and proceeded to leave the faculty building entirely. Now on campus grounds, Todomatsu slipped behind the building into a peaceful little alleyway foliaged with flowers and a robust little gate leading off to the main path. With no one around, The alien was finally isolated and accepted the call he was receiving. Please tell me something good, Choromatsu answered, skipping the greeting and jumping straight to his request. On the other end was one of Choromatsu's elders from the organization, specifically Rinsel, one Choromatsu most felt acquainted with. Rinsel was not just an elder in their group, but a higher-up of utmost importance in their day-to-day society. They were a higher-up that worked alongside very significant persons to help enforce laws and rules upon the everyday Horovegan. It was always a pleasure hearing from them and, unlike with his average superior, he didn't feel the need to get worked up with anxiety when speaking with them. Rinsel was to be trusted dearly. I just had a chat with the neurology professor from your campus, Rinsel told him. I still can't believe you did what you did. Yeah, it's a shock, to say the least, Choromatsu replied with a hint of meekness. I can't believe Atfa didn't immediately go to someone. I'm still half expecting to get arrested any second. The child, they're going around to all of their professors, said the elder. They're apologizing for their pre-operation behavior. They're a good little actor, too. I don't know what you told them, but clearly something got through. They want people to think they've been fixed. Yeah, the surgeon smiled softly. I was even willing to take the fall. It's a relief, actually. It works in our favor. As it turns out, Atfa will be an essential factor in our coming success. Choromatsu raised a brow at this mysterious remark. Atfa will be? And our coming success, being? Choromatsu. I know what our leader's next move is. The alien's eyes widened like a child's. You do? Our leaders, they're going to gather everyone up, said the elder. They're going to collect everyone they deem even a slight threat and put them on a ship. Everyone, including you. Emmy. Choromatsu practically did a double take upon hearing this. Wait, why me? The leaders want everyone who has ever had any sort of encounter with the human specimens. And that includes Atfa. But, why me? As far as anyone is concerned, I've never had any contact with the humans. You're Atfa's neurosurgeon, remember? The elder's playful eye roll and hopeless headshake was almost audible over the call. And they just had their surgery a mere couple hours ago. Our leaders are going to want you there to keep an eye on their condition and watch for any abnormalities in their behavior. So, even though you haven't publicly had any contact with those humans, they're going to want you there for the child's sake. Oh, Choromatsu slumped slightly, still trying to process the implications of such a move. I get it. So, I'm not actually a person of interest to them. Not as far as our leaders are concerned, no. Okay. Phew. Choromatsu swiped his fingers across his forehead as if to wipe sweat from his brow. What a relief, he thought. I'll just be there as a caretaker for a kid. So, myself and Atfa included, everyone who has ever been involved with the humans are going to be gathered together on a ship. Yeah. The animal doctor, the head of animal behavioral studies, even one of the leaders, and, of course, the humans, themselves. You're kidding. Choromatsu lowered himself in a partially sitting position, hovering his behind over the grassy ground below with arms hanging limp across each thigh. All of us, on that ship, with the humans. And, you don't think that Choromatsu is? I don't think so, the elder shook their head. At least, I'd imagine the ex-behaviorist sentencing is being carried out elsewhere. He's already been removed from the public eye, so it's not likely he'll be making an appearance on this ship. I see. Choromatsu brought a finger and a thumb to his chin as he thought things over. So, we'll have Ichimatsu, the higher-up, one of the leaders, Atfa and I, and the humans? No, Choromatsu. I really mean, everyone. The other on the call began listing off names. The animuologist, the sexologist, the neurologist, the new behaviorist, the animal control officer, the head geneticist, the hematologist, the children who got caught trying to dissect Specimen B on Atra, even several individuals who have hardly so much as touched the humans. They want anyone who has had any sort of interaction with them to be there. And, for what purpose? Choromatsu was inclined to ask. What could our leaders possibly gain from gathering us all on a ship? What do they intend to do? I assume they're going to question everyone, Rinsel presumed. Interrogate, house seminars, induce brainwashing techniques. By the time the ship makes it to its destination, they probably want everyone on the same, deluded page regarding their perspective of the animals known as human beings. I wouldn't be surprised if they even plan on tampering with people's memories in the process. And, what is the ship's destination, anyway? Choromatsu inquired. They're putting everyone on this ship, but where is it going? The destination is Procore. Procore. Choromatsu shot up at this revelation. You mean? The alien looked up from his holographic interface, his eyes being drawn up toward the bluish-purple sky above. Reflecting in his eyes, he fixated his attention on one of the 3 moons of Atra. This moon, the largest of the group, had a pinkish tint to it and looked beautiful from their home planet. Despite its gorgeous nature, however, these moons had a dark sentiment to them. They were each a special place run solely by their 10 leaders, with Procore being the most sacred. Not only were these moons, especially Procore, where the leaders largely thrived, but it was where meetings took place, where laws were passed, where generational brainchip updates were stored, and where all political and governmental motions were made. For the average Horovegan, Procore was reserved and restricted, isolated as something one could only dream of visiting in another life. Yeah, the elder confirmed. The moon, Procore. Choromatsu furrowed his brow, refusing to draw his attention away from the moon above. This is significant, Choromatsu breathed. I'll actually be on Procore, with the humans. We have a lot for you to do, Choromatsu, Rinsel declared to their subordinate. Many tasks await you, and they're going to be dangerous. All right, he whispered. Talk to me, what's in store for us? Rinsel only smiled, a devious glint in their eyes. Intermission. A glass of water, reflecting light perfectly from its still surface, sat upon a table with its confines full of what appeared to be crystal clear water. Condensation was forming upon its outer exterior, creating not 1 nor 2, but a field of speckled droplets gradually increasing in size. One droplet of water, cohesive in nature, snapped to another the moment it got close enough, sucking away this second droplet into its mass and forming one large bubble. Now that it was heavier, it struggled to stick to the outer glass of the cup and began to trickle down, 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 all the way to the surface of the table. Ichimatsu watched it unblinking. Ichimatsu. Thank you for joining us in our little session, today. Sitting small before his superiors, Ichimatsu's shoulders raised as he was spoken to. He looked utterly petrified, unable to move nor respond as his focus was glued to the cup of water that had been offered to him. It sat untouched, as Ichimatsu was too scared to even sip. On the other end of the table were 2 individuals sitting tall and formal, both being familiar to the doctor. The first was one of his leaders, the very leader who had visited before with the humans and with Choromatsu. The second was the same corrections officer by her side. The leader spoke tenderly, her voice smooth like velvet and delicate like the wings of a moth. This gentle tone almost made Ichimatsu even more afraid for what was to come. Go on, she cooed. Relax, and take a drink of your water. You look parched. Ichimatsu winced as he heard this soft command. He continued to eye the water, watching as yet another droplet bonded with another and trickled down. Ichimatsu. This time, the leader leaned in, her voice a little more serious. Drink. The poor doctor hesitated before nodding compliantly, reaching his trembling hand forward and taking the glass into his grasp. The water's balance was disturbed as he moved the cup close in his shaky hold, going in for a big sip. He allowed the cool substance to crash and wave into his mouth and down his esophagus, leaving a cool trail down into the pit of his stomach before putting the cup down. There, the leader seemed to relax herself, seeing as Ichimatsu was complacent to her still. Doesn't that feel better? For a moment, Ichimatsu couldn't respond. Then, he finally mustered up the courage to verbally reply. Why yes, he uttered, voice cracking mid-word. My, what an obedient doctor, the leader again cooed. I know you must be very scared right now. After all, you've been behaving quite poorly as of late, haven't you? Ichimatsu's higher-up hummed, tilting her head in intrigue. That's all right, she said. Take your time opening up. We're not going to force anything out of you. After all, we already know everything. Questioning you about it would be a waste of time, don't you agree? Ichimatsu swallowed hard, his erratic breathing beginning to escalate as his anxiety acted up. He could feel himself starting to panic, but was desperate to keep his emotions in check before his great and powerful leader. Can I tell you something, Ichimatsu? Ichimatsu nodded, still unable to make eye contact. The leader's eyes narrowed softly as she went on. I don't think the odds have been very fair to you. No, I don't think they've been very fair to you at all. After all, your own friend, your trusted partner and lifelong acquaintance, turned out to be broken. And he tried to drag you along down the same path. Ichimatsu couldn't help but to let slip a whimper. Choromatsu. You've been manipulated, Ichimatsu, continued his leader. You're confused, I can see it in your eyes. You've done quite a good job at hiding your confusion though, haven't you? Always hiding your true emotions, you continue apathetically to please your leaders, and this, I admire. The Horovagan slipped her fingers together as a sort of table to rest her chin upon, looking deeply at their arrestee. The truth is, you suffer from great anxiety, don't you? She inquired rhetorically. You're someone who is always keen on doing the right thing, even despite your morals having recently been skewed by outer forces. And this pressure to be perfect has always afflicted you. People like Choromatsu likely frustrated you in your upbringing, seeing as they could always come off as perfect so easily, themselves. But, it is always those we hail as perfect who turn out to be the most broken. She leaned in closer. You are not perfect, Ichimatsu. You're not even close. The mask you put on before me and your superiors, it is one you've been wearing for a long time. One I'd say you've been wearing since your time on Atra. Ichimatsu blinked, astonished by the other's profound reading on his person. He looked up at her with vulnerable eyes and whispered, How can you? I read your records, Ichimatsu, said the leader. You were very close to being fixed as a child, weren't you? The animal doctor gave another hard swallow, muscles tense as his gaze was brought back to the cup about a third of the way full. Desperate for something to pacify his panic, he reached out and took another big gulp of the medicine. Upon setting it down, he exhaled and spoke up. I thought I was broken, myself, he told her quietly. I've always felt broken. I've always tried to hide it, You're very good at hiding your true thoughts and feelings. In a sense, we are very much alike, you and I. In you, I see a lot of myself. You've been working on your mask for so long that you've completely forgotten how to be yourself. I see that, and I acknowledge you, Ichimatsu. Ichimatsu tightened his lips, afraid of the praise he was receiving. Thank you, he breathed. None of us are perfect, and I can see your struggles in attempting to come off as such. It's hard, he admitted quietly. I know it is, the leader told him. And being confused about your morals on top of it all, it must have been very stressful, being led astray by your closest companion. Such a shame, such a pity, such an unfortunate turn of events for you. I never wanted to do anything bad, the alien exhaled shakily. I know you didn't, the leader empathized. I saw the memories. I saw the way you were hesitant, the way you initially spoke out against forbidden talks with the humans. You never wanted it to come to this. No, I didn't, Ichimatsu clenched his teeth tightly. And now, Choromatsu, Ichimatsu looked up with pleading eyes. Is he already dead? He dared to ask. The leader seemed displeased by this question, causing Ichimatsu's anxiety to skyrocket. Please. He doesn't have to die, he begged. He's my only friend, I'm all alone without him. His superiors watched as he began to succumb to his panic, trembling under their gaze and pulling at his halo. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to him, he whimpered rapidly. I can't imagine how scared he must be right now, and I can't imagine how much he must hate himself, I can't. Ichimatsu, the leader began, but she was cut off. I don't want him to die. If he were a human now, he certainly would have been back to being a sobbing mess. And I don't want to die, either. I'm scared. Please, I'm begging you. Ichimatsu. The leader reached forward, taking gently the panicked individual by the wrist and causing him to look up at her. Listen, she whispered. You're in pain. You're terrified. You're hurting. But I can make it all go away. Why you? The leader let go and leaned back in her chair. She allowed a second of silence to play as she looked over the hunched-over alien, stiff from stress. Then, she said, you've been persuaded by a malevolent force, but there is redemption for you. There is. Ichimatsu felt a twisting, writhing pain in his chest as he heard these words. Yes, assured the other. Just for you, I have convinced the others to pass down upon you a lighter sentence for your crimes. You can be saved, and I will make it happen. I will be saved, repeated the alien hesitantly. Choromatsu? Yes, you will be saved, the leader nodded, ignoring his question entirely. For, I see in you potential. I see in you hope, and I see in you regret for your actions. You are a strong one, a force to be reckoned with. Despite the blatant enticings from the defective, you pulled through as a still successful and well-respected animal doctor, and I see for you a long life and successful future. The violent writhes of pain in Ichimatsu's chest only increased as he listened to these words. The leader, she was actually telling him he was off the hook. He was actually going to live, and he was going to be able to continue being a doctor. They had hope for him, he was going to be okay. But, that just left Choromatsu to die, alone. He didn't think his heart could take it. After thinking for a long minute, Ichimatsu finally asked, "What is my sentence?" "Since we're not holding a trial for you, you can consider it less of a sentencing and more of a suggestion," the leader told him. "A highly recommended one, with implications of a far greater and more productive life." Skeptical, he questioned, "What is it?" The Horovagan leader intertwined her fingers together eagerly. "Ichimatsu," she began dramatically. "I will be recommending for you a procedure." "A brain surgery?" he questioned. "Not quite," she shook her head. "A lighter procedure. A simpler one." "Which is?" "Ichimatsu, imagine your life as it is, only," her eyes narrowed slyly. "If your friend Choromatsu and the humans were to have never existed." Ichimatsu's eyes went wide. "What?" "Your entire life, from birth up until recent weeks, will be completely intact," she explained. "The only difference will be that Choromatsu and the humans will have been completely erased from your memories, never to be remembered again." Ichimatsu suddenly jumped to his feet, likely from the shock of hearing such an offer. "I would forget Choromatsu, completely. No recollection whatsoever," she sang. "But, I can't do that, The alien doctor looked to the corrections officer, then back at the leader in a panic. All the pain you've suffered, all the confusion involving the human beings and your defective companion, it can all go away with one fatal swoop," the leader went on. "Your life would be back on track. Everything would go back to normal. No grieving, no perplexities, no moral frustrations, nor even recollection of all your wrongdoings. Your life would go back to the way it was, and everything would be okay." I don't know if I want that, Just imagine it for a second," the leader continued to persuade. "You would regain your position as a well-respected animal doctor. Perhaps, even a prodigy. You would be praised by all those you'd inspire. Everything would work in your favor, and you'd never have to worry about a thing ever again. It sounds like a blissful life, does it not?" It doesn't," he exclaimed back. "My best friend, the humans, No." Ichimatsu needed to take a step back here. He needed to think logically, to think rationally. "Please, don't do this." He needed to stop. After all, the truth was, he wasn't being given a choice, was he? Yes, this leader, she was coy in her words, cunning in her motives, and it was highly suspicious. If he were to refuse the offer, there was no way he was going to walk out of here alive. "I just don't want to forget." Ichimatsu slowly slid back down in his seat, staring at his lap with hollow eyes tainted with terror. This wasn't a suggestion, it was a statement of what was to come. He already knew as much. Ichimatsu, he was being told to go through with memory manipulation, where he would forget Choromatsu, Osomatsu, and Choromatsu ever existed. He would never remember. He would never remember. After a long minute of silence, Ichimatsu finally got the courage to muster up the question he needed to know. "What would happen to me if I refused?" "You won't," the leader stated simply, a hint of twisted compassion in her voice. "You won't refuse, Ichimatsu." He swallowed hard for the 100th time since the start of the meeting. "I see. And, the humans? What about them?" He furrowed his brow and looked up seriously at his leader. "What's going to happen to the humans if I forget about them completely? Are they going to die, too?" "Heavens, no," the leader shook her head. "The humans, they are very special. But of course, you know this already." She paused, then looked Ichimatsu in the eyes. "They are going to be transported on a ship, along with you and many others, to Procore. On this ship is where you will have the procedure, and on Procore you will be taken care of and watched over for a brief period of time. Meanwhile, we, as your 10 highly regarded leaders, will be hosting a very special meeting with the 2 human subjects. There, we will evaluate their state of mind and choose how to further proceed." "MN," Ichimatsu winced. I'm never going to see them again, am I?" "No," she again shook her head. "You are never to make contact with them again. Though this, I'm sure you already knew." "Right. So, Ichimatsu," the leader sent Ichimatsu the equivalent of an amicable smile his way. Do you accept this proposal I have written up for you? Are you willing to forget in order to live a full and complete life under our rule? He had no words left to say. No more fight, he was alone, and he was powerless. Finally, he looked up at the two superiors before them and slowly nodded. Just, don't hurt the humans. Intermission. End chapter 39. Chapter 40, The Grand Meeting Cruiser. Upon watching his human companion get tarzed and Ichimatsu dragged off out of sight, Choromatsu quickly realized he was alone in this alien enclosure of his. For a moment, the man did nothing but gasp erratically as a timid mouse, his heart racing from the experience he had to endure. He was sopping wet still, soaked to the bone and quite chilled. He attempted to slow his breathing, reiterating to himself the technique he'd passed on to his doctor friend. In, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3, 4. It was all over now, and he was allowed to simply breathe. His lungs blossomed with a euphoria that spread throughout his bloodstream as his body was supplied with generous amounts of oxygen. Although adrenaline still ran rampant and caused his muscles to consistently quiver, there was an overwhelming sense of physical relief from the silence that followed Ichimatsu's taking. A sense of relief, alongside a small seed of dread as well. After all, it was quite possible they were never going to see Ichimatsu again. And Choromatsu couldn't bear to think about it. It took the human a minute or so to fully snap out of his state of panic and remember that his closest friend was still inert in the grass after having stood up for Ichimatsu. With his lips parted slightly from the huffing and the heaving, he shakily stood to his feet. He felt his legs wobble as he lifted himself from the ground and began to trudge through the tall grass, making his way through the enclosure toward Osomatsu. As he limped along, pieces of grass broke from the dirt and stuck to his damp skin, further dirtying his already muddied appearance. As he went through the motions of walking, he could still feel the after-pressure of being held, pinned, and thrown by a beast twice his size. The pain was as a ghost, lingering over the stimulated areas on his skin. It caused a sort of ache and he wondered if he was going to end up bruised from it. Now at Osomatsu's body, the man collapsed to his knees beside his friend and knelt. He reached down with his dripping, icy-cold hands and felt Osomatsu's face, examining his sleeping expression and overall just checking to be sure he was okay. In response, Osomatsu gave a jaded groan and mumbled words that couldn't be deciphered. Certainly he was largely incapacitated, but it was good to see he was still as feisty as ever. Osomatsu was okay, and that's all Choromatsu cared about. Choromatsu slid his palm down Osomatsu's arm and wrapped his fingers around him, pulling the man up and slinging his limp arm around his shoulder. Osomatsu mumbled another few words, likely barely aware of it himself as he was hauled to his feet and made to walk. Choromatsu dragged along the sleeping entity and headed toward the safety of their cave. Choromatsu himself had never utilized this rocky structure provided to them before, but it was a security that the second eldest sought. He intended to hide. It didn't matter if he could easily be found, he just wanted to feel safe. By this point, Choromatsu was covered in patches and splotches of mud that primarily dyed his palms, soles, and backside. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, and the prior events painted consequences he was far too devastated to consider. He hadn't even stopped shaking since he had been made a witness to Ichimatsu's terrible state of panic. He hadn't stopped shaking since he'd seen his dear foreign friend so distressed that he couldn't stop heaving and spitting up. He hadn't stopped shaking since he himself had been handled and pinned unexpectedly, his head patted like a dog's by an overbearing enemy. He hadn't stopped shaking since he'd been dropped from 2 meters into the pond, putting his body into a momentary state of shock from being submerged suddenly in icy-cold water. He hadn't stopped shaking since he'd been brought inches before the Horovagan's wide esophagus, either. It was all too troublesome to say the least, and these events had indeed left him shaken up. Choromatsu approached the cave slowly, limping along with the weight of another in his arms. He proceeded to close in on the cave entrance, soon entering and crawling forward. He progressed toward the deepest, darkest corner for the sake of his security and sanity before finally stopping to rest. He let Osomatsu slip to the ground in a restful position as he himself plopped down on his bottom with his back curled against the furthest crevice. In this darkened abyss, Choromatsu's eyes remained wide under the dim atmosphere as his gaze fell upon his hands. Besides the small twitches and shakes, his fingertips were also dirty from his intense escapade scrambling away from the correctional officer. He felt like some feral child that hadn't bathed in weeks. Choromatsu's eyelids fluttered slightly as tears welled inside. He gave a sniffle and curled his body into a fetal position, burying his face into his arms and allowing the darkness to wash over him. All he could think about were his awful circumstances and what the future could possibly hold. Choromatsu thought about Ichimatsu, about how the animal doctor was likely never going to be seen again. At least, not by them. If Ichimatsu's words had any merit to them, then the poor doctor was going to be hauled off and perhaps given a sort of brain procedure, maybe even killed. Ichimatsu, he had been so scared, so terrified when he arrived at their enclosure. The poor guy probably had nowhere else to turn to. No friends, no family, just the human specimens he looked after. Choromatsu couldn't imagine feeling so alone in existence. Or, perhaps in a way, he could. Choromatsu thought about his situation, about how he had been abducted and taken away from everything and everyone he cared about in the first place. Being perhaps light years away from Earth, so isolated and distanced, it did make him feel he could relate to Ichimatsu in a way. The loneliness was real, and it was painful. The only person Choromatsu felt he had was Osomatsu. Otherwise, he was alone, far from his family and friends on Earth and far from any other human beings like him. Choromatsu thought about Choromatsu, about how their dear friend's brain chip had been deactivated. Could it really be true? Was Choromatsu being sentenced to die? And, was it their fault? The man winced when this thought crossed his mind, and it only made his tears well and grow from behind his eyelids. Poor Choromatsu. The behaviorist just wanted to do right by everyone. Sure, he wasn't very good at it, but his intentions weren't exactly malevolent in nature. It wasn't his fault he had been brought up in this kind of society. What was going to happen to them? What were Choromatsu and Ichimatsu's fates? What was going to be his own? Were he and Osomatsu even going to be okay, themselves? Were they going to be put to death next? Everything hurt. Choromatsu let slip a deep sigh, his tears trickling into his arms as he let it all out. And, as he did so, he heard a noise of bustling movement beside him. Following this was a tiny groan, indicating to him that his companion was coming to. NNG. Osomatsu cringed as his muscles awoke, becoming lively and agitated with his coming awareness. He twisted and turned, eventually pushing himself up and bringing a hand to his head. He could feel his skull thumping and pounding as an active headache sprouted. No doubt, his body was still recovering from the pain he had endured from that alien taser, and he was sore. Regardless, the man brought himself to a sitting position and blinked a few times as he looked around. The area he was in, it was dark and the floor was hard and cold. The cave. He wondered when he had ended up here. Finally, the man turned his attention to his friend in the corner. He could see the man's back jerk and tremble with every silent breath he took, signaling to him that the younger was indeed in distress. Ignoring his own pain, Osomatsu gently spoke out to him. "Hey," he whispered, trying not to cringe between words. "You okay, Choromatsu?" Then, he lifted his face and wiped his tears with a sniffle, showcasing to the other his reddened nose and puffy eyes that were visible even in the dark. "I don't know," he uttered in melancholy. "I just don't know anymore. I don't know." "It's all right," the other tried to comfort, his voice soft from both sincerity and the pain he was in. "It really is. Hey. I should be the one asking you if you're okay." Choromatsu's voice shook as he tried to chuckle. "You were the one who practically got electrocuted." "Sure, but you were the one who got thrown around by that Horovagan creep," Osomatsu pointed out. "I guess we could both use a little pick-me-up." The eldest frowned and asked, "Do you want to talk about anything?" Choromatsu simply shook his head in return. "You sure?" "Not right now," the man requested. "I just need to process everything for a while. Please." "All right." Osomatsu pursed his lips and added, "Do you want me to leave?" "No, you can stay," Choromatsu replied. "I appreciate the company. I might just try to sleep, though." "That sounds good to me," said the elder, cringing slightly at his own pain. So, with that, a long silence ensued within the cave of woe. Osomatsu lied back down and allowed his eyes to shut as Choromatsu did the same, burying his face into his arms quietly. Neither spoke a word, but instead, contemplated things, hoping to eventually drift on into slumber. An hour passed by, and soon, several. The sun above went from its midday position to an evening one, and from an evening one to one of night. The light that September into the cave from the outside dimmed, and soon it was almost pitch black within. Each did eventually doze off, allowing a dreamless sleep to take over and spirit them away from the cruel reality they faced. After some time, the humans' desire for food did soon awaken them. With stomachs churning and growling hungrily, they sat in the cave and wondered to themselves if they weren't being force-fed that night. It was a nice thought, though their hopes were washed away the moment they heard the door to their enclosure open. Outside the cave, the rumbling noise of two large, horovagan entities stepping within boomed throughout the habitat. The familiar sound of static rode along the same sound wave, echoing into the confines of the rocky structure the humans hid inside. Both Osomatsu and Choromatsu perked up as they heard this. By this point, it was a little late to be force-fed, though neither questioned the possibility of it regardless. And, of course, neither were going to come out easily, either. At first, the two horovagans that had entered had quite a difficult time finding the humans. They were cautious, leering about and scanning the area for any sign of their little specimens. They checked the pool, the bushes, and the tree until finally making their way towards the cave. Upon peering inside, 4 little lights could be seen. They were 2 pairs of eyes, each reflecting what little luminance there was outside. Ah, they must have thought, here was where the humans were hiding. Osomatsu and Choromatsu each gave their own small shiver upon locking gazes with the 2 soulless entities peering in from outside. The horovagans, they were lurking with their lanky bodies having to bend in order to see within the small cave. It was unclear to the humans what their intentions were just yet, but they were ready to rebel nonetheless. Of course, neither alien seemed very fond of the idea of entering the cave. So instead, they first opted to call out to the animals hiding within. They made a strange yet calming coo whilst making gentle gestures with their hands in attempt to entice the creatures into coming out on their own. Osomatsu and Choromatsu simply looked at each other before turning to stare back, unmoving. Neither appeared the least bit interested in coming forth, so the aliens had to move on to their next tactic. Withdrawing from a pocket unknown, the first of the 2 horovagans presented to the humans a small morsel of food that was alluring to say the least. When the 2 men sniffed the air, their mouths instantly began to water. Still, they were still as statues and did not move. With neither friendly tactic working in the horovagans' favor, the aliens finally gave in and, after brief discussion with one another, decided to lightly sedate the creatures so they could go in and retrieve them. Osomatsu and Choromatsu let out a simultaneous gasp as a sharp pain made itself known on the right side of their necks. They each slapped a hand over the point of injection and grumbled, knowing what was to come. They had been disobedient, so now they paid the price. As the tranquilizer kicked in, both humans became limp and collapsed to the ground. With the humans now incapacitated, the horovagans crawled into the cave and picked them up in their arms. The smaller animals struggled weakly but were easily taken from the safety of their cave and placed into the grass outside. Now out in the open, the horovagans were able to summon 2 translucent bubbles of transportation to the scene. These bubbles descended and picked up the humans, and from there, the 2 horovagans led them out of the enclosure. Choromatsu's eyes opened lazily as he looked around, curled within the confines of the bubble that hovered above the aliens' heads. He groaned and tried to sit up, but easily fell back down with waning energy. He could immediately detect that the sedatives utilized this time around were of a weaker strength, as he wasn't falling unconscious at its touch. It still rendered him useless, however, and he could foresee he was about to be handled and positioned to their captors' likings. Through the facility on planet Claustra did the horovagan individuals take the humans, dragging them soon into a room they had never been in before. The room itself wasn't anything too impressive, appearing to be a sort of fancy shower room for the test specimens. It wasn't like the recreational outlet the humans had been familiarized with at their first facility, as it lacked a pool or anything considered fun or stimulating by any means. Instead, it was simply a washroom, one where an animal was to be taken for deep cleansing and grooming. Here, the humans were freed from their bubble prisons and sat limply upon a shallow tub. The pair had to hold to the edge only a mere 36 centimeters high to keep their bodies from swaying as each struggled to look about with eyelids weighing a ton. Their eyes continuously rolled back as they wilted under the pressure of gravity, their bodies frail and sleepy. It was a struggle indeed to stay awake, yet neither could quite succumb to the sedative willingly either. They were stuck in an unsavory state of limbo where their bodies were too weak to function, yet too awake to slumber. As Osomatsu and Choromatsu were made to sit here, the 2 aliens, presumably animal control officers, got to work. One went to the humans first, tugging and pulling their underwear off in preparation for a full-body bathing session. Meanwhile, the other prepared soaps and scrubbers and all sorts of alien loofahs and chemicals before turning the water above the humans on. In this state were the humans washed thoroughly against their will. And, although it was without consent, they had to admit it felt nice getting squeaky clean after the week of hygienic denial. The humans were massaged with suds and scrubbed nicely with soap, and the aliens even had the courtesy of using hot water to clean them. So, the humans put up little fight as they watched the dirty, brown water swirl down the drain below. It took some time, but soon enough, they were all cleaned up and eventually dried before being plucked back up by those transportation bubbles and walked out of the shower room. By now, Osomatsu and Choromatsu were certainly perplexed, left wondering what was to happen to them. For what purpose were they being cleaned up? Were they still going to be force-fed? What was to happen to them? They continued riding the present moment along their progressing timeline blindly and simply observed as they were walked through the facility. It took quite a bit of walking, but eventually, the two Horovegan entities walked the humans through one last door which exited the building. And here, they were astonished. This, of course, was the humans' first time being out in the open on Claustra, and it was a spectacle to say the least. The platform upon which they were led stuck out from the very top of the building they had been residing in, which was much taller than they previously expected. Much, much taller, stretching high and challenging even the clouds of Claustra themselves. This magnificent height from which they exited the building provided for them a tremendous view of the metropolis below. The planet's surface, from every nook and cranny and as far as the eye could see, was coated in Horovegan-built structures and buildings of significant height. Each structure had its own unique shape and size, too, some being sharp-edged or even crooked, while others were softer and almost appeared more aesthetically designed. All were white in color and reflected the great sunlight raining down upon the planet's surface, creating a bright scenery for the human beings. The buildings and structures themselves were compact, with most being at least several hundred stories tall. All were elongated, not so much focused on length as they were height. And, looking down to try and catch a glimpse of the planet's natural surface proved futile, for the ground itself was hidden beneath facility after facility rising tall above. This left the rocky tundra below obscured beneath the tower's massive shadows, creating abyss after abyss between each crevice and cliff. There was no color in sight save the purplish sky encapsulating the sun above, and it was uncanny. Futuristic in a way, but uncanny. Osomatsu rolled his head to the side within his bubble, attempting to catch a glimpse at just how high up they were. But he couldn't tell. He rolled his head to the other side to look at his friend in a similar bubble, only to see that Choromatsu was just as surprised as he was, and perhaps just as sleepy, too. The two couldn't do a thing as they were led to the center of the platform. And from there, a ship descended from above, into which they were loaded on. It was inside this relatively small transportation vessel that the humans were brought into a cargo bay, used for storage and luggage belonging to Horovegan kind. Here, there were 2 life support chambers present, all opened up and ready for its prisoners. The humans were removed from the transportation bubbles and practically dragged to the tubes, where each officer took upon itself the task of hooking up a human. As the humans were sat inside, their hands and feet immobilized with sensors and wires stuck here and there, they realized and accepted that they were about to be there for quite some time. It seemed, anyway, that they really were getting force-fed after all, and in a ship presumably leaving Claustra, at that. They could only infer that this smaller vessel for transportation was going to leave the planet they had been placed on, and it was likely going to take at least a few hours. So, with each human left in wonder as he was strapped in and fed his tube, the Horovagans finished their work and soon left them alone. Their usual helping of handprint-shaped goop was left over their mouths, leaving them, as usual, unable to communicate. So here in the dark corners of the storage unit did they sit and ponder, wondering what could possibly become of them. And hours did take place, and the humans were none the wiser. Intermission. The Grand Meeting Cruiser, an enormous ship designed by and for the 10 respectable leaders of Horovegan kind. Its outer exterior was more so aesthetically pleasing, candy to the eye with golden rims and colorful stained glass painting a mural of great Horovegan history with writings undecipherable to the human eye. Its rich and formal architecture was nostalgic and of great cultural history in the eyes of those who perceived, and its enigmatic shape was even more awe-injecting. Floral designs flourishing at its entrance created a grand sight indeed, where gorgeous flower petals of all pastel coloring fluttered upon those who progressed towards the doors currently open for its guests. Capturing the ship and consuming its matter was an atmospheric field which worked to allow it ground and gravity, too. The overall shape of the ship was just as charming and mysterious as the leaders themselves, and harbored the mold of a crescent moon laid upon its side with tips reaching toward its front. In the center of the crescent's embrace was a large sphere connected to the main frame by a single hall, which appeared much bigger on the inside than the out. Orbiting this spherical center were several smaller orbs housing meeting rooms which one could teleport to from the primary ship. Overall, despite the ship appearing simplistic in shape alone, it was massive in size and lavishly designed for decorative purposes and fanciful cruises for the rare guest who found themselves invited upon its sacred grounds. At this time, the Grand Meeting Cruiser was docked and stationed for the loading of coming passengers, and it was upon this scene that many were arriving. At this docking station, there were several personal cruisers already parked, as their owners had long boarded the ship. The owners of these personal cruisers were primarily people of higher status, as lower-class individuals weren't permitted such vehicles of transport. Instead, others arrived via transportation ships in a system somewhat akin to public buses one might see on Earth. One transportation ship came and went, then another as more and more arrived at the scene. A lively, bustling environment it was as guests prepared to board the grand meeting cruiser. Here at the station, small couples and groups formed as the aliens socialized outside the entrance. Present were the neurologist, the sexologist, specimen assistants, the abduction lead, and several others, all being greeted by corrections officers. In the mix, even the beloved pink-hearted Horovagan and his young patient were present, mingling with another caretaker and their 4 students, close friends of Atfa. It was an admittedly serene atmosphere considering the dark undertone it harbored. And, of course, very few were aware of this dark undertone. Stepping off the final transportation ship was a quiet and lonesome Ichimatsu, his eyes appearing baggier than usual. Making their way past him from behind were the animuologist and hematologist, brushing past him as he stopped to stare solemnly at the ground. No one seemed to notice his melancholic mood, and none so much as looked at the doctor nor acknowledged his presence. He had to admit, although he was used to some level of isolation amongst his peers, it was never this severe. There was always one person he could rely on to keep him company, one person that would grab him by the hand and smile before they would enter the grand meeting cruiser together. And that person was... Ichimatsu let out a heavy sigh. He missed his friend so much. The alien doctor looked up and glanced about the entrance, taking note of everyone he recognized. Although he considered himself more of a loner, it wasn't true that he didn't know anyone present. In fact, he knew just about everyone. All of these individuals, all of these people, they were all co-workers and colleagues who had made some sort of contact with the 2 human specimens. Although it seemed rather crowded, in hindsight there couldn't have been more than about 30 individuals conversing whilst waiting at the entrance. Ichimatsu wondered if he were the last person to arrive. At this time, an announcement was made through the brain chips of everyone present. Simultaneously, everyone opened up the announcement, where they were instructed to enter the grand meeting cruiser. All obeyed. Giving another deep sigh, Ichimatsu began walking toward the entrance where several corrections officers were beginning to greet those lining up to enter. From afar, he could tell their overall aura was polite, formal, yet tainted by an intimidating undertone. They were there to keep the peace, but also keep a level of control over everyone present. Ichimatsu waited in line for a few minutes before finally making it to the front. "Good morning, doctor," nodded the officer standing at the doorway. "Hey," Ichimatsu mumbled back. "It's good to have you," they told him, almost convincingly. "Your personalized itinerary is being sent to your brain chip as we speak. Once received, you will follow the map to your next destination and await the introductory seminar in the primary meeting hall at the center of the cruiser. This seminar will be held by 3 of our great leaders and will precede your remaining tasks while present on the cruiser." "Understood." "Yeah," he uttered. "Understood. Good. Now, enter." Without any say in the matter, Ichimatsu thanked the officer and hesitantly stepped foot inside. And here officially began the final hours, in his mind, of remembering the existence of his best friend. Intermission. The humans had finished being force-fed quite some time ago, though inside their chambers did they stay. They supposed there was no point in them being freed from the life support tubes as they were transported to wherever they were going, no point aside from leaving the aliens with more work to do. So here in the testing tubesque chambers did Osomatsu and Choromatsu reside for the time being, and here did they manage to catch a couple more hours of uncomfortable sleep. By the time the humans awoke, the light sedative had worn off and left them feeling awake and alert in their prisons. They could tell, according to their circadian rhythm, that it was in the early hours of the next day, perhaps 4 or 5 in the morning. It was likely they had been left alone in their life support chambers for at least 6 hours, leaving them restless and confused. Thankfully, upon waking up, they weren't left there much longer. One of the animal control officers soon entered the cargo bay, allowing light to enter the dim storage area and indicating to the humans it was time for a shift in circumstances. The officer first approached Osomatsu's chamber, draining the liquid substance inside and opening up the door to remove the black goop over his mouth. The moment it was removed, Osomatsu began to speak out. "God, finally," he spouted in irk. "Do you know how long Choromatsu and I have been tied up in these damn tubes? All fucking night. Get us the hell out of here already." I'm sick of having a feeding tube down my throat. Don't you realize it hurts having one in? My throat is sore, thanks to you. You could have taken it out hours ago, yet you left us in here. Fuck you. The animal control officer largely ignored Osomatsu's remarks, working quietly to get him unhooked to the machinery. Also, give us something to do while we're here, why don't you? He went on, irate. It gets so boring here. Choromatsu and I can't even talk to each other with that disgusting goop over our mouth. Next time, give us some books to read or a TV to watch, at least. The Horovegan entity finished removing all the sensors and wires from the specimen and, before freeing him from the restraints clinging to his extremities, hesitated. They looked Osomatsu up and down, appearing to grimace slightly. They appeared uneasy about freeing this one, and Osomatsu could pick up on it. Oh, so now you're too scared to let me out? He spat. You know I'm the one that'll bite, huh? Don't feel like getting into a fight today? Well, I do, so let me the hell out of here. The individual narrowed its eyes, analyzing the human and attempting to get a good read on him before undoing the restraints. Then, finally, it proceeded. It opened up the cuffs encapsulating the man's hands and feet, and the moment it did so, it activated Osomatsu's wristbands and muzzle. Finally freed from his prison, Osomatsu hopped out of the chamber. He shot the alien a deep glare and let out a snarl before marching past them, allowing them to free his friend as well. Once Choromatsu was freed and both humans were out and about, the Horovegan gently guided them toward a couple translucent boxes sitting across the room. The moment Osomatsu saw they were immediately going back inside a prison, he huffed. Seriously? He grumbled. You get us out of those tubes just to put us back into another cage. You guys suck. Despite his verbal protests, the man allowed himself to be led to the two large chambers. He begrudgingly stepped inside and plopped down, sending daggers the Horovegan's way. Choromatsu quietly followed as well, being led into the second chamber beside him. Once inside, he hesitated before softly sitting and getting comfortable. With both humans once more contained, their wristbands and muzzles deactivated as the chamber doors shut and locked. And with that, the Horovegan left the cargo bay, leaving the humans alone to converse. Fucking creep, Osomatsu scoffed. I hate these guys more and more every day. With no alien in sight, Osomatsu's enraged energy seemed to die down a little. He glanced to his companion with a curious brow raised and called out. You haven't said a word, he remarked. I'm just thinking, Choromatsu sighed deeply. I have a lot on my mind. That's fair, shrugged the other. The blue-hearted Matsu turned to look at the elder with a faint smile. It's nice to hear you talk, though, he said. The silence was driving me mad. Well, lucky for you, I have a lot to complain about right now, Osomatsu sneered. Who the hell do these guys think they are, leaving us to be force-fed overnight? It's bothersome to say the least. Yeah, Choromatsu chuckled, simply relishing in the noise after a long night of social isolation. It's seriously a pain. And, they don't even turn the lights on in here. Embellished the first. The only light we have is the seedy glow from the life support chambers. Otherwise, they basically just left us in the dark. In more ways than one, noted the other. Where do you think we're being taken to? Well, I have a hunch. Choromatsu glanced to the other curiously as he went on. Based on the fact that we were actually bathed before being loaded onto a ship, I think that maybe. Osomatsu looked gravely at his friend. We might be in for a little meeting with their leaders. Or at least, someone of importance. Yeah. Choromatsu nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same thing. They want us to be presentable, otherwise they wouldn't have bothered to clean us. And why would they want us to be presentable? To see their leaders, of course. How many did Choromatsu's higher-up say there were? Osomatsu tried to recall. 10 of them. Something like that. I'm thinking you and I caused too much trouble for their people, and so now they want to speak with us directly. Choromatsu's gaze fell to the floor. And, I get the feeling that, when that happens, we'll be past the point of no return, he added. What do you mean? I think that, whatever happens to us, it's going to follow this meeting, explained the younger. These aliens, they know we're special. They know we're just as competent as they are. And, they know we're a threat. They've removed Choromatsu. They've removed Ichimatsu. And now, they might just remove us, too. You're not saying they're going to kill us, are you? Osomatsu winced at this. I think it's a very real possibility, the man admitted, his voice cracking in distress. Maybe they'll kill all of us humans. Or maybe they'll enslave us, like in the movies. Who knows? Either way, the moment we come face to face with these leaders, I think we're done for. Osomatsu stared at his friend for a long time, thinking over his words carefully before his gaze fell to the ground. So then, he swallowed. You don't think we're going to be able to weasel our way out of whatever they have in store for us? You really think this is it? That it's all over? That it's too late? Choromatsu hesitated for a long time. Then, he looked over at Osomatsu, seeing the way his energy had dropped entirely. Feeling a sudden wave of guilt, he tried to smile. I'm sorry for being a pessimist, he apologized. Don't listen to me. I have no grounds nor merit for what I'm saying, I'm sure we'll be fine. Yeah. Osomatsu pursed his lips. Yeah. We're going to escape, remember? Yeah. Choromatsu's shoulders sank as he heard these words. Yeah, we're going to escape. Whatever they do have in store for us, it doesn't matter, the eldest tried to convince both Choromatsu and himself. Because, you and I are never going to stop fighting. We're going to find a way out of this. Besides, it's too early to give up. We haven't even talked to the leaders yet. I'm sure, it'll be okay. Choromatsu took a deep breath in, then out. He shook himself out of his defeated mindset and did his best to blindly listen to his friend's words of hope. Yeah, he agreed again. We're going to be okay. Sorry again. No, you have nothing to apologize for, reassured the other with a straight face. We'll be okay. Following these words were a couple minutes of silence. Choromatsu frowned as his gaze fell back to the floor, discouraged by his own words. He really didn't mean to upset his friend, though wasn't it best to think realistically and mentally prepare for such an outcome? Or perhaps, maybe he was thinking a bit too far ahead. There was just too much to process, and he'd spent the last several hours doing just that. He just didn't want it to be true. It wasn't long before the humans perked up in alarm, sensing movement from their chambers. Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked to one another as their chambers began to hover, lifting from their fixed positions in the cargo bay and floating higher and higher. Whoa! Osomatsu let out a startled utterance as he grabbed onto the base of his chamber to keep his balance. We're moving. Looks like we've arrived at our destination, Choromatsu thought aloud. In sync, the chambers hovered toward the ceiling of the cargo bay. Both humans looked up as an entrance opened above, showcasing for them a chute of which they were about to enter. This chute wasn't too dissimilar to chutes they had traveled through before, as they had largely been seen as cargo by these aliens to begin with. Still, it was a surreal experience being handled by machinery while caged inside a box as animals. Through this vent did the humans go, one after the other. Little did they know, they were in the process of being transferred from one ship to another, the new ship being the Grand Meeting Cruiser. Their chambers moved smoothly and without trouble at a comfortable speed. Like a slow roller coaster did they ride along, moving left, right, straight, up, down, over, and under, until finally making their way into a clear chute that connected directly to the cruiser. And it was in this clear chute that the humans were finally given visual access to their new environment. Osomatsu and Choromatsu's eyes went wide as they looked up and around at the scenery of which they had been brought into. The chute was traveling right through space, and they were in awe to see they had been so smoothly submerged into an ocean of galaxies and stars. It was like they were in their own spaceships, sailing through the cosmos freely and without a care. The area was marvelous, a spectacle to observe, and it made them feel so small in comparison. Now looking down, they could see they were actually traveling over the main entrance of the Grand Meeting Cruiser. They could see the luxurious station at which the cruiser was docked at, along with flower petals fluttering down below. They could make out groups of Horovagan individuals just now entering through the large doors and being greeted by others upon arriving. It almost appeared to the humans like it was just some fun cruise all these people were boarding, all without a care in the world. There were perhaps 10 individuals left standing outside, as the rest had already been let in. Little did the humans realize, they had already missed Ichimatsu's gaze. Despite this, there were still 2 familiar individuals left to peer their way. One Todomatsu and Atfa, glancing up and watching as the humans in their chambers were sucked further and further away. As the 2 humans neared the Grand Meeting Cruiser, they analyzed its structure and design from the outside. It was a gorgeous ship built with the beauty of a cathedral and the grace of the gates of heaven. No doubt did other facilities and ships appear bleak and boring compared to such an outstanding design as this. Even the humans themselves were in awe, surprised to see that these aliens actually were capable of designing something that didn't look so formal or ominous. Soon enough, the humans exited the clear tube and entered a dark vent into the grand meeting cruiser. Leaving the beauty of the stars and cosmos behind, they sailed through darkness and were pushed and pulled just a little further before finally arriving at their destination. This destination was to be, unbeknownst to them, their home for the next several hours. Osomatsu and Choromatsu's chambers descended into a room, with the hatch above sealing shut behind. The cages settled on the ground below before vanishing entirely into thin air, leaving the humans free at last in their new nest. At least, that was their first thought upon seeing their new room. It was a human nest just for them, and it was ready with open arms for them to indulge in its homely welcome. The two humans stood up and looked around, taking in the sights of their room curiously. The first thing they noticed was the large pile of fluffy, oversized blankets stacked in the center, populated with pillows speckled here and there around it. Besides that, the floor was soft like grass, carpeted and made of some alienistic nylon or wool for sure. The lighting in the room was dim, perfect for either wakeful activities or a small snooze under the blankets. To the humans' right was a bathroom facility, and to their left was a shelf with what appeared to be treats and a couple glasses of water already prepared for them. Overall, not counting the human enclosure for its quality, this looked like the nicest bedroom they had been provided since abduction. And it was here that things were silent. Osomatsu was the first to slowly step forward, examining each and every aspect of their new, temporary room. He wrinkled his nose warily, looking over the pile of blankets before wandering over to a large window. He looked outside, where he was able to make out other parts of the grand meeting cruiser in its unique shape and form. Then, he scanned the room for any exits or vents, of course. The main door was tall and built for an average Horovagan, and there was a single vent near the ceiling where they could not reach. As always, it seemed they were trapped. So, Osomatsu opened his mouth to speak. "Here we are." "Indeed," Choromatsu replied. "I guess this is our new room for now. I wonder how long we're going to be here." The blue Matsu sighed and stepped forward before hopping into the pile of blankets. He sprawled himself out on his back, staring up at the dim lights with his arms above in a much-needed stretch. Then, he allowed his eyes to shut. Osomatsu waited for him to say anything more, but he kept quiet. So, with the two humans secured in their temporary nest, they wallowed in the silence as they thought further what exactly they were in for. Intermission. The primary meeting hall, built in the center sphere of the grand meeting cruiser, was extravagant and pristine in nature, adorned in a golden interior with a design as luxurious as the leaders themselves. It was reminiscent more to a great ballroom, with rows of long tables lined upon the main area. The second-floor balcony was like a stage built to present the speaker before an audience under the illumination of a beautiful, alienistic chandelier. And, here on the second-floor balcony, was where 3 of the Great 10 sat and awaited the start of the official opening seminar. Amongst his peers upon the rows of long tables, Ichimatsu fiddled with his thumbs quietly. He sat at a table alongside several of his colleagues, but none so much as looked his way. Which, he thought, was fine, he wasn't so much of a social butterfly to begin with. But being so alone, it did sting. There was a sort of pain in the pit of his stomach being here, and he couldn't quite identify what that pain was. Was it despair? Anxiety? Perhaps a mix of both. Ichimatsu sighed and tapped the side of his temple, opening up his brain chip's interface to look over his personalized itinerary once more. The first order of business was the opening seminar, presented to them in this room by the 3 leaders present on the cruiser at this time. This seminar, it wasn't going to be anything too special, he thought. After all, he already knew what was likely to be said. His leaders would likely begin with an introduction, then move on to some bullshit about how special they were as a people, followed by a transition to the topic at hand, the humans. They would likely reiterate how dangerous humans are, and express that their interactions were the reason they were all here on the cruiser that day. It was predictable at this point, and Ichimatsu was sick of it. His eyes wandered down the list of tasks he needed to complete before their arrival on Procore. His next order of business was what looked like a small luncheon. In other words, after his leaders spoke, they were going to be fed a nice meal. How thoughtful, he huffed sarcastically. A nice, warm meal preceding a full-blown memory wipe. Well, that was, after a 30-minute break in their rooms. Ichimatsu leaned back in his seat as he briefly glanced over the map once more. It looked like he, along with the 30-something other people present, had bedrooms for the duration of this cruise. These rooms were lined up all along half of the outer crescent of the ship, followed by storage units, the kitchen, bathrooms, and other necessary facilities. Of course, the only room of any of these Ichimatsu was permitted to enter was his own room. At least, for the duration of the break. Following this brief downtime in their bedrooms, all were then split up into different meetings and seminars personalized just for them and their colleagues. It was during this time while others were attending these smaller lessons that Ichimatsu was to make his way to the infirmary. And, here at the infirmary, was where he was to undergo a light procedure. Ichimatsu felt that pain in the pit of his stomach worsen as he was again reminded of the procedure he was to have. The procedure, thankfully, wasn't anything too drastic physically. He wasn't going to be cut open, so there was at least that. As far as he was aware, a memory wipe involved a long and intense session of electroconvulsive therapy alongside magnetic brain alterations. The patient was to be conscious during this time, but only barely. After all, their awareness was to be solely focused on a third aspect of the procedure, and that was deep hypnosis. None of it was painful, as the patient was to be far too gone to recognize or acknowledge the seizures brought upon by the brain alterations. Overall, it was a comparably tame experience, and the worst side effects could involve perhaps a headache or some nausea. The alien doctor gave a cold shiver as he thought the procedure over again. He was a little nervous for it, but not as much as he was devastated by the effects it would bring. He'd contemplated all that he would forget again and again, cherishing the memories dearly as he processed the very real fate he had been assigned. It wasn't like he had much of a say in the matter, either. He knew it was this procedure, or death. And, he was too scared to die. He wondered just how selfish he was being by choosing a memory wipe over death. Perhaps if he were to be orphed, he could join Choromatsu in another life. Perhaps they could be reborn as brothers in another universe. Or, perhaps they could see each other again in some kind of hell. Either way, it felt selfish in a way to not share his best friend's fate. In a sick and twisted way, it almost made him look forward to getting his memory wiped. No more would he be trapped in this mental anguish, forced to think about all that he was being made to abandon. And, no more would he have to suffer thinking about the broken promises made to the humans. The humans, they were on this ship too, weren't they? Ichimatsu took a deep breath. He wondered where they were being kept. He wondered if there was any way he could convince his leaders to allow him a final goodbye. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. Perhaps he'd ask the doctor performing the memory wipe if he could see them one last time, though this request was certainly going to be denied. He just wanted one more second with them. At this time, Ichimatsu perked up upon hearing a voice call out. This voice was deep and powerful, confident in prose as it rang all throughout the room. Instantly, all were silenced beneath its tone and all turned to view the second-floor balcony. "May I have your attention, please?" Standing tall before the collective was one of the several correctional officers, raising 4 arms with palms out formally to call the attention of their peers. "It is time for the official opening seminar," they announced. "Please quiet yourselves and listen as our great leaders speak before you." With the room now desolate of noise, the only sounds that could be heard were the shuffling and motions of this officer turning and taking a seat in the back of 2 rows facing the primary meeting hall. In the front row were 3 leaders, the first of which stood and approached the center front of the balcony. This leader, she was the same who had been dealing with Choromatsu, Ichimatsu, and the humans over the past several days. And, when she spoke, none dared take their eyes off of her nor avert their attention elsewhere. Even Ichimatsu watched, eyes wide with a nervous gulp as such a highly respectable individual stood above him. She stood with prowess and impeccable poise, her body language perfect in every way. And, when she spoke, her voice was as soothing as it was awed. "Welcome here." Her eyes were piercing yet loving, looking over every individual Horovagan present and sending through her gaze an almost personal feeling of value and respect. In this way, her touch was pristine. And with that, her speech began. It is said that the concept of free agency is defined as an individual's capacity to perform actions and behaviors solely based on one's own will, without the influence of genetic predisposition nor natural forces of instinct. This means that an individual is able to perform duties and tasks on their own accord, isolated from the persuasions and enticings of their animalistic selves. And, this continues to stand true in defining Horovagankind and separating from us other organisms that come of nature, whether they hail from Atra or from the deepest crevices of the galaxies. Yes, We are a special people, indeed. Free agency and free thinking is something that is unique solely to our kind, and, aside from our significant intelligence, it's exactly what makes our existence so substantial. We know that animals do not harbor the same kind of agency we do, nor do they harbor a complex sense of self beyond simple acknowledgement of its own flesh. It has been proven time and time again that other creatures have not been endowed with the same spiritual and philosophical complexities as we. Not just our physical vessels, but we as intangible entities are heavily advanced as life forms in this physical dimension. We are special, and we are powerful as a mind. Our brains are great, as we have been blessed with many gifts unique to our people. Some of these gifts include sentience, altruism, moral sensibilities, death awareness, and the capacity for complex reasoning and decision-making. Yes, we have been birthed into animalistic forms, but our minds and spirits are far greater than what the eye can see. All of you here today are powerful, courageous, and hardworking in your fields, and it should be noted that we see and appreciate every one of you. You are cared for deeply by us as your leaders, and together we will work toward summoning for our eyes knowledge beyond what the animal can comprehend. As we delve deeper into this topic, it is important not to confuse people with animals while continuing our advancements towards the great truth. As told to us by one of many philosophers in Chapter 7 and paragraph 14 of our great book. Take heed, my beloved kin, that ye do not judge that which is animalistic to be omniscient, or that which is sentient to be controlled by instinct. It is empathy towards that which feels no pain that causes our internal directive to come loose and trigger for us confusion in our morals. This kind of confusion is a dangerous one, indeed, and is often accompanied by tumultuous feelings that may negatively impact our internal well-being. The many confusions we may face during our lifetime is a true test of willpower, of integrity, and of strength. It is also a test of faith in our society and in us as your leaders. I am here to tell you today that, what you've been taught since birth is true, and only in following your leaders will you persevere. And to those who may ponder or even stray so far as to question the validity of our morals, we humbly ask you to seek knowledge from the books, and seek knowledge from your leaders, and seek knowledge from the theoretical physicists who work the field and the animal behaviorists who study our organic specimens. Yes, our purpose is clear for all who are willing to see it. And that purpose, as you know, is pursuit towards the truth about existence beyond this physical realm. It is our duty and it is our passion, and without this cooperative drive we may otherwise wallow in darkness and confusion. The darkness that consumes us may be vociferous during times of uncertainty as we continue to seek new knowledge. However, with this rise of new knowledge, we must never forget our sacred morals written for us by our ancestors. In the sociomoral tenet for the rudimentary novitiate, the very first article tells us that we, as a people, are astounding works of the universe. We as creations are creationists ourselves, built upon stardust and with cosmic energy do we thrive. And soon, we will become omnipotent with complete knowledge on the functions of life and existence itself. The leader narrowed her gaze, pausing briefly before continuing. Now, I must speak on a very serious matter regarding why you are all here. As you are aware, the reason for your collective presence here today involves a series of interactions with that which we have identified as being a very dangerous force. This force has caused an onslaught of murmurings and confusion amongst a couple of our younger, more impressionable minds, and it is of significant concern. This force, these entities, they are scientifically referred to as Homo sapiens, more specifically, our human test specimens A and B. These creatures have proven to be quite troublesome in our time of study, having incurred a level of moral rot in even our most trusted scientists. The brain structure and chemistry making up these animals are twisted and corrupt, wicked in nature as they seek to stall our work towards the great truth. Their words are slick and motives malevolent as they manipulate through coy whisperings to anyone who will listen. And today, I ask of you, do not listen. We, as light beings, cannot allow our minds to be tainted by the dark ink that is the human mind. We cannot risk mingling with their lies, lest our cup of clear so pure becomes opaque. There is a kind of evil to these animals, a kind of opposition from what we are accustomed to. But this is to be expected, opposites truly exist in nature. And so, it is for this reason that we no longer require a behaviorist to work hands-on with the human beings. No more after today will any of our people be permitted to lower themselves to the animals' level, as it has been deemed far too dangerous. Heed my words, for they will help us prosper in our pursuit towards knowledge. As we begin this honorable voyage towards the great moon Procor, we will be speaking much of the humans and re-establishing the facts we have on the matter. Of course, we have been studying them for some time now, as you are aware. As we as your leaders sacrifice our time in investigating the severity of this danger, you as intelligent and capable scientists will continue to acknowledge them as what they are, and that is, biological organisms evolved from ancestors billions of years ago. They are organic machines, animals, no different from other specimens save their capacity for misleading and manipulative wordings. They're too smart for their own good, yet too ignorant and too small to understand life, death, and the philosophies we've spent generations studying. Regardless, it is no understatement to say this is a first regarding our vast discoveries. Rest assured, they will be investigated and thoroughly probed before we release a public statement on where they belong in the scientific field of study, and our society as a whole. Regarding your safety, it is imperative that you follow the orders and personalized itineraries sent to your brain chips as we venture off to Procore at this time. Most of you share the same time blocks with different seminars you will be attending while on this ship. Every task you've been given is a requirement, no exceptions. So, please be prepared to practice meeting etiquette and be punctual. Now, I will turn the time over to your leader Lixtiel for their talk. All eyes watched as the great leader stepped down from her pedestal, approaching her seat once more in the front row. Following this act, the second leader stood and took her place. Act 1 was over, and now it was time for Act 2. What generosity we have been given to receive your time and attention here today, the second leader's voice boomed in amicable energy, their tone giving off a less formal aura compared to the previous leaders. I know many of you are wondering what's to happen to the lovely pair of animals you have worked with these past few weeks. Although it is undecided at this time, have faith that we will design a just fate for the little creatures, along with the rest of their species when the time for domestication comes. They formed a playful smirk, eyeing the animal sexologist in the crowd. Perhaps we will exterminate the feral ones roaming the planet and begin with the breeding and domestication process. I'm sure the animal sexologist would love to oversee it. As the leader known as Lixtiel made this jeering remark, chuckles ensued across the grand hall. The animal sexologist rubbed the back of his neck, humbly accepting the light-hearted teasing and chuckling along. I'm just poking fun, of course, the leader waved. Our animal sexologist in this division is a well-respected individual, and his work comes with such fascinating discoveries as we continue to seek the great truth. All of you, in fact, are deserving of such respect, as every single one of you have excelled greatly in your field. They glanced the way of the 5 children, who were present at their own table alongside their 2 caretakers. Even the young fawns joining us today are top-notch students, and I expect nothing but greatness from them as they continue to learn and grow into wonderful scientists and artists. Now, as we delve deeper into the matter of the humans, I'd first like to remind you all of the dangers that comes with handling new specimens. Firstly, the Horovagan leader Lixtiel began their own speech, going on about the humans and largely paraphrasing what had been said by the first. And it was at this point that Ichimatsu's thoughts began trailing off, with the words of the leaders being tuned out like nothing but radio static. He couldn't help it. Despite having previously always longed to hear his leader's guidance in person, he was still rather distressed about his own affairs. It wasn't easy to distract himself from the inevitable. The second act ensued, and then came the third. All 3 leaders gave similar speeches with their own unique twists and tones, and although on the surface it seemed rich and deep, Ichimatsu could long see past it all. And frankly, by the end of it, he was sick of hearing about it. So, with the official opening seminar coming and going, the leaders finally gave their closing remarks before ending the first meeting. And with that, food was served. Ichimatsu stared down at his plate, filled to the brim with a feast's worth of delicacies and fanciful foods. There were warms, colds, softs, crunches, savories and sweets, along with 2 glasses of liquid substances, 1 water, and 1 alien equivalent to coffee. It was a meal anyone would have been grateful to consume, as its aroma alone was mouth-watering. Of course, being on the very cruiser 3 of the 10 leaders were passengers on, it was only expected that the guests also be served a meal fit for a king. Before he began to eat, Ichimatsu's gaze was drawn back up to the room around him. He glanced upon each table, taking mental note of where everyone was sitting. He saw the 3 leaders sitting up on the second-floor balcony, enjoying their meals alongside the head of animal behavioral studies, the head animal doctor, which, of course, was Ichimatsu's higher-up, 6 corrections officers, and finally, the very doctor performing the memory wipe on Ichimatsu. Total, there were 12 sitting at this table of high prestige. Looking down to the tables on the main floor, Ichimatsu first examined the furthest from his own. It was a kiddie table, one made for 5 children who were supervised by 2 caretakers. Ichimatsu wrinkled his nose as he examined the 7 individuals. It took a moment for him to remember that those children had indeed been in contact with the human specimens, that is, Specimen B, at least. It was during Choromatsu's escape on Atra that he ran into this group of children. As for the two adults taking care of them, well, they were of no importance. There was one other table besides his own where his colleagues sat today. This table had the two biologists who had worked with the humans over time, along with the hematologist and geneticist. There were also a pair of animal assistants who had worked alongside him and Choromatsu, both sitting beside the abduction lead. This individual was the one who had captured Osomatsu at the start of it all, and was the only one present who had actually been to Earth. An interesting mix, indeed. Finally, Ichimatsu glanced about his own table. Sitting beside him on his left, he had hardly even noticed Choromatsu's accursed replacement sitting by his side, the new behaviorist. On Ichimatsu's right was the animuologist. Across from these three were the animal neurologist, the animal sexologist, and the animal control officer. All people Ichimatsu had worked with. This made the grand total of individuals present in the room 32, not including a likely pilot or engineer or perhaps a custodian present on the ship somewhere else. Ichimatsu let out a long and heavy sigh. Then, he picked up his utensil and began to eat. The moment Ichimatsu brought a bite of food to his lips, he felt a nudge against his upper arm from his left side. "Ah, what a day, Ichi." Instantly the alien's mood was soured upon hearing the new behaviorist call to him in such a friendly tone. He glared as he was elbowed by the other, winking and grinning at him. Without so much as a polite smile in return, Ichimatsu turned his head away with a humph and bit into his food. "Crazy how we find ourselves here, don't you think?" the behaviorist questioned, attempting to initiate small talk amongst the group. "Yeah," Ichimatsu muttered dismissively. "It's really an honor, though," he sang, clasping his hands together dreamily. "Being here on this ship, dining with our leaders and each other. It's definitely a change of pace, a shift from the mundane at least." I had no idea those humans would end up being so troublesome though," sighed the irksome behaviorist. "And I still can't believe I was taken off their case." As the neurologist across from them took a bite of their food, they asked him, "Have they assigned you a new specimen yet?" "No, not yet," replied the behaviorist. "Though I do not intend to disappoint with my next client." "Nah, you won't disappoint. If anyone thinks you failed with the humans, they can take it up with me." The neurologist took a sip of their drink and added, "I mean, I've seen what failure looks like when it comes to a behaviorist and their specimens. You did everything you were supposed to do. And, as our leaders described, you being taken off their case wasn't anything personal." The other sighed and placed his head in his hand as he mindlessly stirred his food. "Yeah, I know," he mumbled. "I just wish I'd gotten more of a heads up before being removed." "It's probably a good thing you were removed so soon though," they told him. "After all, you heard our leaders, these humans are a dangerous force to be tampered with. Their animalistic nature combined with the higher-than-average intelligence makes for an outcome utterly cursed." Ichimatsu glanced up from his food quietly, staring at the people talking with an apathetic expression. He thought silently to himself, "I thought they were going to start talking about Choromatsu for a second there. But I guess no one wants to mention him. I'd best not bring him up, either. Though, I wish I could." The behaviorist leaned over the table and remarked, "I mean, you probably know more about those creatures than I do since you've worked hands-on with them for longer. Tell me, are their brain functions similar to ours in any way?" The neurologist shook their head. "I mean, when it comes to comparing brain functionality in species different from our own, everything is relative. When we consider humans as vertebrates, for instance, they do, in a sense, harbor relatively similar brain functions as we. But then, when we consider them mammalian rather than crioction like ourselves, we could also say they're quite different from us. The main difference wouldn't just be their lack of capacity for higher-level thinking, but also their primary objective to reproduce." They leaned in and continued on. "See, that's the thing with animals like primates, their sole focus in existence is on one thing, and one thing only, sex. Hell, some animals even sacrifice their own survival just for a chance to mate. Humans are no different." Ichimatsu frowned at this. "They are different," he thought. "They are." The animal sexologist, sitting beside the neurologist on the other side of the table, piped in upon hearing the neurologist's remarks. "Not that there's anything innately wrong with that," they declared stubbornly. "It's just the way they're biologically coded. It's their nature." As they took a bite of their food, they went on to say, And I find it fascinating nonetheless. Of course you do, jeered the fifth contributor to the conversation, being the animal control officer to their side. Do you not? Asked the sexologist. The animal control officer leaned back and gave a shrug. Well, I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't, they admitted. To be honest, I did get rather excited upon hearing the prospect of breeding those things. Rubbing the back of their neck with a grin, the sexologist replied, it'd be pretty cute to own one as a pet. And to oversee the selective breeding process, it would be quite an honor. The animuologist sitting beside Ichimatsu, who had said not a word up until now, finally jumped in, lifting a finger as they spoke. There would have to be a lot of work put into removing their aggression factor towards horovagankind and replacing that with natural submission, they noted. You'd certainly have to dumb them down a bit, too. You know, infantilize them so they're not so much of a threat. The neurologist pointed their finger and stated that if you tried domesticating human specimen A and B as they are, they would only become more violent. Dumbing them down would certainly fix that. As these words were spoken, Ichimatsu couldn't help but to wince. He thought again to himself, this conversation is seriously making me uncomfortable. Should I even be here? Do I even belong in a conversation like this? I bet if we were to breed them, the two specimens in captivity would go straight to our leaders, the sexologist dared to bid. That's probably where they would belong. The behaviorist grinned and nudged Ichimatsu with his elbow. Sorry Ichi, looks like those two are accounted for. He chuckled. You and I are outer luck. Ichimatsu gave a small snarl and muttered, stop calling me Ichi. But, that's probably what's going to happen, right? The sexologist continued. Domestication of the humans for companionship. They even joked about it. Realistically, I wouldn't count on it, said the animuologist, folding their arms. After seeing what those humans are capable of in just the field of spectrology, there's no doubt they're a threat to our people. I say they need to be exterminated entirely. Ichimatsu stared up wistfully, thinking, exterminated, huh? Thinking about that hurts a lot. But I guess, it's not going to hurt for much longer. The neurologist folded their arms and replied, I don't know, I'm kind of with the sexologist here. I'd love to own a pet humans. Their eyes narrowed. They're feisty, and I like it. I could swing either way, remarked the animal control officer. I wouldn't mind owning a human and whipping it into submission. That said, I also think the safest option would be to euthanize their species. And specimens A and B? The sexologist pressed. If they're not going to be pets, I say euthanize them, too, they said. Now hold on. The neurologist stood from their seat and leaned in, ready to engage in a constructive argument. Studying the humans has proven to be quite beneficial to our field of animal neurology. Why can't we just breed some, study others, and exterminate the rest? Exterminating the ones populating their home planet. Exterminating the ones populating their home planet, huh? The animuologist squinted. What's their estimated population, anyway? The human estimated population at this time exceeds 8 billion in number, the behaviorist informed. The animuologist practically did a double take. That many? What horny little creatures, the animal control officer shook their head. Yeah, we don't need that many humans, the neurologist stated. Put most of them down, and breed and study the rest, I say. Yeah, the behaviorist agreed. It's a shame though. After today, I'll never get to see those funny little human specimens again. I really felt I was building a healthy behaviorist specimen rapport. I think they were beginning to like me. Ichimatsu winced at this as the neurologist was quick to comfort. Hey, it's okay, they assuaged. I'm sure you impressed our superiors with your work. It's not just that, the behaviorist told them. I just wish I had gotten a little more time with them. He rubbed the back of his neck with a guilty smile. As a behaviorist, you grow quite attached to your clients. Ichimatsu made a face and thought aggressively, they weren't originally your clients, asshole. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll grow attached to your next clients just the same, the animuologist told him. Yeah, most of the aliens we work with are pretty cute, the sexologist pointed out. And most of them behave much better than those humans, anyway. Much better, huffed the animal control officer. And you'll do great either way. Ichimatsu looked about, eyes wide with a sickened attitude as he again thought to himself, why are we all comforting this guy now? Is he really that in need of verbal support? Fuck him. The behaviorist gave a sincere smile and said, thank you guys. It means a lot hearing it. Yeah, I'm sure my next client is going to be much better, much cooler than those dangerous humans. For sure, the neurologist agreed. And I'm sure our great leaders will make sure the humans are dealt with appropriately, whether it be immediate domestication or euthanization. Either way, I trust their judgment. After all, they know much more about the humans than we do. The sexologist lifted their shoulders in an animated shrug. I only know about the human's sexual side. I only understand some of their neurology, said the neurologist. I suppose I'm only educated on specimen A and B's energies and memories, remarked the animuologist. And I just see their aggressive nature, added the animal control officer. I don't know anything about their biology. Meanwhile, our leaders know everything, the behaviorist smiled simply. They have information from all of our studies, so whatever decision they make, it'll surely be for the best. Agreed, nodded the neurologist. As the others gave their verbal utterances showcasing their conformity, Ichimatsu let out a deep sigh. This conversation, though just a tad bit amusing, was only working to depress him further. Nobody was talking about the previous behaviorist or all the work Choromatsu had done in studying and getting to know the humans, and no one was actively including him in their minglings, either. Granted, he could try to be more engaged in the conversation, but he just wasn't in the right frame of mind for it. After all, he had a lot to think about before his procedure, which was coming up very soon. The whole conversation just felt useless, and Ichimatsu wasn't there for it. So, as the 5 others continued on conversing and exchanging ideas and remarks, Ichimatsu slowly slipped from his chair and stood. He watched them warily for a moment before turning and stepping away. No one seemed to notice, either. Ichimatsu quietly made his way away from the table, glancing about only briefly before exiting the primary meeting hall altogether. As the doctor wandered out through the doors, he received a pop-up notification from his brain chip. It was alerting him that he was leaving the range of his current task, and he dismissed it. After all, he was just going to the bathroom. He just needed to wash his face and get his mind off of the future. He just needed to be present and in the moment before it was long gone. When Ichimatsu arrived at the restrooms, he glanced about briefly to make sure he was alone. It initially seemed as such, so he proceeded to approach the mirror. In this mirror, he stared aimlessly at his reflection, endlessly drawing his gaze ever so into his own eyes. He examined the tired, exhausted look he harbored and the emptiness behind the mask hanging on by a thread. He examined the hollowness of his gaze and the worn-out halo atop his head. He examined the bags beneath his eyes, a shade even darker than his inky black skin. It was a gruesome sight, seeing himself appear so sickly. Perhaps, he thought, this was why he felt he was being so excluded. Perhaps everyone saw how run down he was and were, as a result, distancing themselves. Perhaps. A very average-looking Horovegan indeed, though he was a little worn out, true. A young spirit, apathetic in nature through the turmoil of being timid his whole life. Yes, this was his appearance and aura. It was interesting indeed that this temperament seemed to physically follow him in his human form, as well. At least, when he saw himself in that form, he did seem less lively in appearance and stance compared to the others. He had always been told not to judge a book by its cover, but he wondered if this reigned true for him as well. After all, his personality seemed apparent to others whenever he presented himself. This human form, he wanted to cherish it one last time. Ichimatsu allowed his eyelids to fall shut. He took one deep breath in, then another out before slowly, his skin began to trickle into the wind in a slow transformation. A windy noise emanated from his body as he began to shift from his Horovegan form into that of a human, and he embraced every passing second of this dearly. For, in his mind, it would be his very last time becoming human. He felt as his body altered and shrank until finally, the transformation was complete. Ichimatsu stared ahead, eyes wide and lips pursed as his gaze intensified. This was a face he would soon forget. Seeing it instantly brought dampness to his human eyes, causing a stinging sensation in his nose as well. He swallowed and sniffled as he stared. But, this moment of bitter peace was only to last a few moments. Ichimatsu winced as, not moments later, something inside snapped. It was like an electrical pop wholly unpleasant in nature, a twitch-inducing pain forewarning of coming malfunctioning inside of his brain chip. Without haste, Ichimatsu threw a hand to his head and let a yelp leave his throat, shutting his eyes tightly as an overwhelming sensation took over. His shoulders rose alongside a forced gasp he gave, and his body curled beneath the pain being inflicted. Then, with a jerk and terrible shiver, Ichimatsu's body began to forcefully transform. He writhed beneath the uncomfortable process of having his body act against his own will and exhaled loudly. Ha! Ah! With one final gasp, the pain stopped and he turned his gaze back to the mirror before him. Staring back within the reflection wasn't just his newly transformed Horovegan self, but another. Ichimatsu's eyes widened as he realized he wasn't alone and, for a moment, he'd forgotten to worry about why or how he had just now been forcefully made to shift back to his natural form. The doctor stumbled and flipped, twisting his body to face the individual and holding onto the sink behind him with all 6 hands in a startled pose. "Am I superior?" he cried out, astonished and afraid. TSK, Ichimatsu. Trying to reminisce, I see. The voice, it belonged to none other than Choromatsu's immediate higher-up, the head of animal behavioral studies. In Ichimatsu's eyes, he seemed to have just exited one of the stalls, surprising the doctor with his presence. Shaking himself alert, Ichimatsu could barely utter his response. I was just. The higher-up stared for a long time, his expression serious before letting out a small humph. Then, he walked forward, stopping nigh to wash his hands at a second sink beside his subordinate. He turned the water on and flushed his hands beneath it, rinsing them before applying soap and scrubbing. As he did so, he spoke calmly to the flummoxed other. "Don't be so alarmed, doctor," the higher-up spoke in his deep, staticky tone. "I have no qualms regarding your mental state. You're fine. After all, you have your procedure to look forward to pretty soon. Surprising as it may be, I do understand wanting to remember one last time before it all goes away." Why yeah. Ichimatsu sighed deeply. His shoulders sank and he stood a little straighter, picking himself up from the coward look he held before. He tried to relax and cleared his throat before turning to face the sink. He turned the water on cold and splashed his face a little, reintroducing his social mask and preparing mentally for a conversation. "Yeah. I apologize for startling you," said the higher-up as he finished washing his hands, proceeding to dry them next. "I'm sure you came here looking for social reprieve." A little, yes," Ichimatsu admitted. "I just needed a few minutes. I'd ask how you're holding up, but," the other looked to Ichimatsu with an unreadable gaze. "I'm sure your answer will be different by this afternoon. Your worries and concerns at this time are therefore irrelevant and don't hold much value. And that's why I'm not concerned." "Right." The doctor brought a wary hand to his head. "Right. Wondering what happened?" Ichimatsu tightened his lips and paused before turning and facing his superior formally. "It was my brain chip, wasn't it?" he asked seriously. "That's what stopped me from shifting into my human form just now?" "That is correct," answered the elder. "Why?" Ichimatsu wrinkled his brow. "I didn't know our brain chips had that sort of power. If you're worried it only affects you, my response is that it doesn't," he told him. "It's a safety precaution." "A safety precaution?" "Yes," he confirmed. "Transformative restrictions do exist under very special circumstances, and there is currently one tied to the atmospheric processor of this ship. It affects everyone present within the artificial atmosphere encapsulating the cruiser. Even myself, I cannot become human at this time. Even our leaders cannot become human. Not here, not now. How is that even possible?" He couldn't help but to inquire. "A little-known secret, Ichimatsu," the higher-up began. "Our brain chips are always keeping track of when and what we shapeshift into throughout each day. It's a protective mechanism to be sure no one is abusing their ability for nefarious purposes. We only really keep tabs on those who have access to animals, of course. But, yes, it is a feature implemented in our brain chips." I see," Ichimatsu gulped. "Am I going to get in trouble for trying to, shift just now?" "I think we can look past it," said the higher-up. "After all, I was here with you when you did so. I know your intention was just to reminisce, so I'll be sure to pass that along." Thank you," the doctor nodded gratefully. Then, he opened up his holographic interface via the brain chip and glanced at the time. "I wonder if anyone's even noticed that I'm gone." "Heh." The higher-up couldn't help but to shake his head hopelessly. "You were never the most social of Horovagans. Always drawn to social independence. The only one who had the patience to pull you out of your shell was." Ichimatsu's expression remained unchanging, low in energy and melancholic as he closed the interface. "Nobody out there has so much as alluded to Choromatsu. It's almost as if he never existed," he said, deciding it was safe to utter his best friend's name before his superior. "It troubles me. Of course, that is the way it is. We do not speak idly of he who has been cast out. Even you must understand as much. Is it okay if I ask though? Ichimatsu bit his tongue at first, but then softly let go. Is he already? Don't ask me questions like that, Ichimatsu, the higher-up side. Even if I knew his current status, it wouldn't matter. Regardless of if he's still breathing right this second, by the end of the day, he won't be anymore. It's useless knowledge. The doctor averted his gaze and pursed his lips, thinking for a moment before deciding to ask his next inquiry. How do you feel about his conviction? He dared to question. The higher-up, rather than becoming authoritative and dismissive at this line of questioning, seemed rather amused. Heh. You're brave. He couldn't help but jeer, leaning in. I must admit, Choromatsu was someone I was quite proud of in the earlier days. He was a subordinate I held in high regard, someone I truly thought would surpass all other behaviorists under my watch. He had the prose and talent of a passionate prodigy. At the start, I was protective of him. I didn't want to think he would be capable of the treachery he was found guilty of. But, as suspicions grew, I knew I had to do the right thing. At the end of the day, that's what his conviction was about: justice, peace, and the safety of those around him, including you. Was it difficult? Ichimatsu pressed hesitantly. If he was the subordinate you were most proud of, how were you able to find the strength to do the right thing? I mean, of course it was difficult. Don't go thinking I was so willing to convict my proudest subordinate, hummed the other. It's really a selfish thing, if you think about it. I was protective of him. Up until I realized I had to do what was best. For all of us. The superior individual glanced Ichimatsu's way. Our leaders, they always work in our best interest. Passing along whatever information I knew to such trusted and beloved individuals, it was for the greater good. And, using their best judgment, they deemed Choromatsu unfit for life among our society. He was dangerous, corrupted from the start. By the end of it, we knew any conformity he held was forced. He made choices and therefore suffered the consequences for them. That said, don't think I won't be grieving. I'm really going to miss him. And that was an understatement for Ichimatsu. I know you will. For what it's worth, I am sorry it had to come to this, the higher-up gave his condolences. But it will serve you well to have your memory reset. Your procedure will be very liberating, I'm sure. Such a cleansing, I could only wish to receive. Ichimatsu folded his arms and looked down at the ground, thinking for a few moments. Then, he asked, what do you think is going to change after today? I think the discovery of the humans has already made a significant impact on our leaders, he told him. There's no doubt their opinion on the creatures has changed over time. I mean, these humans in our eyes have gone from just another animal to what is perceived as highly dangerous to our people. It's as our leaders stated, they are too smart for their own good. Too smart to be classified alongside other animals, but still too naive, too ignorant and primal to be anywhere near Horovagans as a people. So, what could the future hold for them? It's hard to say. I think anything is possible. Such as anything from total extermination to creating a new order of organic classification, resulting in new methods and new means of handling them as specimens, he answered. If we were to assume the latter, perhaps the humans would be domesticated just as any other animal and allowed to flourish on Earth under our rule. Perhaps we'd have to create a new task force, a new occupation trained in their specific handling. Or, our leaders could decide to remove them from the planet entirely and domesticate them in space for Horovagan companionship. The Horovagan superior paused before asking, what would you want to become of the humans? Ichimatsu hesitated upon being asked this. He pondered for a moment, thinking hard. After all, if all the scenarios his higher-up and his colleagues back in the meeting hall were actually possible, then he supposed, none of them would be ideal. The humans would either be killed off or dumbed down and domesticated to the point where they had no pride left as a people. Osomatsu would probably rather die than be a pet, but Choromatsu would probably rather be a pet than lose his life. He wasn't sure what either of them would choose between death or experimentation, though. Either way, it would prove problematic to assign one fate upon every unique human, at least, for the humans, anyway. None of them were the same, they were all so different in conviction and personality that there was no way of choosing one right answer. That said, he couldn't bear to imagine poor Osomatsu and Choromatsu being euthanized by his people. The real answer to his superior's question would have just been to release the humans and leave them alone. The safest thing to say in that moment, however, would have to be, "I guess, having them as pets would be nice," he finally responded. Then, he backtracked a little and thought aloud, "Wait, would I even be allowed to own a human, even after my procedure?" "Heh. That wouldn't be up to me," said the higher-up, amused. "But, it's all just hypothetical after all. And, after my procedure," Ichimatsu wrinkled his brow. "I'll go back to being an animal doctor, right?" "That's the blessing of having this sort of procedure done, Ichimatsu," cooed the other. "You don't lose your livelihood and career upon having your memory adjusted. As you've been explained to by our leaders, I'm sure, everything will go back to how it was before. It's truly fortunate for you." "I see." Ichimatsu sighed as his thoughts trailed back to his colleagues all eating their meal in the other room. He again checked the time on his brain chip and finally announced, "I think I should head back so I can finish eating before the break." "One more thing." Ichimatsu looked up with a curious expression as his superior placed a hand on his shoulder, looking him in the eyes. "The head animal doctor and I, and your leaders too, are proud of you for making the right choices through this and pulling through with conviction." "Thank you," the doctor nodded humbly. "I appreciate that." These words left his lips, but hearing his higher-up say this made him feel ill. Hopefully that ill feeling was to go away in just a couple hours. "Now, go on ahead." Without any more words exchanged between the two, Ichimatsu exited the bathroom and headed back to the primary meeting hall. Here, where no one had even noticed he had left, he quietly ate his meal before break time ensued. Intermission. End chapter 40.